Peggy 16.
The HCS is presented by Astro Gaming and AMD.
Hello folks and welcome to the HCS EU Pro Series 7. My name is Lottie Lampard. I'm going to be hosting today, but I'm joined by some extra special guests who you pretty much see every single week. I've got Gaskin, Sherzy and Clutch on the mics, taking us through the action, talking about the action, analysing. They can do it all. They're the Halo Infinite multitaskers and I'm very, very privileged to be alongside them. Gentlemen, I tell you what, I'm very excited for today because we've had some twists and turns so far in the Pro Series for Europe. We had an exceptional welcome back, obviously, with the first one coming in from Quadrant. Last week, we saw Ascend back at it on the rise with Respectful coming on board. And today, I don't know, guys. I don't know where things are going to be shaking up, but I was really, really excited about last week and the results. Gaskin, what were some of your favorite moments coming out of our last Pro Series number 6?
Seeing Ascend being back on top again was, I guess, nice because, you know, after a change on a team of that magnitude, you always worry that maybe they're not going to be as good as they once were, and we won't see a dynasty happen, and we won't see the kind of record broken once more. But Respectful seemed to fit right into Ascend. He didn't look out of place whatsoever. And I have to say, Na'Vi looked very impressive, considering that they were the ones who lost Respectful, dropped Respectful. They could have very easily crumbled as well. So both teams thriving, I think, shows how important that change was for both teams rather than just one.
Yeah, I couldn't agree with you more. A huge, huge change coming out from both of those teams. And I think, like you mentioned, a notable one out of Na'Vi. I think especially I'm smiling talking about them because, you know, Shurs, last week I said, look, I need a different story here. Please, I'm begging for something different to say about Na'Vi. And boy, did they deliver. They didn't go all the way, but the fact that they got to the grand finals, the fact that things are looking up with the Mighties as their addition to this roster, gave me a little bit of a warm feeling in my belly. How are you feeling about Na'Vi right now?
Yeah, I'm happy that they're back in the conversation, back talking amongst, you know, maybe championship contenders again. I think Quadrant, after winning week 1, we would have thought that maybe they're in the conversation, then they slip back again. That's something that Quadrant have been guilty of. But for Na'Vi, it was another week in the books on board with Mighty's, more reps for the team, and they were able to polish things up.
Yeah, I got to say, I was really impressed with kind of I think the pacing of their gameplay, being able to kind of find their footing once again. You know, what are the main differences, Clutch, that you are seeing from the likes of Na'Vi? You know, what really kind of stepped up for you? Obviously, Mighty's coming on board has made a big difference. He's filled in that kind of Slayer role. But really, what are some of the fundamental changes?
Yeah, I think you touched on it a lot. I think when you mentioned pace and you're able to pick it up a little bit because you can be so much more efficient. You can get so much more done quicker when you're able to play at a faster pace. I think that's something the most successful Halo Infinite teams do. I think we saw a glimpse of that from Na'Vi last week. The big question for me is, can they continue to play at that pace? Is it something we're going to see regular from them in order for them to have a little bit more consistency here in Halo Infinite?
Yeah, without doubt. I think, you know, another big shocker from last week, and I think people will be a little bit shocked by this, is Gaskin Quadrant. What happened? I mean, going up against Na'Vi, obviously in our lower bracket final, obviously not managing to beat Ascend as well in the upper bracket, but falling to Na'Vi, I think, is a pretty big road bump for them, considering they have actually won the Pro Series before. So how are you feeling about Quadrant right now? How do you think they're feeling about their gameplay?
Yeah, it's a difficult one with Quadrant because they had such an amazing Kansas City and then they made a change because they clearly didn't feel like Fragger was up to the job when it comes to international competition, because that's what everyone is looking at. It's not just the European scene. People want to push themselves further against the biggest and best teams in the world. And they felt like maybe Nurix was the best replacement they had at the time. Whether that's going to tell the same tale a few months down the line, I don't know. But right now, Nurix seems to be the best fit. It's okay. It's not like they struggled like massively last week. It's not like they looked awful, right? They still had good games. They still took it close. And I think on another day, they might have been able to beat the likes of Na'Vi. So it's not all doom and gloom. It's not panic stations just yet. But I do think there's a few kinks that need to be ironed out. And I wouldn't be surprised if they come back bigger and stronger this week.
Yeah, for sure. I think that's the sign of a really, really good team, right? Is being able to kind of take mistakes or kind of small issues that might have happened to cause you the win or cause you to get knocked out of the tournament a little bit earlier than planned, and kind of bring that to the forefront coming into the next week as well. So we're definitely going to be keeping our eye on Quadrant as well. And folks, something I'm keeping my eye on, and you guys should be at home too, so whip out your calendars because we have a roadmap to discuss. If you haven't seen the season schedule, we still have a fair bit to go. The next one being the HCS Regional in Valencia. Now, this is going to be playing a big part into today. It's going to play a big part into Sunday because we do have our EU qualifier as well. So make sure you guys are tuning in to watch who is going to be coming in on top for the HCS Regional in Valencia. Of course, we do have our other regional happening as well after that, Mexico City. And this all is leading up to that Halo World Championship in Seattle by the end of the season. So make sure you guys are tuning in. And like I said, note it down in your calendar so you don't miss any of the action as well. Now we need to talk about what we're going to be looking at today. Of course, coming into broadcast, folks, we have had games happening behind the wings. Let's take a look at our brackets just to see where we are at coming into this one. We always start with our winners semi-finals. So let's find out who exactly is in place for those. We do have Ascend versus Blackhand. And yes, I said it correctly this week, folks. I've learned from my mistakes. Let's see if they've learned from theirs to get a little bit further in the bracket this time. We also have Na'Vi versus Quadrant. So a bit of a rematch happening here. I'm excited about this one, Shurzy. Na'Vi versus Quadrant. You know, Gaskin was talking about how they can potentially bounce back and clean up on a few things. Na'Vi are looking to push forward. How are you feeling about this semi-final down there?
Well, for Quadrants, this is something that they've been guilty with, particularly online, is, you know, being hot and cold, being Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde. They are capable of dropping a game, dropping a series here and there, and they'll be looking more towards Valencia and just using all of these games as practice. So they won't worry too much if they do lose again to Na'Vi and drop down to that lower bracket, because I think all eyes and attention will be on the big one come a couple of weeks.
Love that. I love that it's not, like Dan said, all doom and gloom. You kind of can see things coming forward out of this and a learning curve here as well. We have our elimination bracket, and right now we have BDRZ, Vex Gaming in elimination round 3, and J-Lings versus Online Warriors, which we will get into Online Warriors in just a moment, but I'm excited about this prospect of them as well. We do actually already have our top 8 though. Gaskin, would you care to read off who has actually already made it in our top 8 for everyone at home?
So it's the usual suspect, right? It's who we expect. Is those you saw in the winners bracket. You've got Quadrant versus Na'Vi. You've got Ascend up there, who are definitely going to be competing now and then you've got Blackhand, who are also going up against them. That's our top 4. And then the ones you saw in the elimination bracket there are going to be your rounding out top 8. Vex are going to be the big team there that have broken back into that top 8. It was Maxi Sauce who were able to manage it last time, and they've been now trampled. They've been beaten down back to that open bracket, but there is no open bracket to work with. So Vex to be very happy they're able to achieve top 8. And then you've got the likes of J-Ling still in there, of course, that I'm sure they'll be looking to fight back through the lower bracket. BDRZ, as you mentioned. So this is, you know, a really strong top 8. I think that when you look at it, you can understand why some of those top 12 teams are struggling a little bit to break into this top 8.
Yeah, we talk about J-Lings there in Clutch. Last week, we kind of were emphasizing for J-Lings, we needed a couple of people to step up in that roster. And last week, they actually went out to Blackhand, I believe, and it was 2-0, which kind of, you know, I think was a little bit of a disappointment. We're looking at Morga to really step up like we'd seen in weeks past. How are you feeling about J-Lings right now? What do you need to see out of them today to convince you that they're going to make a decent run in Valencia?
There's got to be more consistency, I think, from these guys. I think when they're playing well and they're making individual plays, it's great, right? Things are going right. When Quad or when Morga has stepped up and is going massively positive against Online Warriors or some of the performances we've seen in the past, they can compete with these teams. It's those individual performances that tend to be more inconsistent, though, for me. And I think you need an entire team clicking, and you need an entire team ready to play against some of the best in the world in order to create some of the upset that they're going to kind of have as like their potential or their wants for their future. They have to figure out ways to be more consistent. They want to take that next step. We'll see if they're capable of it, but I think Valencia is obviously going to be that big moment to where maybe they can catch fire. Maybe a couple of these players are really on for a couple of days, and what that means for their potential as well.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more. I definitely want to see them go a little bit further than the elimination quarterfinals. I really want to see them go over that hurdle. We'll have to find out today. Now, folks, whether you're a fan of European Halo, North American Halo, any of our regions, did you guys know that you can support your favorite teams right now? And we do have a cheeky little European skin in the mix as well for Season 2. And if you haven't checked out the new Season 2 skins, then take a look at this. And then they are the gorgeous Season 2 skins that you can pick up right now in-game. All you have to do is go to the HCS store in-game and get them on your Spartans. It's as simple as that. They're absolutely gorgeous, so make sure you support your favorite teams. Another way you can support not just your favorite teams, but your favorite regions, if you're feeling particularly patriotic, is the sniper skins. That's right, the coatings are absolutely wonderful. They have all 4 of our regions, and you guys right now can go in-game, get that on the sniper, whip off some headshots, you name it. No body shots, only headshots in the lobby, by the way, please. And we can support our favorite regions by doing so as well. So make sure you go and check that one out as well. Now, this is all leading up, of course, to supporting a region that is coming our way very soon. And of course, it is our international regional, which is Valencia. And you guys can get your hands on tickets right this second. Team passes are available, so make sure you go and sign up if you want to compete. But you can also go and watch all of the action. We're all going to be there. It's going to be absolutely amazing. It's a LAN. What's not to love, folks? What's not to love? July 1st to 3rd happening in Valencia, Spain, happening live. So make sure you go and pick up tickets or go and compete and get your team pass as well. Super, super simple and easy. Well, folks, really quickly, while we're waiting for the game to start, really quickly, a team we haven't spoken about a lot is Online Warriors. And really quickly, while we're getting into things, Gaskin, picking up Shady. This is quite a big talking point here. Obviously, Shady getting dropped from Ascend and then coming to Online Warriors, who we saw some success with happening in our first pro week back, basically. How are you feeling about this addition to Online Warriors? Not having the best week last week, but with Shady as the addition, how are you feeling?
They should do far better this week. They still come in as 8th seed because of the change, and they keep screwing up the bracket for everyone. So that's why they had to play Ascend in that upper bracket. They did go down 2-1. They took a game off them. I think that now in the elimination bracket, they are really going to be tough to beat. Shady is a fantastic player, and even though he did lose his spot on Ascend, I don't think it was for his ability to play the game. I think it was more maybe personality clashes happening within the team, because when you watch his gameplay, he is fantastic. He really will play lights out. So I think you put him alongside some key players who can also hit those dizzy heights, and suddenly this Online Warriors roster becomes quite threatening to those teams who are competing for not just top 4, but first place.
Yeah, very much indeed. I'm excited to see them play, but I have been told the game is ready to go. So as much as I love talking about this, let's talk about Na'Vi versus Quadrant. I believe, I'm waiting to hear if we have any time to talk about it before, if we're going straight into game. My producers will let me know in just a second. But as we're getting into this one, Clutch, talk to me about Na'Vi versus Quadrant. Obviously, this is a rematch from last week. Na'Vi did manage to get the upper hand last time we saw this matchup. How are you feeling about it today with Quadrant going away, maybe looking at VOD and kind of maybe having a little bit more intel of what they need to do to this new roster?
Yeah, in my opinion, this is a really big series. I mean, it's the elimination finals from last week, but the more important factor you have to look at is Na'Vi's consistency. It starts here and now with the series against Quadrant, Dan, and I love what we saw from Na'Vi in the addition of Mighties last week, but the big knock from me is just they haven't showed me that they can consistently play at a high level, at a high pace. I would love for Na'Vi to come out swinging in this series and take down Quadrant. I think for Quadrant, you won the first Pro Series, got 3rd in the second. And now you're kind of trying to figure out where exactly do you stand amongst the ranks of the best in the European scene. And it's a difficult place to be in because everyone else has made changes while you're trying to make the change that you yourself made and convince yourself that you're headed in the right direction.
Yeah, this is going to be very important for both of these teams this series. It is going to be a best of 3, so it's going to be difficult to try and break past one of the two to make sure you push through into that possibility of, reaching the heights of a grand final once more if you are either of these teams. They've both done it. Quadrant, the only one who's actually won a Pro Series out of the two, but Na'Vi, I'm sure, would love to claim that title eventually. I will say, Recharge to kick things off. Na'Vi historically bad at this map, but ever since they had that change, ever since Mighties was included, suddenly they seem to have worked out how to play this. And I think that they'll be quite comfortable starting things off here. And I'm hoping for a very entertaining and action-packed series as we'll get a false start. And I'm sure we'll get it entertaining and action-packed when we do start, Wes.
Gives us another moment to break down the potential for this series, what it means. And I think you touched on something, Dan. Something I'm extremely excited for is just the potential for what if Na'Vi comes out here today and wins this Pro Series. We would have had 3 different winners across the 3 different Pro Series leading into Valencia, and that would be an exciting time in the European scene because going into Valencia, we want as much attrition as possible, right? We want everybody to have an opportunity to come in and win the whole thing. And I think if each one of these teams were able to take one of these Pro Series, that would show that we have at least 3 teams that will be competing for that championship. And that's not even to mention the Online Warriors squad that's going to come in and make a ruckus. That's not even to mention some of the other talent we have here. So I know you're always preaching it's an exciting time in the European scene. I actually think that you're not lying to people when you say that this time around.
Yeah, there maybe was years gone by where I may have been fibbing to people, trying to make it more exciting than it was, but it genuinely is nowadays. We have so much competition, not just at the top 3, but you go all the way down to top 12, top 16, and all those teams are very close indeed. And that's why Valencia's going to be so interesting. I think it's going to be very action-packed. There's going to be a lot of teams screaming at each other. Like, that's what we want, right? We want people being polite about their aggression at times, but I want to see people getting competitive. I want to see people actually caring about their series and letting people know when they take them down, Wes, because that's what LAN is all about.
Yeah, absolutely. I want as many upsets, as many potential, as great a competition as we can get, as many close games, best of 5s. I want to see game 5s, right? I don't want to see 3-0s. So looking forward to seeing that that's what the players can bring us. But I'm not so sure, and I'm not sold on this Navi roster as of yet. Today will be a very big turning point, and I think my head, as far as is Navi a contender or a pretender? So a big question yet to be answered, and I haven't really been paying attention to the scrims over in the EU scene. I'm sorry, I'm guilty of that so far. I've had a busy week, but Dan, I know you're always paying attention. There's some things right now in the scrim category that give promise to maybe Navi being a contender, or are things looking in the favor of Ascend and Quadrant and business as usual for those boys over in the EU scene?
I think that Navi have done well enough in scrims. They've taken games off the likes of Ascend. They've beaten Quadrant. They've beaten the teams they need to be beating. But I think watching those scrims happen, it's about what Navi do with those scrims. They seem to be a team that very much looks into what they're doing wrong. They try new things. They retry strategies that maybe didn't work and see why they didn't work to try and make them a little bit better. I will say that other teams, well, particularly Ascend, used to be guilty of just scrimming and really just hoping that the game plays out for itself. And for the most part, it did. For 599 days, it did just work out. But then eventually it caught up with them. And I think that Navi are a team who are striving for first place, but they don't necessarily have some of the raw talent that we see on the likes of Ascend. So they need to use their brains a little bit more. And I do think that that is there, and that capability for them to reach first place is definitely possible, but they need a little bit more strategy. They need the plan B and the plan C to be able to take down a squad like Ascend, who has that just raw gunpowder, and they will hit their shots. They will run together naturally. And with Respectful added to that Ascend roster, I think that they've just become even more threatening, even more scary. So Navi, again, need to look at what they can do to try and break that down. And it's going to be intelligence for me. I think you've got to try and outsmart the team like Ascend, a team like Quadrant, and I do think that Navi have the capabilities to do so.
Yeah, I like the idea of the intelligence being their leg up here, but they are going to need to raise up the bar on their individual skills some of the time. I think one of the players that sticks out to me as the most recent as far as disappointing is Kimbo. And not to put too much of a spotlight on him, but he didn't have a phenomenal performance in last week's qualifier where they were able to play second. Kimbo is a guy that I expect to be like the best player on this Navi team. I mean, outside of Mighty's with that new addition, I don't know enough about him yet, but Kimbo was always a guy, especially in Halo 5, where I was like, this guy, he's got a great shot, right? So where has that gone? Is he going to be able to elevate his gameplay? Because I know it's in him somewhere. If he is able to, I really do think he gives this Navi roster not only a little bit of that smarts that you say they can have a leg up on, but he's going to be able to check off a couple of the boxes from the individual skill department and hopefully give them some more opportunity and some gunfights there. So I'm really looking at Kimbo to come into this series, have a strong performance, and get back to the old ways that we know Kimbo is capable of. But easier said than done. Looks like we are going to be jumping in here to game 1. We have, I believe it's Recharge. I'm not sure the game type, Dan. I didn't get a quite chance to see it the last time around. So Oddball is probably a good one to start it off one. I'd just say it's probably the longest game type we have in Halo Infinite. So excited for these guys to have a real opportunity to warm up. I know a best of 3 can go by quickly. Typically the oddballs don't. So that bodes well for at least these two teams to have the opportunity to separate each other from one another.
Well, let's see whether Navi can once more overcome Quadrant and get their way into a winner's final, or whether Quadrant will have that comeback, will have that revenge that they so desperately seek. Because it was a best of 5 last time they faced each other. It was a 3-1 victory to Navi, but now in a best of 3, you've got to make this game 1 count. And as you say, on Oddball, it really does give us an idea of how these teams are going to play, because you've got so much time to work with. You've got so much strategy to try and develop here.
A beautiful start for Navi already. They had the first 3 dead, and because of it, they've been able to get the ball. Unfortunately, Jimbo brings that ball towards the long haul. Nobody else on Navi was really in the area, and because of it, it's now a quadrant set up in this long haul area, and that early lead for Navi is going to be diminished here to just 4 points, but it looks like Navi's been able to break it as of yet, so nobody really holding a strong setup, and that ball moving towards blue could be exactly what Navi need in order to get a significant setup and be ready to play the ball.
Yeah, getting that ball over towards blue is really important in a game that's going to be quite back and forth with kills, so that you do have the option to play it. I know that you can, of course, play it from elevator, etc., as that's some nice shots from Kimbo. That's what we expect. But playing it to bottom middle isn't necessarily the same as throwing it off the map and also forcing the team to return to where that ball has just been reset to. So I like this from Navi. Quadrant now are going to have to try and break it. You've got to push together here. You're very vulnerable to grenades, so you really have to try and work your way in.
So far, so good for the black and yellow fans. Mighty's with 7 as he picks up another kill on the chick with that sword, and that's a quick 7 kills for Mighty's to start this series off. If you're wondered if this new young addition was going to be the difference maker in this play department, the answer to that so far is yes. Unfortunately, that setup is now broken. SLG does a phenomenal job getting behind enemy lines, finding an easy back smack, picking up 2 of his own. Not only that, but the oddball, it doesn't get played now in the hands of SLG. They're able to make a little bit of a deficit cut here into that lead.
That happens sometimes where you're so sure that one of you is going to stay alive, so you don't play that ball. You rather take a fight and take the engagement. As 3 go down for Navi, make it 4. Quadrant now will have the best opportunity to set up of any of these teams so far. Shad's going to be sitting across the way, and they're going to hold this either elevator or pipes, but I guess with these long haul spawns now, they probably move this over towards the pipe side and eventually translate to elevator.
Yeah, look at this rotation all the way from blue towards catwalk, then through elevator, and now it's into pipes. You can tell exactly what Quadrant want to do with this ball. They want to get it into pipes and hold this consistently. Let's see if that's the case, as they do get a few kills while holding onto that ball, so they've now taken the lead as well. This rotation, this setup could be the one that ends this round, because Quadrant, when they get set up, they look strong.
They do look very strong. I think you could say the same about both of these teams when they actually get the setup. It's just important that you get to that position first. It's difficult to do so against both of these squads because they're very good at breaking. You've got these players like Mighties, like SLG, who can walk in, out BR you, and then somehow manage to pick up another one. But you've got to take advantage of that if you do get that initial frag. Navi, they get 2, and now this is your chance. You break the setup, and you try and get one of your own.
They do play the ball, as plays are going to go in the hands of, in the favor of Navi for now. The ball going to be down top batteries. No team really concerned about that ball as of yet. Trying to get a couple more slays, maybe some map control around it before being able to secure it. And we can see that 3 go down for Quadrant, and that's Navi's indicator to be able to pick up that ball and get right back into this one. They're only down 20 at this point.
Yep, definitely not panic stations just yet. Both teams have plenty of time to try and break a setup. You don't have to just be throwing yourselves towards it. Camo is going to be popping ever so slightly from now, so Jimbo's trying to get into a position, but I like that his position isn't just running for the camo. Instead, he knew there was going to be a scrap. He knew that Quadrant were going to be trying to get it as well, and actually that camo is still down on the camo box.
Yeah, camo's down, the oddball's down bottom middle. It's a bottom middle scrap, and I can almost guarantee the winner of this scrap, if you're able to secure both of those, you're going to give yourself such an opportunity to win at least this first round, and 3 go down for Navi. So Quadrant should be in a good position here to secure that camo, secure the oddball more importantly, and it's a matter of where do they decide to take it. It's the big question for me. I guess they jump top middle with it. That's a tough place to be. That oddball carrier does go down. Not quite sure what happened with the camo, but trades back and forth, and the ball virtually played back to its respawn position. Just a narrow lead, still 14 points for Quadrant, but time ticking and momentum you can kind of feel going in Quadrant's favor as well. But as I say that, 3 were down, so Navi doing a great job of getting the plays they need to keep this one highly contested.
It was Mighty's getting a double kill as well. Like, he's been the key to break the setups for Navi. Pushes through pipes, gets a double kill. The rest of the team follows, and it's the confidence that flows through him. I think that's why Navi wanted to pick up this young talent, because he is fearless. He will push into fights. He does believe in his shot. that can get you caught in a lot of trouble at times. But certainly when you are hitting those shots, you do feel like you're on top of the world. And Na'Vi now taking full advantage of that. And speaking of Mighties, does have the shock rifle. Can't make it count this time.
Can't make it count, and therefore this time around the ball is going to be played by Na'Vi. That's a great job by them. 3 go down, but unfortunately Quadrant right there to pick it up. It was SLG that positioned himself for that play ball. He knew his teammates were going to be able to force that one, and because of that, he's been able to secure this one top glass. Now only needing 19 more points. It's one more round of slays, you'd have to think, but those slays, they don't come through. Na'Vi get the break in the top glass. They find the first 2 kills. A few of them are traded out, and now it's up to Kimbo to try and make a play, because if this ball gets into blue, you can almost guarantee this round is going to be over.
Well, Kimbo gets the initial damage. Mighties follows up. He tries to fly into long haul, but Shad has been able to escape with the ball in hand. And you'd imagine now with the right cover, Quadrant should be taking this round. It's just a matter of dodging grenades, but unfortunately he will go down. Na'Vi still have a chance here.
Na'Vi is here, a couple of kills. Kimbo doubles back with the camo. 4 dead for Quadrant, and with 20 points is all Na'Vi need to end this round. It's basically you hold this setup for one more round of slays. Quadrant are going to have to desperate across the map, spawning over in the blue area. And look at this rotation towards the elevator. This is a key piece to securing this last couple of seconds. You don't want to get hit by a grenade. It's a terrible place to be, but they get it just in time. Na'Vi clutch up on the back of Kimbo's double kill with the camo, and that's exactly what I was talking about. Will Kimbo be able to step up this week in order to create some consistency? He does it here in round 1.
That was very close for both teams, and I think Quadrant will be kicking themselves a little bit. If they were able to navigate the ball just as Na'Vi did in those final moments, they could be a round up here. But that's the difference between these two squads right now. But Lottie was asking me earlier, is there problems with Quadrant? The fact they finished 3rd, Jersey was completely right. They won't be disheartened because they are having games like this where they are within seconds of one another, within kills of one another. The top of the European scene right now is just a game of a few kills, a game of a few seconds, and that's what makes it so competitive.
Yeah, we're going to need to see a little bit more out of 2 Foxy. The rest of Na'Vi having a phenomenal round 1. But to get round 1 in your books, to gain some momentum, that's a massive win if you're a Na'Vi fan. Mighty's having one hell of a first round. Can he keep up that pace is the question for me.
Certainly, if you start that fast, you'd eventually expect there to be a period where you eventually slow down, but with some people, they just keep going. Once the train has started, it does not stop, and Mighty's with 20 kills right now. Probably feels like he can challenge any fight, face any team. And Quadrant will be a bit deflated after losing that initial round. When you do come so close, when you expect to win that round, you're always thinking about it going into round number 2. You just need to put it out of your head. That's where you need your IGL to kind of step up, your most experienced player to step up. But Quadrant 3 down. It was 4 temporarily, and Na'Vi in control once more.
In control for now, using that momentum from round 1 to potentially start round 2 off. A great for Mighty's. Everything going his way right now. Can't get the second stick, but let's see if he can win the fight. He can. It's Shad. Unfortunately for Shad, needed to get that kill on the Mighty. Someone's got to shut this young kid down. Is it going to be Chick? The answer is no. Just left, right, and center. He's taking them all down. A killing spree for Mighty's here in round 2. 24 to his name. And I question when Onset called this man a superstar. Not having enough information on him, but he may just be a superstar with the gameplay we're seeing here today.
He certainly wasn't a superstar, but he's turning himself into one. He's got the opportunity to be one. And I think that's what was important here with this Na'Vi pickup is they took a risk. They wanted to build a player. They wanted to build a superstar. Mighty is living up to that hype right now. Will it develop and will it continue? I'm sure everyone hopes so because he really is a shining star at the moment in this Na'Vi roster. And it's exactly what they had hoped he would be. But at the moment, 40 seconds to 0. Quadrant have really not come alive in this round. Na'Vi have just been cleaning up shop as Foxy picks up a double.
I'm going to be honest with you. I teamed with a few superstars in my day. I don't want them with the oddball in their hand, especially when they have 25 kills here this early in the game. I feel someone needs to probably substitute the oddball out of Mighty's hands, but he's doing it all right now. 48 points to his name as well as he's continuing to acquire points back here. The rest of Na'Vi actually doing a phenomenal job of slaying, so it really is starting to be a collective team effort from the entire squad. And I mean, Mighty's not even having to shoot his gun for the last, what, 30 seconds? It's 73-0, Dan. This round 2, it's not even near close. Quadrant yet to acquire even a single point. And Na'Vi, it could be their week to show that they've gotten better and better. Something that you touched on all last week in the Pro Series was this team is focused on improving week to week. If we can see this amount of improvement from a week-to-week basis, we may be seeing something special soon.
Yeah, I think this is the hardest working team in Europe right now is Na'Vi, as Kimbo tries to show what he's made of with any sort of sniper in his hand. Doesn't quite pull off the unspeakable, the unthinkable, but have Na'Vi already done enough? 3 dead, Quadrant get their first chance at a setup here, but that is a mammoth lead they've got to work with. That gives them plenty of time to try and assess any sort of break of setup here. They don't need to be pushing on their own. They just need to strategize and figure out how they're going to get in, and Mighty's gets the opener again.
Yeah, Mighty's, once again, in that opening pick, that's the hard one. Not only that, he gets the second one on the SLG. Hey, he got thrown the ball too, Foxy did there. And then he decides to drop it in slow. I actually love the play, but it's just everything working out in Na'Vi's favor. Mighty's was able to find the first 2 entries. That's the entire setup of Quadrant broken. And we talked about how strong these 2 teams setups typically are, but we're only seeing one of these 2 teams really hold down a setup so far here in round 2. And Na'Vi has earned 93 points to a 23 difference here in this second round. Game 1 is looking like it's all going to be Na'Vi Vincier here if they keep this one up.
Well, Na'Vi swarm like a bunch of wasps towards Quadrant, and it was almost as scary as seeing a nest. And now Quadrant are going to have to try and at least stop this ball from being picked up. They do manage to do so, so they keep the game alive. But with Kimbo and Midbridge hitting shots like that, it becomes so difficult for Quadrant.
And that's what I'm talking about, Kimbo. That's the Kimbo I saw heating up in Halo 5, right? Back-to-back perfects, a double kill in the middle of it, and that's going to do it here in game 1. It's a 2-0 victory for Na'Vi. Round 1 was as close as it could be. Quadrant should have probably won that round, but round 2, it was all Na'Vi, and that's the kind of game that can give you momentum to close the door in a series in a 2-0 fashion in this best of 3, because that round 2 can give you so much momentum, not just for this series, Dan, but for the rest of this tournament. And that's something you love to see, especially from one of our partner teams in Na'Vi. That's been a disappointment so far, I'd say, through Halo Infinite. They're starting to turn this ship around.
Yeah, I think disappointment would even be an understatement. And I think that the Na'Vi players know that, and they have to show up. They have to start performing and representing the organization in a way that Na'Vi deserves. Na'Vi is one of the biggest organizations that you could possibly be on for Halo Infinite. There's Mighty's, though, 30 kills and 16 deaths. He really did have a field day, and I think he'll be delighted with his performance. I think he struggled last week in the grand final, but it was his first ever grand final, so there was always going to be that added pressure. Maybe having that under his belt now, we're going to start to see him even perform in the biggest and most important games. But going 1-0 up and going into that Slayer, I think the biggest factor here, if you're a Na'Vi fan, is you can be delighted that Recharge is not that bogey map for this roster anymore. I remember going back to the Super, if Na'Vi had Recharge in that series layout, we'd be saying, all right, well, they've lost one of these games, if not 2 of these games, if Recharge comes up twice. They figured it out now. Mighty's really has been the inclusion they desperately needed, whether that's down to just entry frags, whether that's down to just sheer slaying power and getting those doubles when you need it. I'm not entirely sure, but he's certainly offering something that they needed. And now Na'Vi 1-0 up in this series.
We got a chance to look at the damage dealt stat there, and let me tell you, everybody on Na'Vi within about 200 to 300 damage of each other. Even then, Mighty's might have dropped 30 kills. That does not happen without the amount of damage that everyone else is doing. I actually love seeing damage stats like that, because I think it's so telling that, all right, players that maybe didn't drop 30. We saw Mighty's top the leaderboard in the kill category. Well, for someone to do just 200 less damage, but to have 10 or more less kills, that tells me that this person was doing so much on the map as far as pressure that's not represented in that kill category that allows Mighty to pick up those easy kills. That tells me that the teamwork from Na'Vi, everyone's participation throughout this entire first game was on point. That is a full team effort right there from Na'Vi. I love to see that damage dealt stat, and I love when a team can basically all be on the same in the same range of each other. I typically would have thought that Mighty's would have had over at least 12k, maybe 1200, 1500 more damage than the next person on his team, but that's not the case at all. Everybody doing their part here on Na'Vi, and that's why it was such a dominant victory there in round 2.
Slayer Livefire is where Na'Vi try and take this series in a swift 2-0 fashion, and that sniper rifle, if it does find its way into the hands of any of these Na'Vi players, I think that's what is the scary factor, is that all of them can hit shots. Then Quadrant maybe will struggle, but you've got to remember what Quadrant were able to do and what Chick was able to do back in Kansas City. When he gets firing, when he starts to heat up, suddenly he becomes one of the best players, not just on the map, but one of the best players in Europe. So we'll keep an eye on Chick and see what he's able to do.
Yeah, it was a quiet game 1 from Chick. Let's see what he does to be able to turn this around. Unfortunately, he's going to have to come off respawn in order to see what he can do about it, because that's 4 fresh dead on the side of Quadrant. Na'Vi having a phenomenal start to game 2, like they did in game 1, honestly, and they've set themselves up for this overshield.
The overshield's going to be so important, and Na'Vi know how to set up for him as well. They know how high priority they should be, and now Jimbo has free reign to just push around and help any teammate that's screaming his name. And the collapse is coming from Na'Vi. They know that there's weak players. They know there's 2 players on their own over towards green. And when you've got an overshield to fly, why wouldn't you? Quadrant very much are firmly on the back foot at the moment. And Na'Vi, if they can keep this momentum, this could be an absolute blowout.
Said it was an even performance across the board there in game 1. They all have 3 kills to their name right now. It's 12-4. It's an early blowout from the side of Na'Vi. Quadrant need to slow this one down, figure out a way to get back into this one, and that kill on the Kimbo with the sniper could be exactly what they need. SLG, he's going to find 2 with Heatwave in hand. If they can take down this last player top tower, they should be able to secure all of the power weapons, all of the map control for now, and this could be exactly where Quadrant get back into this series, but they have to make this presence count.
And if someone is going to get you back into the series, SLG is a likely candidate. He knew full well he had to get back tower there. Having the Heatwave in hand, there's so much responsibility that you can do so much damage to an entire team, but you just can't get caught out in open ground. So that's why he went close quarters. That's why he got into those tight angles at back tower. Made the most of it, and he has worked Quadrant slightly back into this series now. They're only down by 7. It could have been a lot worse, judging by how that start went. But next overshield is coming up, Wes, and have Na'Vi been able to get one more? Because if they have, Quadrant are going to be questioning, why aren't they there? Again, Na'Vi get a very comfortable and easy Ovi.
Yeah, although I was going to compliment SLG for doing such a good job to stay alive with that heat wave over towards the elbow, get a few kills, maybe an assist. In the meantime, overshield coming up. Na'Vi prioritizing the power-ups once again, able to secure that one, and look at what it's transitioned into. Multiple kills being unanswered. Na'Vi extend the lead back to 9 for now.
Chick puts his first kill on the board, and it's always a worrying sign when your teammate hasn't been able to pick up any kills, so I'm sure that will take a little bit of pressure off his shoulders. But Kimbo looking to add extra pressure all over the body with the heat wave, making it 23-12. And Na'Vi seem to have all the goodies at the moment. Sniper rifles coming up as well, and they'll position themselves up to maybe get that one as from the skies. Kimbo still showing what he can do. That heat wave still a lethal weapon in the right hands. Actually, in any hands, it's a lethal weapon.
Yeah, from the top ropes, Kimbo's able to secure that one. Finds another one on the Chick, and there's a great heat wave shots paired with the finish with the battle rifle. He's going to repulse top tower on a killing spree now. Na'Vi playing at a pace I feel like they're typically not known for, right? This has been a very fast Team Slayer game, already up to 28 kills, and I love this out of them. They have really started to pick up the pace here as they've started to acquire the map control. They don't slow it down anymore. Too foxy now with the snipe, another player that have a lot of eyes on him, in my opinion, in the European scene. What can he do to make his presence known here with the snipe to extend this lead? It's 32-17, so you're up 15. Just no mistakes. At the very worst, don't transfer this snipe over to enemy hands, and you give yourself a great opportunity. Unfortunately, Chick is going to take him down. We know how lethal Chick is here on live fire with the snipe, but he's got a lot of work to do and only 4 bullets to do it with.
Has to try and help get this overshield as well. It can't be a third consecutive one here for Na'Vi, otherwise Quadrant will be giving up here. And there's that sniper in action. It's a double kill for Chick. That's what Quadrant needed. They needed just that little bit of an oomph to give them a kick start back into this game. Otherwise, they were just going to flail and fail, but Jimbo shuts it down quickly.
Still up 14 though, and Chad with this overshield, how much work can he do? Because half of it's already gone. He did get a kill on screen there, but still down 13. I mean, that's just such a mountain to try and climb here to keep your team in this series. It's only a best of 3, and the way you guys played in game 1, it wasn't good enough to get the job done. So you got to figure out a way to turn it around in game 2. Unfortunately, that hole, it's even bigger. It feels now in round 2, and now that overshoot, it's completely gone. You don't even transition it into multi-kills, and because of that, Na'Vi shut any kind of win condition down from Quadrant with that power up. And already 11, 12, and 9, I'd say. Everybody on Na'Vi having a stellar performance once again. It's a consistency across the board for me, Dan. It's really continuing to be the storyline for this team.
And I love what you said about pacing as well. Na'Vi look absolutely flying at the moment. This is not the same Na'Vi we used to see. There was a pacing issue for sure throughout a lot of their games in series layouts. Either they were too fast, they were disjointed, or they were too slow. They were never working in tandem like this. The hard work has paid off over the last few weeks. Yeah, okay, they had a rough first Pro Series, a top 6 finish, but then a grand final appearance last week. And it looks like this week they'll be trying to equal that, if not better it, with what we've seen so far. 45-30, make it 46. And even though Quadrant, you know, they have the capabilities to come back, I think this one is done and dusted.
Yeah, with the way Na'Vi's playing, no shot. This one has any kind of a comeback coming their way. Jimbo trying to hunt down these last few players in garage. He finds one, knows that there's another player, no shield, finds him with the heat wave. Nurix, goodbye. Can he get the triple to end it? He does just that. And Jimbo putting the punctuation and continuing the momentum that Na'Vi built last week. They're able to repeat the upset on the Quadrant. And now all of a sudden, I'm not thinking this series is an upset anymore, Dan. What I would have thought was the #1 team in Europe after the first Pro Series. That storyline, you can throw that one in the garbage. We got Na'Vi back, and now they're going to have another opportunity to compete for a title, a championship here in the EU scene. And I know a lot of people that are very close to me that are very excited for this potential.
And Na'Vi will be the first team to tell you that online performances won't necessarily translate to LAN directly. But with a performance like that was that strong and that dominant, you'd have to think they will be favorites over Quadrant when we get to LAN regardless with a performance like that. And sure, they may still appear second best when they have to face up against Ascend potentially in that final, but that's going to be the target for them. When you talk about Na'Vi and you talk about wanting to see them, you know, reach that potential, the reason why we, I think, give so much stick to Na'Vi is because, sure, they can finish second, they can get to a grand final, but then they just flop and they look completely second best to an Ascend roster who have dominated for so long. Na'Vi need to have a performance this week where they don't just do this to Quadrant, but they have games like this against Ascend. They match that pace. They collapse when they need to. They make sure they're prioritizing these power-ups and power weapons, and they did everything so effectively in that game in particular. And I think that Na'Vi will be taking a hat off to themselves, really, with how they performed, with how all this practice has paid off. As for Quadrant, of course it's going to be disappointing. They were beating Na'Vi consistently back in the day, but now it's going to be a time where Quadrant are going to have to go back to the drawing board. They're going to be the ones who are going to have to be practicing. And, you know, they've been scrimming. It's not like they haven't been practicing. And I think that Richie was right. They won't be too disheartened losing these online scrims. It's all practice for these guys. It feels like scrims, excuse me, even though it's competitive nature, because everyone's got those eyes set on Valencia. Right now, it is just direct focus, practice, 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 and hope that it all pays off when you get to LAN.
You know, I'm not so sure about the last part about that monologue from you, Dan. I think that from Quadrant's perspective, it's got to be a pretty frustrating moment right now. What you thought was going to be potentially the start to your reign in the European scene is now all of a sudden quickly stripped away from you. Na'Vi is back. Ascend looks strong as ever with the addition of Respectful, and I know this Quadrant roster, at least going into the last Super when we were in Sweden, was very strong online. It was very telling that their scrim results were pressing a lot of the teams that we consider better than them, and now all of a sudden they're losing even online. There's a lot of hesitancy for me to say that Quadrant is within the top 2 or even going to be able to potentially make it there if they're playing like they just did.
Yeah,
team.
Thank you so much, and it was lovely to hear your perspective on that. And honestly, I am in agreement with that. I think I'm in agreement, should I say? Wrong word, but it's okay. We knew what I was trying to say. Yeah, I've got to say, I think Quadrant are going to be extremely disappointed, and I like the position that you are taking as well, Gaskin, with the fact that look, it's all about Valencia, and if they can improve and etc., that they should be okay with it. But I think also Clutch saying that, you know, this was their time, the fact that they won a Pro Series, they thought, you know, this is it. I think we could be the dominant force. We could be the guys on top. Like, oh my gosh, Ascend, they're making a team change. Maybe this is our chance. And it really hasn't been, because not only can they not beat Ascend at the moment, but Na'Vi are now stepping in their way. And I think that's going to be playing a lot on their mind, especially coming to LAN, especially having to transition from online to LAN as well. But with that being said, pretty epic series for Na'Vi. And Shurzy, watching that one, I think a lot of folks at home who may be joining for the first time or have taken a bit of time off and have come back into things, and they're like, oh, hold on a second, Na'Vi, huh? You know, Mighty's has been lights out for this team, but why? You know, why has a role reversal of Respectful coming out, Mighty's coming in, Slayer for Slayer? Why has that made such a big difference?
Well, I think Respectful and Mighty's have two very different traits. Respectful likes to play just behind the team, and he's sort of in that snipe down role, or even snipe drone, where he'll play the damage and he'll expect the team to fly forward. But Mighty's play is a little bit dissimilar to that, where he's actually on the front line, he pushes things, and along with Jimbo now has a dance partner who he can bait and switch with, which he didn't have before. So that's why we're seeing the best out of Jimbo now. He's able to play the game the way he wants to, and that's the way he's really enjoying it. And we're seeing these results take a serious uptick. But I think what we have to say for Na'Vi is that they really made Quadrant at times in that series look distinctly average. And I like to describe Quadrant at times as, you know, ravenous dogs. When they smell blood, they really want to hunt. But what happened there was Na'Vi put them on a leash. They put the muzzle on them, and we didn't see anything from Quadrant there to show us that they're one of the top teams in the continent. It has to be said.
Yeah, I've got to agree with you there. Na'Vi were looking absolutely amazing. And just to kind of further what you were saying there as well, Shazi, you know, Gaskin, coming back to you and how you feel about Na'Vi right now. How much does chemistry play into this? Because I think, you know, it's all right to take out a player and come into things with a similar play. And Mighty's, you know, he is that Slayer. He's somebody who can definitely get the stats up, etc., create openings. But chemistry-wise, you know, why is Na'Vi in such a good place with that Respectful?
Good vibes, man. Like, I know Brandon relatively well. I've known him for years, and he is a player who can be quite negative at times when things aren't going well. And I think if you've got someone who's hungry, who's joining a team, who's willing to listen, who's happy when they get kills, who's like, don't worry about it if suddenly they're losing games, that's going to do so much for your kind of mood in the camp, how everyone's feeling about series. It's going to rub off on the rest of the team, where they're all going to be saying, hey, you know, why are we worrying? Why are we arguing? This Mighty's kid, he's got the right kind of attitude. And I do think it has changed this Na'Vi's outlook on how Halo Infinite is, how life is probably at times. And I do think that the chemistry has built upon the practice they've been putting in. And I'm very impressed with Na'Vi. And I think it's about goddamn time that they are starting to perform and live up to their names, because these are some of the best players that we've ever seen in European Halo. So they should be at the top of European Halo.
They should indeed. This was the Na'Vi I was expecting right at the start of the season, and I'm glad they've arrived finally. I tell you what, though, it is rubbing off on them for sure, this good chemistry, the good vibes that are happening. And somebody it's doing a lot for is going to be our AMD power performance, which is Jimbo from this Na'Vi roster. And Clutch, I really feel like Jimbo has completely changed as a player. I think we all know what he could do. We've seen that in history past, in Halo and different titles, but he's really stepped up. You can see with the stats there as well. They speak for themselves. But what are you finding about Jimbo's gameplay at the moment with the addition of Mighty's, with this new vibe? How are you feeling about him?
Yeah, I think he's revitalized himself. And I think this entire Na'Vi squad has. I think even just looking at the KD ratio change from one to another, you can say that their performance changed as well. I think that's like a telling story in and of itself, just because, I mean, going from, I believe they were like outside of the top 6, maybe even just top 6 at that first Pro Series, and then to be placing second, you can tell the entire team had to step up. And I think taking a look at Jimbo's stats, you can tell very quickly that this entire team has a new gel about them. They're playing at a different pace, and I think that pace is really starting to benefit them. They're playing with a lot more confidence even now than they were before. I don't think that this team looked confident at all at Kansas City or in that first Pro Series. So for them to very quickly find confidence, find rhythm, and find some consistency behind that with the addition of today's series that we saw on broadcast, I mean, that's very impressive. Not a lot of teams have been able to turn their ship around that quickly, I would say, in the past in Halo. So very impressed by what we saw from Na'Vi. Did I expect it? Absolutely not. Am I enjoying it? Absolutely, I am.
Wes is very good at asking himself questions and answering them. That's something.
Television himself.
He's very good at that, actually. You're right. It's definitely a strength. I tell you what, though, I think the one big thing is Na'Vi look comfortable. I'm seeing a level of comfort in their gameplay, especially going up against Quadrant again, the start of this week. And comfy is exactly where Na'Vi need to be. So I'm really excited to see what they've got left in the tank for the rest of this Pro Series. We're going to head to a quick break right now, folks. But when we come back, boy, do we have a game in store for you. We have Elimination Round 4, and it's going to be Quadrant versus Online Warriors. You're not going to want to miss this one. We'll see you right after the break.
So God, I'll be back.
I've got you under my skin. I've got you deep in the heart of me. So deep in my heart that you're really a part of me. I've got you under my skin.
They're wolves. Back from the hunt.
Out there, beyond the safety of these walls, sometimes you have to fight on your own. When the only one who has your back is you.
Welcome to the Lone Wolves. King of the Hill. Enemy team took the hill. Double kill. Last Spartan standing. Spartan eliminated. Danger zone incoming. Showdown. Flag capture.
We always have room for another wolf.
Play it now with Game Pass.
Welcome back, folks, to the HCS EU Pro Series 7. Now, what a hot start for Na'Vi. They put their foot down on the gas last week, and they didn't take it off. A rematch against Quadrant gave the Na'Vi fans exactly what they want, but left Quadrant fans questioning what is going on and where the Pro Series champions from a couple of weeks ago went. Mighty's, however, is really the star of this show and is making serious waves for this team in every single series that they face. The winners bracket run continues for this roster, but the question is, how far can they go this time? Last time they got to the grand finals, but the big question is, can they get over that hurdle that is Ascend? And hopefully we'll be seeing that very shortly. But exceptional stuff from this Na'Vi roster. I got a smile on my face. I'm going to say right now, I feel like I totally kind of set this one up for them last week after asking the question.
This is all,
what is going on?
This is all you. Well done.
It's all me. I'm just saying. Oh, is that a clap clutch? Oh my god! I tell you what, that's brilliant. Well, I'm clapping on our next series that we have, which is Quadrant versus Online Warriors. Now, of course, this is going to be an elimination round. Online Warriors having actually fallen to Ascend earlier on after taking one map off them, though. So a quick note for that one. But Quadrant obviously falling to Na'Vi just a second ago. Now, Online Warriors, Sherzi, let's talk about them because Shady. He is on this roster. What can this guy do for them?
Well, first of all, this is actually a rematch of the time that Quadrant won it in grand finals. It was Quadrant versus Online Warriors, and they had Respectful. Now Shady's back in. They had D-Frag subbing last week, but they were a little bit upset to see them play so well and Respectful just to jump ship onto Ascend. And they were tweeting out how, they were cursed, and you see Flux tweeting out and Snaky, and then all of a sudden Shady's available and he's looking to play. So now they have a player who is on the exact same level, if not a fraction better than Respectful is. Certainly in history will dictate that Shady has been on the top team for 599 days, actually, to be exact. So Shady offers a hell of a lot, a totally different player in a totally different package to Respectful, and that's probably why we might see some different results. Will Shady be able to play the same way as he did with Ascend? That remains to be seen. So there's going to be a question mark there, but this series is going to be brilliant.
I'll tell you what, hopefully that question mark will turn into an exclamation mark with the answer to it, Sherzi, because Gaskin and yourself, you're on the mics. Let's get right into this one and see what this new edition of Shady can really do.
Thanks so much, Lottie. Dan, hopes and expectations, aspirations that Quadrant should make it back to at least the losers finals, but all of a sudden they have an Online Warriors team in front of them that are here to play and throw maybe a spanner in the works.
Yeah, I mean, we were talking about clapping earlier, and I think there could be some clapping of cheeks in this series. I'm a little bit worried for Quadrant. Quadrant didn't look good at all in that previous series against Na'Vi. And Online Warriors are a team who are just, at the moment, wanting that bite again of a grand finals. You've got these players who just desire to push themselves further. Snaky wants it more than ever. Flux has been questioning why hasn't he been getting that team to actually propel him to top 2 to first place. So they will want to shut down this Quadrant roster, who are going to be a little bit down, a little bit dejected after losing and dropping into the elimination bracket. So Quadrant have to be careful. We need to see them play at their very best. Otherwise, this could be very one-sided. Granted, that being said, if Quadrant do suddenly wake up, this could also be one-sided the other way, because we've seen what Quadrant can do when they're at their best. But I worry that maybe their heads aren't screwed on this week.
It's a good point you make. Shady might be getting the attentions and the headlines this week because he is the player that is going to replace Respectful and perhaps bring them to better things. But the other core three, these boys have been around the block and they've competed for years and years. 2016 back at Wembley, Flux was making those top fours along with Mo's. So it's great to see these players back in amongst it, and they have the ability and the talent to really challenge these bigger teams, but they need to do it in stages like this, and this is the time to perform that upset against Quadrant.
And I think the skill gap at the moment in Europe is so close between a lot of these players that to try and better another team, sometimes it is that passion, sometimes it is that practice, right? Raw skill can only get you so far. Sure, you might have those pop-off games where it just blows the other team out of the water, and that's what Quadrant can definitely do here. But Online Warriors, I think that they will be thriving with the chance here to try and take down Quadrant in the elimination bracket.
King of the Hill then, game 1. Through the eyes and ears of the man Shady as he goes top middle, immediately turns his attentions towards 2, but gets shut down right from the get-go. 2 go down, make it 3 for Online Warriors, and a hot start for Quadrant is a double kill for Chick.
That's what Quadrant had to do. They had to wake up. We had to see them show what they're actually made of, because it just seemed like they were half asleep in the previous series. I want to see the Quadrant that played at Kansas City. Granted, I know that we've got a different player. Nurix is there instead of Fragger, but all the stats would suggest that was going to be an improvement to this roster. So they need to be showing us again how they played in that KC lineup.
Overshield player now compliments that. with a sniper rifle. What can he do with it though? As he gets now onto sandbags, turns and whips over towards Snakey. Will land the body shot, but a great job out of Snakey to shut down that overshield player before he can do any significant damage. All the slays have gone back and forth here, Dan. Nobody really taking control.
Yeah, hill's difficult because this first hill you want to prioritize getting the overshield instead of the hill, so there's a little bit of a scrap at over side. When finally that overshield is picked up, you get a kind of match up in the middle of the map and no one really able to pick up any serious time. But finally someone does find themselves in that hill. It is going to be Online Warriors. They get the first a little bit of time, but they are being collapsed on right now by Quadrant. A great push from both Big Door and over from Nest.
Shady, last man alive inside the hill, uses that repulsor play just to buy himself a little bit more time, and Chick will use that to back down and re-engage, and hoping SLG will be on hand to do the job. It's going to be Shad who takes down that hill player in the end, but they've managed to get just about a quarter of the time that they need to secure hill number 1. Sniper rifle back in the hands of SLG, and how he would love to start peeling some wigs here and now. But nobody looking to step inside that hill just yet. Both these teams recognizing they need to get a couple of kills in their favor, which has now gone that way, and 2 for 2 is the split. SLG with sniper rifle, eyes trained on the sandbags and now pillars.
Has to hit the shot, doesn't he, really? Or our Online Warriors going to be patient? It's very intelligent if they do. They kind of wait for the spawns. You don't want to be challenging on your own, but perhaps they weren't aware of that sniper rifle. Now the second wave has to take down SLG without fail, which they do so. All 4 dead for Quadrant, and that is a really good push from Online Warriors. Maybe Mose was the bait over towards sandbags. It really did work out for him, but he needs to start finding some kills. 6 assists though. I'm sure he'll be more than happy.
Nice clean break then for Online Warriors, and they now set up camp in the B hill. And will Quadrant now start to flirt with the idea of just giving this one up and setting up elsewhere? Shad though gets touched tight, gets pushed off the map though, and that's going to be him straight into the splish splash and having the drink. But Nurix in the hill battling, hustling and tussling. He will ultimately fall as well. 2 dead for Quadrant momentarily, but they're still looking to scrap to this hill. Both teams very evenly matched.
This is definitely a scrap. Everyone's throwing fisticuffs at the moment, hoping that they can land the last punch. Snakey does land the last punch and finally is rewarded with a little bit of hill time. But now you just need to be working out spawns. Hill is so important, probably more important than any other game type that we have in Halo, of keeping control of not just your team spawns, but keeping tabs on where the other team is spawning.
SLG turns head in a swivel, takes down that player, no shields, top middle in Mose. Now all of a sudden Quadrant have control. 2 dead here. Shady desperately trying to contest the hill, milking for as long as he could, but waiting for his team to spawn back up, and Snakey gonna be the first man that can get there. Mose battle for pipe, or down to pillars, excuse me, and Shad's gonna come out on top this time, and this could mean if Online Warriors don't step inside the hill, Quadrant take the first one.
Quadrant will take the first point, but boy was it close. Online Warriors will be frustrated with that one, but it was SLG just popping up with that double, having that sniper control once more that allows Quadrant to really finally take a grasp of this game, because it was very back and forth. It was a very scrappy game in the kind of B area, the green area of the map. But now we've got hills which do require a little bit more control. They are harder to push, harder to break down. So we'll see how both of these teams approach this.
Quadrant have that foothold in the game, that early lead. SLG with the overshield. It's going to be the second one for Quadrant now. Using it expertly here to secure 1 kill. Shady down on the pillars, tries to pop the shield, somehow gets that kill, but is traded out. 4 dead now for Online Warriors, and this hill will be uncontested for the next 15 seconds or so.
It's about time that Chick woke up. I thought he had a disappointing series last time out as well. And I do consider him and SLG 2 of the best players in Europe, alongside several others in this region. And I think that they would have been looking at that, saying, why aren't we able to beat Na'Vi? Why aren't we able to get to those winners finals so we can take on our biggest rivals, Ascend? But they need to match up now with Online Warriors and prove that they are the better side, that they do deserve to be to those latter stages. Because if they even fault, even slightly here in this series, I think a lot of questions will be asked.
Snakebite recently tweeted out, beware of flying snakes, and what can Snakey do here is he jumps up and puts some shots into that player down on the dummy door, scampers away, but shots in the back won't get the job done for Snakey this time. And the hill will continue to score though, so he's done his job in clearing out the riffraff and sending them back from whence they came. Position top tower now. Shots will ring out across live fire. Melee goes through, ultimately Shady last man standing. There's going to mean more time for Quadrant as they close the gap.
You can grenade that hill successfully from a just to give you that little bit of an advantage. Flux gets the break here to get the entry to try and push, but with SLG and a sniper rifle, a lot of responsibility, and he manages to hit the shot. It's a blainer as he goes down, and that will give Quadrant the chance, and it does. All 4 dead for Online Warriors, and it's shots like that, even with your last dying breath, that make a difference in these kind of close games.
A shot that could pierce the hopes and aspirations of Online Warriors. Fade away. That means 2-0 now, and immediately Quadrant gain control of that third hill and the overshield, but Chick is isolated all alone. It's going to be a 1v2 right here, right now. Mo is the first victim, though. Repulsor play come in. Will he up to use it? No, he won't. And he will fall because of it. 2 dead. Chick with the overshield, but that was all he needed.
Doesn't quite get the connection with the sniper, but this is good from Quadrant. They have control of most of the hills. They're doing very well at keeping Online Warriors an arm's length away when they try and push at the same time. If Mose wakes up, though, a little bit, if Mose starts hitting his shots in the way that we know he can, I know, granted, he does have 10 assists right now, but he has been struggling in some of those 1v1s. And I think if he starts to win those battles, if he starts to win those really important scenarios that are happening in some areas of the map, then Online Warriors might be able to transition that into a little bit of hill time.
Just waiting on the multi-man to catch fire here. 7-15 currently. SLG tries to escape with the sniper rifle. Snaky ensures that will not be a possibility this time, but they have got a foothold in the garage. They have started to score, but they've seen this before. Can Nurex get the break that his team require? Flux back base, and that's going to be nothing but death awaiting him as the sniper shot melee combination is successful, as it so often is. SLG picks up 2 in the feed, though, to answer back. It's a 2v2 on the map, but Shad's got intentions on the hill.
And it's just not quite enough of a setup from Online Warriors to get them that point. They're going to need one more break here. Shady's going to be the initial pusher, but that's what you can't afford to do against any team, let alone Quadrant, is be pushing solo and not win that 1v1 engagement. Shad versus Shady, and it's the SHAD that wins this time.
It's been a criticism of Shady for some time. He can often be the first player into a fight, and if he doesn't win that highly risky 1v1, he leaves his team very isolated, very exposed, and that's what we're seeing here in the garage window. 3 dead apiece here, though. Chick and Shad in the respawn screen, and SLG will join them. Overshield for Nurex, though. It's been the overshield story here for Quadrant, as they've really dictated the pace of play and control the sandbox.
And you can see the difference between the two teams in terms of practice level. Quadrant are far better at setting up, at breaking, and getting those overshields, as you mentioned. Online Warriors do have that kind of core wits about them. They are winning a lot of fights, a lot of team fights. They're having some fantastic moments, but they just can't quite get over the edge at the moment. And it's a worrying sign, I think, for a lot of teams in Europe when Online Warriors are playing this well, considering how long they have been a team. And they certainly will have that potential to disrupt some of these top teams. But I think this is what Quadrant had to demonstrate. They couldn't allow Online Warriors to come out too fast and show them that they were just going to be flailing this week. Instead, Quadrant have showed up when they needed to.
The rare fragments there for Online Warriors so far in game 1. They've shown little bits of success. They're a jigsaw piece, but they're just missing a couple of pieces here, and maybe the practice they need heading into Valencia right here, right now, is running the gauntlet in the lower bracket. And Quadrant so far have really controlled this game, and although, like we say, Online Warriors looking good in patches, unable to put anything together in terms of controlling the hill.
And again, they just don't quite get there in the hill to secure the point, and they're going to have to break. And granted, I've said granted a lot today, but this is going to be a hill that is very easily breakable if you play it right. You're so vulnerable to grenades when you are holding the hill over towards Overshield, but this is a long hold from Quadrant. They got aggressive, and if SLG hits shots with his sniper rifles, we could be looking at a 4-0.
You think you have more time than you do sometimes. 35 seconds total is all that's required to secure a hill. They have got that break. And could they be about to secure their first hill? It looks as though it's likely. Yes, indeed. 3-1 now the score. But the clock in the game, sitting at 1 minute 53, is going to start to play a factor very soon here, Dan.
It could do if these hills start to get scrappy, that's for sure. But not only did Online Warriors get that final bit of hill, they did secure an overshield. When we look at the stats and we look at how the Slays have been going, I mean, Snaky's been having a great game. Shady's been performing well. Sure, Mose and Flux aren't positive at the moment, but the assists across the board have been pretty successful for Online Warriors. They're not exactly getting outslayed too heavily by this Quadrant roster. In Quadrant, find themselves on the back foot with this hill, and this is the scrappy hill that we know and sometimes love, but most of the time hate here on Live Fire because it's so difficult to stay alive.
A straight up brawl, a Royal Rumble for top middle. Oftentimes, the late entry can be the successful one. Fight down though on sandbags, top middle. Online Warriors fighting tooth and nail for every inch of it, and they've been successful so far, securing well over 75% of what they need now to secure hill number 2 and start to ask questions of Quadrant. We've seen this in Strongholds game types. We now could be seeing it in King of the Hill. Quadrant sometimes just are not able to shut out the game.
What was important for Online Warriors for that period of play is they had tower control. They were getting spawns. They were able to really be a nuisance to any Quadrant member that tried to get into the hill. And now Shady alongside Snaky, who finds himself on top tower once more, should be able to get these final moments, and they do. It's 3-2. This game is not over yet, and it has been all about the spawn control for Online Warriors, the positioning to make sure that they have good spawns over and over, but they need to find that same kind of pace, that same kind of strategy here for this B hill.
118 on the clock then. Quadrant have to break this setup. Shady back tower, back green, excuse me, milking for as long as he can, waiting for his teammates to get closer to him. But he has lost one in the process in the shape of Flux, and Snaky has also fallen in the meantime. So Shady desperately doing such a successful job, doing so well. Flux last man standing for Online Warriors, and Quadrant take control again. They have already secured this hill. They have seen success here already. When it was the first hill of the game, but Urix winning that fight over towards Pillars, and now the Quadrant help is here. Cavalry has arrived, and now they're looking to set up and expand.
Yeah, that was a little bit of a desperate push there from Snaky. Didn't wait for his team. Instead, he tried to take a 1v1, which he lost. And now you can see the detriment it has on the rest of the team as they had to face a 4 versus 3. 2 big kills, though. Do come out from Quadrant once more to make sure they can continue to secure time here. They will try and play for this hill. They're not going to play time just yet and try and hope to just win 3-2. But we'll see. If Online Warriors pick up some more big kills, then maybe Quadrant might change their mind. But right now, they have done enough. They've secured enough to still be scoring points.
It can be so frustrating. You've seen Online Warriors getting so many players down to no shields, but just not enough. Haven't got the angles to get those kills. Moes desperately tries to get close to the hill, but Chick sitting Pillars, the easiest kill he's likely to clean up today. Shady cut off guard here by Chick once more, and that's another one. He's going to stand to the respawn screen, fade him to black also. So the ingredients are here for Quadrant to take the game if they so choose to.
Yeah, they just have to be sitting in this hill. Chick realizes that. He was in a great position over towards Pillars, but now you need to be scoring these points.
Moes has to get in the hill, unable to do so though, and that will mean Quadrant take game 1 4-2 in King of the Hill on Live Fire. Online Warriors huffed and puffed, but Quadrant's house stands strong.
Great game though. I love seeing how competitive this game is. Quite often when we jump into the elimination bracket and you see one of these top teams drop down, it can be a little bit of a walk in the park for one of the sides, but I think Online Warriors definitely put up a good fight. There will be no clapping of cheeks happening. I was completely wrong on that part, and I'm glad, because I was worried about Quadrant. I think that probably Quadrant were worried about Quadrant as well. Some of the players kind of side-eyeing each other saying, hey, what's going on here? Why are we losing to Navi in this manner? But it does seem like they have finally arisen from their slumber. Far better performance. King of the Hill looked comfortable for them. A little bit shaky in the kind of middle stages, but I think that was more down to some of the individual kills that we were seeing from the likes of Snaky to really try and pressure this Quadrant roster.
Shaky in the middle stages, but Snaky in the latter stages as he was performing very, very well. 8,000 damage, and all the plaudits before the series were going to Shady, but showing once more Snaky can gun with the best of them. Most damage output in the entire lobby, so what a performance out of him, but unable to get his team over the finish line. And Quadrant take game 1, Dan. And is there anything in the Stats for Carnage report that will indicate that Online Warriors have a chance heading into this next layer?
I think assists-wise and the team shot was pretty good for Online Warriors, and their individual fight went fairly well for them. There were times where they lost quite pivotal 1v1s, and that's both Shady and Snaky. That's a lot of S's. Were guilty for it. Moes also struggled in some of his 1v1s, which unfortunately left the team in a 3 versus 4, and for a while Moes was actually scraping to try and pick up kills. And I'm not highlighting him because I think he played particularly badly, because he was still doing the damage. You can see the amount of assists he was able to put out. But those 1v1s can make such a huge difference in King of the Hill, where it's absolutely important that you get the spawns for your team and keep control and keep tabs on the opposition when they're spawning. Otherwise, you will find yourself in a constant cycle of just desperating, trying to get to the hill or giving up on that hill, as the other team will have every idea of which avenue you're going to be pushing them.
let's talk about what Quadrant did right in game one. Those overshields, time and time again, Dan, they were picking them up, they were securing them, and they were playing a massive factor in game one as we now look towards Slayer Catalyst.
Yeah, and if that is going to be a factor in game one, then is it going to be a factor here in game number 2 when it comes to power-up control? Are we going to see them do the same thing with the overshield here on Catalyst? Because if they can keep securing it, then they do bloody well to do so. It's not an easy power-up to grab on Catalyst. We know that. You leave yourself so exposed to every single angle that seems possible on the map except literally the flag, and you are going to be looked at. So you need to be having control. You need to be taking down the rest of the team before you can even think about going for that overshield. Or sometimes you can require a little bit of a distraction technique, maybe send 3 players just to try and make a little bit of a ruckus, make some noise, and then you grab that Ovi. But you have to get to your team very quickly, otherwise you'll see all 3 of them fall before you even arrive.
Online Warriors have got to win this next game or they will be eliminated, and they will go out on a whimper here in game 2. Slayer Catalyst is the stage and it is set. Snaky's situated over towards that plasma rifle. The top middle now. Shots will be exchanged, overshield secured, and although isolated bottom middle, they've done a great job of securing overshield number 1.
Yeah, they got those opening kills, did Online Warriors, and they knew they were going to have the first chance to nab this OV. And Snaky now can have the freedom to just walk on in a base, but he just needs to be communicating to the rest of the team as to where he's going, so he gets the support. He does get the support elsewhere because they picked up kills, and this is a really good start for Online Warriors. 6-1, sword in your control, potentially skewer as well if you want to go for it. You've got to be careful with your Quadrant here. You don't want to be running into this sword, so you need to keep tabs on where Snaky is.
And the meta on Slayer Catalyst is still very much in its infancy, and something we're seeing teams have very much success in doing is slaying out one base, going port to port and going back and forth. SLG with the skewer turns SLG into a kebab. Shady gets 2. Shad will also join him. So that's 2 kills now in favor of Online Warriors. A 6-kill differential now between these 2 teams, and Quadrant cannot keep giving away easy deaths.
Shady has to be careful as well. He knows there's a player underneath him, and if he misses this shot, he's going to be pushed. Gets the trade, though. Very important that you get that trade when you are isolated in a fight like that. And I think you're right. I mean, the meta in Catalyst Slayer, I don't even know if it exists yet. I don't think anyone's worked out how to play this map and this mode combined with one another. It can slow down at times. It can be super fast-paced at other times, and certainly in matchmaking, it's absolute carnage at the moment, and everyone's running around like headless chickens. But when you start to look at competitive matches, people are trying different things. They are trying to hold certain bases, but for the most part, push as a team. Take advantage when you have an extra player, for example. If you've managed to get one down, try and collapse, try and get those kills.
You can see Mose has his intentions and his eyes set on the overshield, waiting for the slays to go his team's way. They have done now as he makes that push, but there's 3 members of Quadrant facing him, baiting and switching back and forth. He's trying to isolate one of them, but you can see that overshield that he once held has been completely evaporated. Managed to secure 1, which is better than nothing. SLG, last man standing, trying to scramble away. He's going to go straight into Flux. He manages to get that kill and trade it out, but the damage has already been done. 22 kills to 9 now.
Yeah, 13 kill lead should never really be achievable to come back in, but on this map and mode, I never know what's going to happen. So I think that Quadrant just need to calm down a little bit, make sure they're winning those engagements, make sure they're pushing together and not allowing Online Warriors to have too many 2 versus 1s or any sort of player advantages, and they might be able to get back in this game. They haven't been able to secure any of those overshields, of course. That's probably why we're seeing Online Warriors commanding such a lead. If Quadrant can change that, if they can get an OV, if they can maybe get hold of the sword, then it's still within their grasp at the moment, but it can very quickly go out of control if they're not careful.
10 kills then. This is what's required. 24-14. This engagement now between Chick and Flux will amount to nothing just for the moment, but ultimately and eventually SLG will get the job done. It's going to be a trade. Chick for Shady, 1 for 1. 25-16, a 9-kill differential now, and Snaky wins that 1v1. And as long as they can keep winning those engagements, they will win map number 2.
It seems a long way away, doesn't it? 24 kills. But when your opponent's on 16, I think you can be a little bit more free with how you want to play. And a map like this, freedom sometimes does help out. You can just walk around confident. You can find players maybe hiding around corners. And if you're able to pick up a skewer, that could be the real difference maker. But on this certain scenario, it's going to be Quadrant who have the chance to maybe hit some shots with it. It's a ridiculous weapon. to have on the map because it is so powerful. When you do hit those shots, the no scopes are far more comfortable than the sniper rifle, that's for sure. And if you put it in the right hands, and especially a player like Chick, he's gonna be hitting those shots consistently.
With the lead, Dan, now sitting at 9 kills, is Online Warriors' biggest enemy right now about to be complacency?
It absolutely could be complacency. It also could be Chick with a power weapon. If he can get those kills to now give a little bit of control to Quadrant and they get the next overshield, then Online Warriors will then find Quadrant in that same rut that they were in a little bit earlier, where you're consistently being collapsed on, where you don't seem to have a way to get out because you're either walking into a skewer. It just seems like there are all the tools available for the opposition team, but they have closed this gap considerably, considering it was once 13 kills, so definitely within a chance of getting back into this game.
It was once 13, is now sitting at 7. Those kills are going to help the cause no end. 6 now, and you can see exactly why they're cutting away at that. Chick has picked up a killing spree for both him personally and his team, trying to claw them right back into things, and one more killing spree will put them right there or thereabouts. This is 35-30 now as we head into the latter stages of this game. This next round of slays is going to be so pivotal, and the first one's gone to Shady.
The horrible thing about having a lead like this and then it starting to slip away is then you change your mindset as a player, where you start to say, hey, well, maybe we should be slowing down, maybe we need to be changing things, let's not throw this one away. That seed of doubt gets planted into your mind and you begin to panic. You probably lose 1v1s because of it, because you know how important they are. But Online Warriors need to be playing with that same sort of aggression and pace that they were in the early stages, and right now they need to avoid Chick, because Chick is doing everything for Quadrant.
7 kills remain. The difference here is Overshield ready to pop now, and Chick sitting over towards this side of the map now. Can he be the one to get secure for his team? He tries to repel and grapple towards Mose, but this repulsor has done the damage and pushed him right the way back. Fires, shots exchange back and forth. Yeah, all the ones, all the words.
Everything was floating through your mind right then, and the same things going through my brain. I was like, wait, what was it he used?
Yeah.
Oh, it was the repulsor. Yeah, that's the one that eventually came out. And it's very important that Mose did so as well. You've got to have that in your back pocket. You've got to be prepared to use it, because the sword is such a big influence on this map in those close quarters engagements. 5 kills between these two teams now, though. If Online Warriors let this slip, if Quadrant are able to put, just one All 4 Dead together, suddenly this game is tied, and that never should have happened, really, with a 13 kill difference earlier.
You remember a certain Steven Gerrard once upon a time saying, let's not let this slip, and we know how that one went. Snaky back base, though. A couple of shots to contend with. SLG will re-challenge now with the help of a teammate, but Snaky baiting expertly back there, buying time for his team to move elsewhere and to strategize across the map, and you can see them starting to rotate. Chick's going to be the first point of contact for the team on the top side. SLG still has that skewer to play with 3. If he shall be able to pick off a couple of players here. He's going to be looking for Moby Dick. Nurix, though, has picked up 2 in the feed. 3 kill game now, all of a sudden, 2 dead. And it's going to be Snaky in a 1v1, but he's lost this one. Shady's ensured it's traded out. 3 kills, make it 2 now, as Shady puts in a triple kill, and how massive that could be.
Still a 4 kill difference, but as you say, the triple kill makes it 48 for Online Warriors. They only need 2 more. They can play this one carefully, and that's a big nade as well. Not only does it do damage, but it also keeps Quadrant from being able to push up and collapse. His sword is coming up in 5 seconds, but Flux has the skewer. Can make a real difference here in these final moments.
Can Flux punch a hole in the Quadrant hearts? In game 2, 4 kills remain the difference. Grenades getting exchanged back and forth. First kill's gone to Chick, though, as he's locked one in onto Mose, and now all of a sudden nerves start to creep in. Flux desperately looking for information. Nurix, couple of shots, and that will ask some questions. It's 49-46, and Shady has locked in that final kill. 17 he got in that game, Dan. Impressive stuff, but we're all tied up in this series.
Then Flux probably wiping the swell off his brow. The swell off his brow.
The
sweat off his brow. If you combine those
the bread
two,
off his swell.
There's just swell right there. That's what it is with the sweat on the brow. Because there was a lot of responsibility having that skewer if the rest of the team start to fail. But thankfully, Shady, he carried on doing what he did all game, and that was be aggressive in the right moments and hit his shots. That's why Shady has been such a terrifying player to play against if you are in the European region, because he has that capability to enter engagement and win effectively time and time again. 17 kills for Shady. It wasn't comfortable in the end, considering they were so far ahead. But Quadrant, if they look at that and say, okay, well, you know, as we're going into Valencia, as we're learning as a team, everything that we did in those last 5 minutes were great. First 5 minutes, absolutely horrendous. Let's never do it again.
And the other side of things you might say for Online Warriors, Dan, is that we played so well, and let's not do that again where we almost throw away a 13 kill lead.
It can happen though in a case where you feel like you can do anything and still not lose when you have a lead like that. You become complacent, as you mentioned. Like, it could have been their biggest victim there was complacency. And even though we didn't get to see every player's POV, I'm sure there would have been times that they probably push things they wouldn't usually have. If the game was tied 29-29, they probably don't push one of the halls to take a fight. But because they were up by 13, they were like, yeah, you know what, I can push this. I can take this 1v1. And then slowly but surely, Quadrant took advantage of that, got hold of the power weapons, and the skewer made a big difference for Chick. But it was the early overshields that really gave Online Warriors this lead, and they used that momentum to consistently be pushing the bases. They were pushing as a unit at times, but it has to be Shady and the damage he was dealing alongside Snaky, which just propelled Online Warriors to their success.
I mean, spoke about how well Quadrant did in controlling the sandbox and particularly getting control of those overshields in game 1. Game 2 was a totally different story. It was Online Warriors who started to pick up the pace then.
It's down to probably just because, you know, Quadrant, bread and butter over on Livefire. They've played it 100 times getting that overshield. They know how to set up for it regardless of what game type it is. Whereas for Catalyst, I don't think anyone's really realized how to set up for an overshield. You kind of just play it in the moment. You get kills, and then you hope you can grab it before the spawns happen. It's not a case of you setting up for it necessarily. Sure, some players will try and sit in areas where they can watch over it, but then still grabbing it afterwards is sometimes very difficult. Anyway, as we move into map number 3, it will be our third and final map of this series. 1-1 between these two teams, and tell you what, either team that progresses here, I think is going to be a real threat in this elimination bracket.
And it's going to be Strongholds on Street is our game number 3. Something that Online Warriors were very successful in when playing with Respectful. And Shady might change things and alter it just a little bit, but you want to see the same sort of stuff that they've seen. They were able to perform against the likes of Navi and indeed Ascend when they were able to topple them. But it's going to be Quadrant in a game 3. They find themselves back against the wall now. All of a sudden, questions being asked, answers to be found out at the end of this game. But Online Warriors, Dan, there's no pressure. This is almost house money.
It is, and I think that it was always going to be a case that one of these teams or some teams ended up with lower placements than they should have just because of the seeding. With Online Warriors making that change, they come into an 8th seed when they probably should have been somewhere around 4th, 5th realistically. A nice off the rack in the early stages, SLG getting the Rockets here. But this game is for top 4. There's still other teams in the elimination bracket. Blackhand just took down BDRZ 2-0, so Blackhand find themselves in top 4. I think they'll be delighted with that. They're going to have to play against the winner of this, of course, for the chance of getting top 3.
Second successive top 4 finish for Blackhand now, must be said. So those boys are putting together some impressive results now ahead of an exciting time in sunny Spain. Valencia will be the stage. Can they match those ambitions yet again? But as we turn back over here, Stronghold Street, A and C in control of Quadrant, but Mo is looking to turn B in his team's favor. The early scoring has gone the way of the French team, but not for long.
Are they able to take Shady out of C here? They are. So now this is difficult for Online Warriors because you have to pick and choose as to where you want to go. It's great help from Mo's, but has to stay alive. Will do so with a double. And now they can capture C and B. Now they can start to score. But you'd imagine Quadrant should be more comfortable on this map than Online Warriors. Sheerly out of more playtime as a squad than Online Warriors have been able to have when it comes to scrims. But at the same time, when you look at the pivotal 1v1s that were being won by Online Warriors in that last game, if they can have that same success, then they could really put themselves in good stead here on Streets.
B and C for Quadrant. A for Online Warriors after a very small window of a triple cap, but not enough points amounted for Quadrant. And Shady's going to get the first pick here. How insignificant will that be? Chick answers back onto Mo's. So honors evening here. 3v3 on the map as Flux gets another one for his team. 3 dead momentarily for Quadrant. That should mean some more control and a time to set up for Online Warriors.
He's going to be bulldogging control of Online Warriors as well. Very important that you managed to prioritize that. Flux knew exactly where that weak player was, and it's always dangerous pushing a bulldog player, even if they are weak, because they can hit you with that wombo combo of a shot and a beatdown, and you find yourself falling flat on your face as the second rocket's again picked up by Quadrant, and they will be able to fire both of them.
Mo's last man standing, 4 dead now for Online Warriors after the boomstick takes care of the multi-man. So now we could see a triple cap very shortly, with Flux looking to turn his attentions over towards A and perhaps get a reset for his team. But A now slowly getting converted for Quadrant. They weren't as quick as they maybe should have been.
Quadrant are doing well to keep Online Warriors on a spawn cycle at the moment as well. They're kind of killing 1 or 2. They pause a little bit. They see where the other 2 players are. Then they'll slay them maybe 5 seconds after. And it means that Online Warriors have struggled to get together as a 4. Finally, they find themselves together and they actually get some success out of it. They take down 3 players from Quadrant and they can start scoring.
Quadrant went 3 dead. Online Warriors went 4 dead. Now again, Quadrant do it again. They go down by 3. And that's where we're going to see B and C in control of the Online Warriors once more. And then it now starting to eat away that very slender lead. Quadrant were able to push the opening stages of the game. SLG backs down into PD. 2 kills go in Quadrant's favor, make it 3. Flux over towards A. Has a lot of work to do as he makes his way over towards Cafe for a cup of coffee.
He did get 1 with the Bulldog, which was important. They didn't find himself kind of scrapping with 2 players. But Flux needs to position himself where he can actually start to contest some hills here with the Bulldog, and that's exactly what we're going to see from him right now. Even though Quadrant have done very well rotating between all 3 of these strongholds, Online Warriors now find themselves with a temporary triple cap. They have got back into this game. Quadrant just need to make sure that they don't allow Online Warriors to have as much freedom as they've been having off spawn. I think Quadrant have not been aggressive enough at times.
You spoke about planting seeds of doubt, and our Online Warriors starting to apply water to that now, and Quadrant are in big trouble. Chicks picked up 2, and that will help the cause. Flux is in trouble, back tower, but is able to escape with his life. Looks to reach out, but it was only for a moment and to his own detriment, as he eventually follows the same fate of his 2 teammates prior. So B and C, though, have remained in control for Online Warriors all this time. They've taken the lead now with a 30-point difference.
Yeah, even though, you know, Flux went down eventually, he milked for quite a long period of time where it kept the attention of Quadrant over towards A. Finally, they do push up and get B here, but they've lost 2 players. This is an important kill, though, and Shad maybe has a chance to get a triple.
He does get a triple, locks it in. Snaky could be the over, but unfortunately 2 nades will tag him and take him down to no shield, so opts not to challenge this time, and that was the right decision this time around. Mo was down to no shields, backs off, and 2 of his teammates come out to replace him. It's a straight swap then. It's going to be a brawl for B.
Such a difficult fight, taking it from driveway. The guys at Pillars have so much cover they can dive in and out of, and of course they can bank nades towards you as well, so you need to push as a unit. And even though Online Warriors tried it, they didn't find too much success, but this is better. They're actually pushing through bottom middle together, making sure they're actually taking avenues which give them a little bit more help when it comes to grenading and when it comes to actually taking height advantages.
Online Warriors retake the lead in the game and retake control of the map. Shad down to no shields. The help of Mo's picking up yet another 2, and that was exactly what we asked of Mo's in game 1, and he's showing up big in game 3.
And this is an important series for Mo's and Online Warriors. I think this kind of tournament that's coming up in Valencia, Mo's would love to be able to be back at the top of European Halo. You've got to remember, he was there in Halo 5. He was the guy who was on the top teams, but has found himself around top 8, top 6. Of course, had that 1 run in Pro Series where they were able to get to 2nd place, but then the change happened. They need to try and find that same success once more, and Shady is where they've planted their hopes and dreams. And I tell you what, he hasn't disappointed in this series, Jersey. I think the Shady's had a very solid series.
He has the Rockets now and looking to apply pressure onto A. With the Stalker Rifle and the Drop Shield combination, he has a lot of tools that can set him up for success here, and Online Warriors can continue to crank the pressure on Quadrants. A 2v2 on the map. SLG desperately trying to stay alive, will be able to convert C. And Slays have gone in Quadrant's favor here momentarily. This next rocket's going to be so big for Shady. He manages to get the blast damage onto 1. Snaky will secure it. 2 kills for Snaky. But can they now get into a hill?
SLG surviving at C there was massive, by the way, just jumping in the air so only his little pinky toe could be seen, and unfortunately Shady just couldn't quite connect with that shot. And it meant that Quadrant were able to not only gain control and score some points, but it just frustrated Online Warriors a bit. Shady put himself in a position bottom middle where he left himself very vulnerable to try and get that kill. Online Warriors are still scoring here, Jersey. Flux the last remaining player though.
And Chick turns his attentions over towards Steam will start to convert. Can the rest of his team get the slays around it though that he needs? First one has gone in favor of Online Warriors, and the Bulldog has done the job and the damage it needs to do. Drop shield goes down. Shady does not care. Slides, challenges, jumps and soars and fours. So he's turned one. Looking to control B once more. A and B now secured for Online Warriors, and they're really starting to ask questions of Quadrant.
I will say that Bulldog has been in Flux's hand quite a lot this game, and he's won some really important individual battles when he's the last player alive. Otherwise, he would have been caught in that like pretty detrimental spawning system where he's away from the rest of his team. But SLG now has a lot to do here over at B.
A lot to do. Thruster Pack will help him, but not enough as his old teammate Shady sends him to the respawn screen with the help of a melee and picks up another one, does Shady. That Thruster Pack coming in clutch after picking it up off of SLG. A and B still remain in control, locked in for Online Warriors, and the Rockets now to complement them, and their attention's now on C. Quadrant are in massive trouble.
Massive trouble. Two players went for Rockets. It didn't really matter who picked them up, but Snaky was the one who won the ping battle, it would seem, against Shady. And now, what can you do with the Rockets? In the moment, I think he's just been able to zone Quadrant. They ran away from the Rockets, and he got the freest of his life, and now he should secure a kill, which he will manage to do so. 200 to 124. Online Warriors very close to closing this one out. It's a triple, and you better believe he's going to challenge for the Oba.
And SLG, recognizing the situation he was in, almost ready to get clipped up, but Online Warriors isolating Quadrant time and time again, picking them off. It doesn't matter where they set up. It's the pressure from Online Warriors. It's been relentless.
Was first place just a few weeks ago for Quadrant. Then they dropped to top 3. They could be dropping to top 6 if they're not careful. 10 more points required for Online Warriors. Quadrant need to play perfectly at this point. You've got to be winning these fights, but Snaky playing incredible.
Snaky locks in what could be the death knell in the coffin of Quadrant here. Is there anybody to step inside the hill? No, there isn't. Online Warriors take the series and put Quadrant in possibly the worst ever finish in top 6. What a performance out of them.
I was worried after these Na'Vi series, but I think that you have to take your hats off to how Online Warriors were able to recover from that game 1, because it seemed like Quadrant were back. It seemed like they've woken up, but Online Warriors, the individual ability some of these players offer, and when it all starts to click together, when the cogs are moving in the correct way, they really can compete with the very best. And I think that's what they've shown here against Quadrant, because even though Quadrant finished top 6, because of how the seedings worked, it looks worse than it should have been. They probably could have still realistically got to top 4 if seeding had gone a little bit differently, but top 6 is where they finish, and that's all they can manage to achieve prior to Valencia. That's going to be their last kind of outing in Pro Series, and it is going to be a very deflating one. As for Online Warriors, the story still goes on. We had the revenge tour of Respectful, but maybe it's Shady's turn to start turning a few heads.
Daniel, I'll tell you something. I'm so excited for Valencia. What was only a few weeks ago a nailed on probably Ascend win. A couple of drops for a couple of teams. All of a sudden, top 4 was guaranteed for J Lings, it seemed, and now we've got Blackhand. They're looking to throw a spanner in the works. We've got Online Warriors looking to upset the apple cart as well. All of a sudden, this top 6 conversation is spiced up.
I mean, J Lings top 8, Quadrant top 6. Not expecting that.
What's happening?
Granted, yes, okay, seeding was different, but that's the results that we find ourselves in. Blackhand still managing to push themselves into top 4. They took advantage of what they could on their side of the bracket, and they'll be more than happy to get those extra seeding points going into Valencia for sure. And you're completely right. I mean, the changes really shook everything up here in Europe, but I do think they were for the better. I do think that Europe as a whole is getting stronger because of those changes, because everyone's starting to pushing each other. It's not just going to be a case of Ascend slapping everyone week in, week out, and everyone just kind of rolling over, showing their belly and say, okay, yeah, Ascend, you're the best. No, people are saying, Ascend, we want to take that crown from you. We want to be the #1 team. Quadrant had it, and now suddenly they find themselves out of the tournament at top 6. And Online Warriors, they're going to be the team that will want to try and put that crown on for once, but they've got a long elimination bracket ahead of them.
Well, Lottie, Wes, this series is all over, and it's Online Warriors who have upset one of the big boys.
Yeah, I mean, this is such a tricky one. And Clutch, I have a couple of things to discuss with you here while we give the lads a breather. The first being that, you know, we kind of started a storyline on Quadrant right at the beginning of the broadcast, and it was how were they going to respond to potentially losing here in this final Pro Series. After the way they just lost to Online Warriors, having won the first map and then kind of just retreating and going backwards, how are they going to be feeling heading into Valencia at this point in time?
Yeah, not good. I think that you definitely want to be riding some momentum going into the major, and unfortunately that's not going to be the case for this Quadrant roster. I know we can caveat it with it was a best of 3 and there's a Catalyst Slayer in the middle of it, so it's a new map mode for these guys and maybe not a ton of practice there, so a slip up there probably cost you as an opportunity for Street Strongholds is given to Online Warriors to take the series. But for Quadrant, I mean, it's just what seemed to be such a monumental win a few weeks ago for their first Pro Series, for their first title in Europe, I'd say, in a tournament format, is quickly in the distant past, and now they've got to figure out a way to build some confidence, build some cohesion, and then get it done quickly, because you got 2 weeks for the super or for the major, and not a lot can be done other than practice up until that point. So I'm very excited for Valencia, but I'm weary about Quadrant's opportunity there, because after a strong performance in Kansas City, you'd like to say that they have the opportunity to win, but that's not what we've seen, at least in the past 2 weeks.
Yeah, I'm worried that they're pedaling backwards. And speaking of pedaling backwards, that final map there, Street Strongholds, let's talk about the start that Quadrant had. I mean, they had a pretty hot start. They had Warriors on a split spawn, Online Warriors on a split spawn. They made it really hard for them to get any control of the map. Although one round of Slays comes in and Online Warriors have it down and really seem to have control of the map for the majority of the last and final game. You know, Clutch, what does that tell you about Quadrant and their control, or lack of control and lack of aggression? Or is it more so about Online Warriors and how aggressive they are and how good that they are at gaining control and keeping it?
Yeah, I think that Online Warriors have that Ascend-esque aggressiveness, that style where they're going to pick up the pace and try and make you play at a very, very fast pace where they make you uncomfortable and continue to play numbers at all times. I think when Quadrant was successful throughout that series, it was because, I mean, they had every overshield there was to get in game 1, and then they started off getting the first couple set of rockets there on Street Strongholds. That gave them a lot of opportunity for power and to be able to dictate the pace to where it kind of stops Online Warriors' ability to just push recklessly or to play a little bit more aggressive. They have to be a lot more passive and weary of where this rocket player is or where the overshield player was and how to deal with them. I think as soon as those things started to go into Online Warriors' hands, it's only going to benefit and complement Online Warriors' ability to push the pace of the game. And I think that that's why you saw that strong start for Quadrant diminish so quickly when Online Warriors started to get control. Not to mention the plays that Shady was making, popping off. As soon as he kills SLG with the thrust and the stalker, and he starts to turn that one kill into about 4 or 5 more very quickly, that's when the snowball really hit.
Yeah, it did indeed, and it hit hard. It definitely hit them hard. And this one's going to hit hard for sure. But Quadrant, they can go back. I'm hoping that they don't pedal backwards. I hope that they do pedal forwards going into Valencia. And I'm sure they've got a lot to go over and to learn from here. So I'm excited to see them, obviously, at their international regional as well. Well, folks, we're going to head to a break. But when we come back, we have a really exciting matchup. We have our winners finals. It's going to be a best of 5. I am cheering in the wings for that one. I'm excited to see this one go a full length series. We have Ascend versus Na'Vi. You won't want to miss it. And we'll see you in a few.
from the hunt.
Out there, beyond the safety of these walls, sometimes you have to fight on your own. When the only one who has your back is you.
Welcome to the Lone Wolves. King of the Hill. Enemy team took the hill. Double kill. Last Spartan standing. Spartan eliminated. Danger zone incoming. Showdown. Flag capture.
We always have room for another wolf.
Play it now with Game Pass.
Welcome back, folks. Well, Quadrant, they're out for the count. It's back to the drawing board for them to figure out where they've gone wrong and how to bring back the progress they had from just a mere 2 weeks ago. But Online Warriors, on the other hand, are looking phenomenal, with Shady headlining the Revenge Tour, and they will close out this series 2-1, winning Catalyst Slayer and Street Strongholds to keep them in the mix in the elimination bracket. Tell you what, though, they had a close call with Catalyst Slayer, but they showed the icy veins to keep the score in their favor and ultimately win this series. But they're going to need more of that ice later on to continue their run in that crazy elimination bracket, especially after we find out who's going to be dropping down in this winners finals, because they'll be meeting their match very shortly. And talking about the winners finals, we have that one next on the screen on the cards for us. We've got Ascend versus Na'Vi, Gaskin, Jersey, Clutch. I'm really excited about this one, and I'll tell you exactly why. I'm excited for most matches. I mean, I'm pretty sure I say it almost every time I come back on screens because I truly am excited. But this one, chef's kiss, because I'm hoping Na'Vi have a little bit more fire up their sleeve. Last time we saw this was the grand finals. It was last week, and my goodness, was it short and sweet. 3-0 to Ascend. I'm really hoping Na'Vi can kind of change the narrative on this one as well. And Gaskin, based on how they've been performing, based on their progression, are we thinking that they actually could win a map here or maybe even a series?
Oh, definitely a map. I think that this series should be a lot closer than it was last week in the grand finals. I'm just having a little scout over the series layout. Yeah, there's winnable games there for Na'Vi. I still think you have to predict Ascend to be the favorites here, just naturally off of the success that they found last week with Respectful being introduced. But it's how hard have they worked since that? Have they gone back to old habits where, you know, they're back to first place, don't need to practice that much? Or have they been putting the time? Have they been actually researching, preparing to make sure that they can stay on top here? Because we know full well Na'Vi have been improving week in, week out, and their target is very firmly set on Ascend here.
Yeah, it very firmly is set on Ascend. And I think another target Respectful has for Na'Vi. I mean, last time in the grand finals, you know, Respectful was really popping off, especially on that live fire Slayer game. He was major slaying. And Shurzy, how do you think, you know, Na'Vi can try and explore the way to shut him down, especially Catalyst? It's going to be really difficult. Obviously, the power up is really hard to get bottom mid. You're going to have to really kind of time your pushes to try and get the advantage, to try and get the aids on the map. What can they do to really learn from the mistakes of letting Respectful pop off and get all of these different aids on the map? How can they shut him down?
Well, I know Na'Vi, they know Respectful's game inside and out. They know exactly what to expect. There's no question mark. So if Respectful is allowed to get up and, you know, catch fire, then they're in massive trouble. But you can say that for many members on Ascend's roster. So it's not even just about shutting down the likes of Respectful. You've got Snipe Drone who can pick up the pieces at any point in time. So I think they have to start this series hot, because if they go down by a game or even two, I think if it goes to 2-0, Na'Vi are in big trouble, and they really want to be contending for the top honors in Europe.
Very true. Clutch, Shurzy, I know you're casting here, but Clutch, I have to throw it over with a question to you as well as you take the mics away. You know, Ascend, their effectiveness with holds are so good. They're almost deadly, and you just really can't penetrate them. How can Na'Vi penetrate those holds, especially on King of the Hill going forward with this Ascend roster?
I think they're going to have to figure out a way to trade efficiently, especially at these disadvantageous positions that they're going to find themselves in. Jersey, I think one of the big things that stuck out to me the last time we watched these two go down in the grand finals last week, the pace of play, something Na'Vi really struggled to find their footing in when Ascend had control of the weapons, the map, the advantage positions there. What are some things you think that we'll be able to see from Na'Vi this time around with a little bit more practice, with a little bit more improvement, to maybe stand more of a chance to fight off those disadvantageous positions, and then to be able to actually gain control from winning small fights and getting a few kills in those manners?
I think game one's going to be very telling, right? But I think what we've seen already in this tournament so far, those boys are all playing and they're all firing on all cylinders here. So I expect to see Na'Vi come out of the blocks nice and hot here, because this is the last chance they're going to have to ask questions of Ascend and maybe download as much information in competitive play before Valencia. So they have got to ask questions. They've got to start this series hot, and it all has to stem from picking up and controlling that sandbox, picking up the sniper rifle, getting that heat wave, and indeed the overshield. But snipe drones come off the respawn, but we're already seeing lads shooting their own teammates, Wes. So we know we're going to get a full reset here, which gives us the question to ask. Time and time again, we've seen Ascend come out on top, and they've really been Navi's kryptonite, and indeed Quadrant's. How difficult can it be for one of these teams to topple the likes of Ascend when they've been dominant throughout, you know, history, it has to be said?
Yeah, it's almost becoming like a mental part, right? Like it's almost like a placebo effect that, like, when you can play great Halo, but when you see these names, you're almost intimidated, right? And it's about getting over that hump. It's about understanding that you belong in the same conversation as these guys, and almost sometimes to like an ignorant degree, right? Almost sometimes to a point where like you have to tell yourself and believe it yourself before anybody will. So I don't think Na'Vi really struggle with that. If anything, maybe Mighty's does. I think because Na'Vi have been around the block and have been those top dogs in Europe, I think that they understand mentally that they can create this upset, that they can beat the team of Ascend. I think for Mighty's, he's got to find it in himself as an individual to say like, hey, I can be the best player in this lobby, even with these goats around me, even with like the 7 players that are in this lobby with Mighty's. Mighty's is looking around like, I've made it. Like these are who I've been, like who I look up to. It's like, what's the old saying? It's like practice until your idols become your rivals. Well, Mighty's at that point, right? It's a matter of understanding that and actually being in the mindset that you belong here. And when Mighty's is able to do that, I think he's going to pop off. I think he's going to give this Na'Vi team a real opportunity to create upsets. I don't think that we saw that in that first go around in the grand finals, and I'm not going to call out Mighty's because I do think he probably played the best on his team there, but it is going to be a collective effort from Na'Vi to create an upset like this. I think it will be on the back of a superstar performance from Mighty's though.
It's interesting that you mentioned, seeing players' names and how that can affect you mentally. I remember hearing Spartan talking about whenever he got into a 1v1 fight against Roy, he knew his number was up and he was going to lose that fight. And you mentioned how it could be a situation where Mighty's playing against some of these teams and how he looked up to some of these players. And do you think that when it gets to the bigger stage in Valencia, he might be the weakest? It might be one of those things that, mentally a hurdle that he has to jump over when we do get to Valencia?
I think there's going to be a lot of things as we go into Valencia that we'll be able to talk about and point out as factors that are now going to have to be weighed into the equation. It's a LAN environment all of a sudden. Now you're not playing online with different pings. Everybody's on the same even footing. Not only that, but you're going to have a crowd in front of you. You're going to be on a big stage. You're going to have cameramen right next to you. How are you able to play outside of like the comfort of your bedroom, your home, wherever it is that you play on a daily basis? Stepping out of that comfort zone, playing in some place that may be unnatural, things that a lot of these guys have been doing for a decade. Jimbo, for example, he's no shy to playing his best Halo when it matters most outside of potentially his comfort zone. Players like Mighty's, I don't know if they've ever had that experience to go to LAN environments, to be able to play in front of a crowd like that for that big of money, right? There's going to be a lot of different things that come into play here. How do you tune out the noise, the things that don't matter at all, and figure out a way to play your game? Those are the ones that become champions the quickest.
And as we now load in to Oddball Live Fire, Na'Vi looking so good. They've developed so quickly into a challenger, but it's the champion they're swinging for here in the winners finals. And every time they've swung, they've been found wanting. Ascend always seem to come up with the answers to any of the questions that any of these teams in Europe can raise. Is this the start of something different? Can Na'Vi apply the pressure when they haven't been able to do so before? We're gonna find out who can control the sandbox, Wes, who can be getting out on top and really putting down the damage. It's all about shutting down some of those hard-hitting players, the likes of Respectful and Snipe Drone.
Yeah, and the storyline we haven't brought up coming into this Pro Series is if Ascend just look to wash away Na'Vi like they did in the last grand finals. Are we actually looking at a multi-horse race going into Valencia, or are we looking at another potential reign of terror from Ascend onto the EU scene? So there's a lot of different storylines that can come just from this series, just from this tournament. These players got to decide what storylines we get to talk about going into Valencia. And I mean, you know how bad Ascend want to beat Na'Vi. You know Respectful still has that chip on his shoulder. He did not forget being replaced on Na'Vi, being dropped from that team. Although he's found himself very comfortable on Ascend, they've won a Pro Series. I'm pretty sure Respectful isn't satisfied with just a Pro Series win.
And then the question is asked, Wes, all the online stuff, does it become significantly less important if some other team outside of Ascend managed to win Valencia? Then is there real question marks raised that you dominated for so long, but when it mattered most, the first European LAN, you were unable to clinch up? Is there some doubts that maybe Na'Vi can set in here nice and early that they can carry on into Valencia?
Yeah, I think making the series interesting goes a long way for Na'Vi's future. So I'm excited for their potential to take a couple games like Dan talked about. If they were to win the series outright, that would be the most impressive feat. But we're in the gameplay. It looks like everybody's made it in. And Snipe Drone, he's slowed it down at the start, but you can tell he's focused on achieving that snipe for his team. And already 3 dead for Na'Vi. We're going to see how they handle the pressure of playing from a disadvantageous position very quickly, Sherzy.
Everybody's in the lobby, but 3 players in Na'Vi were not wearing their seatbelts, and they were ejected into the respawn screen very quickly. Overshield about to pop here as well. And Respectful's managed to secure it for his team. Na'Vi still yet to be able to register a single kill so far this oddball game, but the early engagements have gone the way of Ascend so far, but that could soon be about to change with 3 dead for Ascend.
Yeah, somehow Respectful just can't hit a shot with the no-scope, goes for the high precision, high reward. Mighty's punishes him immediately. That overshield, it doesn't mean anything now that it's removed. The snipe, it doesn't do any damage, and Mighty's finds himself 2 kills. And just like that, would look like a perfect start for Ascend that could build up to an early lead here in game 1. Na'Vi have done a fantastic job to fight from that disadvantageous position like I was talking about, and because of it, they jumped out to an early lead.
2 down for Na'Vi. Mighty's trying to land the body or indeed the headshot onto that player chasing. Hustled and harried though, and unable to get that jump. Locked in for his team, and he will fall. Ball now in the hands of Legend as he looks to rotate it over towards green, and should be able to do so successfully as the damage is there in numbers for his team. Kimbo will get eliminated. Mighty's last man standing once again, but all of a sudden Wes Navi are on those staggered spawn cycles.
A triple kill in the kill feed for Sika, and when Sika starts heating up, this Ascend team is probably at its best because he is one of those players that I see put up the best stats at times and potentially the worst stats on this team. So you love to see Sika having a hot start if you're an Ascend fan. 6-0-2 already as the battle for Overshield ensues, and he loses the contestant for that Overshield, but somehow, some way, gets away with his life for now.
What can he do then? Turn his teammates' fortunes around. Fries 1, make it 2.
Oh no.
Locks in the triple kill as well for Jimbo. Killing spree to boot, 4 dead for Ascend. That's exactly what Navi need.
The meat wave frying the members of Ascend for dinner here in the EU winners finals. Jimbo, what looked like a massive opportunity for Ascend there with the setup at green, immediately gets swapped on its head. Jimbo, I love the remote detonation as well. Use of those grenades that are not even in his possession, but just on the ground on respawn. A great job by him to subside the storm that Ascend just threw at them.
All those kills, though, they haven't amounted to much in the end. There's 3 dead for Navi once more. The Hornet's Nest has been rattled, but the Kings are still on top in this game. Navi are coming for the crown. Kimbo locks down snipe drone over towards Nest. This has to be the opportunity to break the setup. Snipe rifle in the back pocket, and Jim hits that face. Legend tried to get away, but a shot to the ear will be enough to put him in the respawn screen. And Jimbo is on fire right now, but can his team catch up?
Yeah, what a shot from Jimbo. Finally, somebody connects with the snipe, and it's Jimbo that hits the narrowest of margins in the headshot right there. Unfortunately, not much of a capitalization from Navi as the score starting to get out of hand in the favor of Ascend. There's not enough opportunity here for Navi in round 1, 75 and counting, and now Navi probably have one more push now that Kimbo's getting taken down. The respawns are staggered. It's going to be a difficult round from here on out for Navi.
Navi have found success breaking the setup, but holding it has been a whole different kettle of fish, and they've been found wanting in that regard. Jimbo top tower with the snipe rifle. Ball in no man's land, but here comes the overshield snipe drone, and immediately Jimbo recognizes that and fires one of the snipe rifle bullets into the floor. Does not want that to be utilized against him and his team, but snipe drone opts to pick up the ball this time. Slays have gone in their favor once more, and this round could be very well going in their favor. It carries on in this manner.
It absolutely should be going in their favor at this point. Just 14 points is all they need. Here comes the last push from Navi. They get a couple of kills though, so Navi able to extend this round potentially a little bit longer. How long can they hold a setup? They're going to nearly need to play perfect. I know we say that often, hardly ever do we see it. However, 14 points is all Ascend need, and I like this by Navi to rotate it out to green to be able to play this ball, because the second this setup gets broken, they need to make sure Ascend are not on top of that ball in order to pick up and collect these last few points.
Navi do so well breaking the setups. They like sledgehammers going in, but trying to set up themselves, they're made of glass, it would seem. So easily does it get broken and cut open. Respectful with the ball in his hands, just looking to milk 5 more seconds. He's managed to round the corner as well. Shots in his back will ultimately finally take him down, but they only require 3 more seconds, and maybe even less than that with Legend, the last man standing for his team. Navi have to play expertly here to secure round 1.
Foxy can't hit the jump. Unfortunately, the pressure from CK is too much, but another member from Navi there to trade it out before any ball time's really acquired. 3 points is all Ascend need, and Navi, like you're saying, need a strong setup and something they had not proven that they can give us so far here in this first round. Their setups had broken immediately, and as the ball tries to get rotated to green, you're going to see Mighties get taken down, and this could be where it's all over. The ball does get played. That's a great job by them, but they have to reposition quickly to compete for that ball by the middle, and Snipe Drone is on a perfect flank.
And Navi could no longer wish and could no longer contest for that overshield. So having such little time to play with just further compounded the misery that they had. Round 2 now is underway. Ascend secure round 1 and are very close to securing game 1.
We'll see if they're able to repeat the same formula here. Remember, Ascend had such a strong start to round 1, but Na'Vi shut it down. It made me have some hope for Na'Vi, but it wasn't the setup breaks that was the problem. It was the setups themselves for Na'Vi. They do get a majority of the kills to go in their favor at the start, but it is still going to be a contested ball. Overshield is going to be coming up here shortly. And Gimbo in a solid position here now with the S7 to try and make a play. We'll see if Na'Vi can get an overshield and potentially turn that into a realistic setup.
You can see Kimbo getting a little bit itchy. There's nowhere to stick or twist. Sniper rifle in his back pocket if he should look to use it here. You can see information is coming to him. He's traversed almost the complete entirety of the map, but unable to find anybody to use a sniper rifle on. Yet to find a victim, but Jimbo has managed to do that for him. Sika, last man alive for Ascend, and that should mean semblance of control here. But now we need to see Na'Vi do what they couldn't do in the entirety of round 1. That's finally hold the setup.
We need to see this F7 being put to use. I believe it's in the hands of Kimbo still. So if we can hop on board with Kimbo, can he make some plays to keep this setup alive? They're going to have a ton of pressure, especially after losing to Foxy. And just like that, Respectful, he takes down the S7 player in Kimbo. And that's 3 dead. Make it 4 dead off a triple kill from Respectful. Who else other than Respectful to break the first setup of Na'Vi? It was 22 points they were able to acquire. But in my opinion, in that situation, you want to have a little bit more than just 22. The ball doesn't even get played. So now Ascend are going to have that S7 in hand. They're going to have ball towards green, and they're going to have an opportunity to tie this one up shortly.
Na'Vi were in the driver's seat, but they've handed the keys straight back to Ascend, and it's already been in the ignition, ready to go, and overshield about to pop. And my East, what can he do? The Dutchman now faced with Sika. Is he able to clamber up and get that overshield? No, he's not, but a teammate is on hand, but they've all gone down. Kimbo, the last man, but overshield for Snipe Drone now, and Jimbo recognizing that. He's in a world of hurt. Big trouble. First kill secured. Na'Vi on the ropes again in round 1. Or round 2, excuse me.
On the ropes here in round 2. Like you're saying, the ball being rotated back tower. This is a perfect position for Snipe Drone to be in to just get so much information. Spots multiple players outside towards the Brute Hall, and that's a difficult spot when you're spotted to try and push through. Jimbo is going to be spawning up over towards Elbow, but immediately look at the awareness from Snipe Drone to check Elbow just on time before Jimbo can make it up. And because of that, he's going to have the damage advantage here onto Jimbo. He's able to get that kill and trades efficiently going in Ascend's favor once again. Na'Vi need to figure out a way to break this, and unfortunately, it's so difficult when you're getting spotted when the timings are perfect like they were for Ascend there.
43 seconds, excuse me, required now. Oh, and Jimbo finds the skull of Sika once more and sends him into a spinning backflip. Incredible shot from him. Did he get to pop the shields on the Legend? He did the second time of asking, but so much pressure being applied, and ultimately it has been telling. As he falls, ball will get played. They have managed to close the gap here, Wes, but it's just not been significant enough.
These setups, they just don't last for one round of slays even, right? Every single time Na'Vi have the ball, they do such a poor job of getting the first kill. And what that first kill does to relieve so much pressure that allows your ball carrier to pick that ball up and continue its time. Something that Na'Vi are really going to have to try and master as they go into Valencia, because as of right now, it's a masterclass from Ascend on the setup breaks. They're able to get the first blood every single time. And with that, it's just playing with an advantage at all times. Respectful does get that overshield. Unfortunately, Kimbo can't quite land the Brute Grenade in time to deny that. A great repulsor to keep his shields. But now you're having to deal with a little bit of overshield in Respectful's hands. Not only that, you're down almost 25 seconds to make it 26. And Respectful wisely just baits the ball and extends the lead for Ascend.
Where's the information coming? 4 dead for Na'Vi now. Ball rotating towards Garage. Would not be surprised to see it rotate towards green if the information comes through. It's going to be Jimbo and 2 Foxy. And the play is going to be out towards dummies. Kimbo comes out towards dummy door and out through the key door and gets one more kill. That will force Ascend to play accordingly. but expertly, Respectful has managed to pick up that ball, scoop it up, and bring it towards Tower. How has he been able to get away with that?
Yeah, we've seen great rotations so far throughout these first 2 rounds out of Ascend. Somehow, some way, they've been able to have their ball carrier slip through the hands of Navi, and because of it, it's just awarded them so many points. 99, make it 100, and Ascend able to acquire those last final points, making it 2 very lopsided rounds towards the end. Although they were highly contested rounds in the middle of each one of those rounds, Jersey, at the end, we really saw Ascend run away with both of those rounds. Something that worries me for Navi is just maybe not having enough strategy behind their game, enough of being on the same page and implementing whatever strategy they want to as of yet. You can see that they're almost there though, right? Like, although it was a very lopsided affair, when you see 200 to 86, when you see the individual score lines at the end of those rounds, it was really 2 setups that gave Ascend that significant amount of time. So you can't let that happen, one. But the score's a lot closer if you're able to hold a setup of your own at any point in time in the game, which Navi was not.
Something that Dan often talks about, Wes, is these
winning.
game types not being... he does talk about optic winning quite a lot. He does. That's definitely something he's been guilty of. But he talks about how, the game types probably didn't suit Navi, and he gives that excuse quite often. And I'm hearing it all too often, it has to be said, when they play against Ascend. This game type didn't suit them, and this game type and this map didn't suit. But at some point, you have to play the maps that are in front of you. But time and time again, they are found wanting.
Yeah, I don't read into the map mode combo statistics as much as everybody else, I think, does from the analyst side. I, as a player, never thought of, hey, I'm really strong at this game type or this map mode combo. I did think that there were ones that I didn't want to play, but for the majority of the time, it was, as long as I'm playing well as an individual or our team is playing well, we all know how to play this map mode or whatnot specifically. I think more so it's about everybody being on that day, or everybody being ready to win games against some of the best in the world. And you don't get that from everybody every single series, unfortunately. That's why you see teams inconsistently go through different placings or different flows as far as your positions against other teams. Something that can completely flip the story and the narrative on its head, though, are new map mode combos, because I think that those are the opportunities that you have to define what meta is and to really expose teams. So to be able to see a map like Catalyst Slayer in Game 2, that gives me a lot of hope for Navi's potential to potentially get in front of the meta and define what the meta is on this map. Those are the moments where you throw in a brand new map mode combo that you'll see teams, I feel like, benefit from a series layout, because maybe not everybody has as much practice on this. Maybe not everybody is under the same understanding of how this map mode is supposed to be played. I feel like the ones that have been here for a long time, everybody should know how to play that at the highest level and what the right play is compared to what the wrong play is at times.
Game 1 was so dominant for Ascend, and for Navi, make no mistake about it, they're the underdogs in this series, and they have got to win this player here to have any real hope of bouncing back in this series, because it does not get much better after this. Will the new map, the new game mode here, will that offer up some inconsistencies and strategies? The early slay is going in favor of Navi this time, and 4 dead right off the rip, 4-1 the score. That's the kind of start that Navi needed.
And look how quick Jimbo got to the enemy base. I mean, he had to have immediately sprinted across and just hope that his teammates could stall the overshield fight as long as they could. That's what I'm talking about right there, Jersey. That is a starting strat that gives them so much opportunity because they choose to overextend. Jimbo is on a tear right now at 4-1-0, but not only that, but he is given the opportunity for them to secure overshield, map control, sword, you name it. Jimbo is given his teammate, and that's because Navi have come up with this starting strat that works perfect to the T.
Jimbo had a really good game 1 despite going down early. Game 2, he has started off nice and hot once more, 1 kill shy of a killing spree. Can Mighty start to match that and really drive his team on here? A couple of his teammates have gone down. That has eaten away the lead they had so far at the start. Jim and Mighty's will look to play this Ivy side together. Couple of shots for Respectful. He will back down, but Respectful looks for more, biting off maybe more than he can chew. Losing a couple of teammates in the process. Snipe Drone has fallen, but Jim will join him. It's 11 kills to 8 here. Mighty's in trouble getting cross-mapped. But he should find safety and solace here on the Ivy side.
Is able to stay alive and keep map control for his team. You can tell they want to be aggressive, but unfortunately Jimbo's going to get caught off here, and looks like Na'Vi are going to be flanked. And are they going to expect this many members? They're going to have multiple members down low, but the teamwork does come through. But it's going to be trades efficiently going into a Sin's favor. When you have that height advantage, you can bet that you're probably going to be able to trade through. Great shots from Jim to flank the flankers, and now that he's been able to pick up that kill, he's 6-2-3. He's going to be re-aggressed, and unfortunately he doesn't expect Sika to be there with the sword, and that's going to be an easy sword kill as he was distracted. I feel like you have to figure out a way to set the tone, create the pace if you're Na'Vi, and that's a much easier thing said than done. But so far so good. They are still up 1 kill, but it was a phenomenal start, remember, that Na'Vi had. So for a Sin to just be down 1 kill at this time, that is something that they would be very happy to know after the start that they've had. Now the battle for the second overshield and whatnot is going to take place, and that could dictate how this game goes, because I feel like if a Sin get 4 dead with some power on the map, this could get ugly.
It's got to be so frustrating for Na'Vi. The perfect start, and then they find themselves now in the mid game, and they look beside them, and Ascend are right here once more. Those mistakes that they've made, it might have only been a couple, but it's enough to open the door for Ascend to pass right the way through. Skewer now in the hands of Respectful. Will not be found by those initial denial nades. Mighty Swords out front base, but ultimately is going to pay the price because of it. But it gets traded out. It remains a 1 kill game. Kimbo's in trouble though. The latest victim of Ascend. Another skewer shot will be a swing and a miss, but Respectful on hand with the battle rifle to lock that one in for his team. It's back and forth once more, but Ascend are in the ascendancy once more as they take the lead.
Yeah, allowing Respectful to get that kill is something Na'Vi can't afford right now. And just like that, Ascend now up 3 kills with a ton of map control. You can tell how standardly we are seeing Na'Vi on their back heels under pressure throughout this entire game too. So far, Sika is setting up perfectly for this overshield to be able to grapple it to himself. Look at that, he's found a skewer next to him on the ground. Chooses not even to pick it up because he's got sword and grapple to play around now. And if he wants to be aggressive, this could be a very dangerous moment for Na'Vi. He doesn't even use the sword in the melee battle, able to find the first pick, and the rest of Ascend you can see are pushing the left side of the map. Here comes Snipe Drone and Legend from the side.
Na'Vi recognizing they're in big trouble trying to find escape routes, but they've been headed off at the pass. Ascend ensure there will be no quarters here. Straight to your death. Mighty's in a long range battle with the player that he did replace, and he does lose out on this occasion. Respectful finds the shots as he so often does.
Finds the shots, does get taken down, but now Na'Vi need to figure out a way to trade some kills in their favor. 25-33, all of a sudden it's an 8-kill game. Na'Vi starting to pick up the pace here though. Just looking at Kimbo's screen, you can tell that they're on the hunt. That's a good sign. You never want to be on your back feet. Unfortunately, it's suspected the push is immediately met with a grenade from Legend, and that's an easy kill to relieve a lot of pressure on the map for the side of Ascend.
Na'Vi went on the hunt, but will they be hungry by the end of this game? A 10-kill lead now for Ascend. Sword in the back pocket, too foxy with the repulsor play. Spots that one out, ensures he will not fall victim to the sword. Is that the opening they need now to descend on this base? Sika backs up immediately, puts the brakes on, puts it into reverse. Kimbo has to apply pressure, has to move forward. Mighty's picks up 2 in the feed. Make it 3. They're right back in this.
Hunt down Legend, figure out a way to kill him. Legend's able to trade. You don't want to trade when you've gotten the first 3, but the job is done pretty solidly. It's a 6-kill game all of a sudden. Overshot's coming up. There's no way Ascend should be able to get this one, you would think. After just coming off respawn, Na'Vi should be in favorable position to acquire some of the power that just respawn. And just like that, they're able to, on the back of a Mighty's killing spree, potentially get overshield, but a great job by Ascend to position themselves to compete for this overshield, and they do more than compete for it, Jersey. They actually get it themselves. That's very unfortunate for Na'Vi. Just the timing doesn't come through. The right aspects, the right angles weren't taken by the entire team, and because of that, this game is going to be a lot more difficult to win now that Snipe Drone has removed the overshield from the equation of Na'Vi's win conditions.
Na'Vi put a lot of resources into trying to secure that overshield, and they needed it, but ultimately the bait that Ascend needed. Mighty's now, what can he do to propel his team forward now as he finds himself and indeed the rest down by 5? Seek it on the brute nades, will get taken down to half shields, but nobody on hand as of right now to secure that kill for his team. It's a little bit of a standoff. Both teams recognize the next mistake could be deadly here.
Respectful trying to bait them into the push, and he does just that. Rips the head off of 2 Foxy with the skewer. An unnecessary headshot. And another one on the Mighties. Respectful can do it with the S7. We've seen it throughout his career. He's showing you that the skewer, very similar to that sniper-esque precision, and because of that, finds 2 very nice kills, extends the lead, and now all Ascend need is 4.
A couple of shots paved the way for Respectful to move up through the brutes. 2 Foxy will shut him down though, but not for long, as ultimately he gets traded out. 3 kills required for Ascend to lock in game number 2. Kimbo on the main ramp puts a couple of shots, and that will back down Sika. Snipe Drone's in big trouble. I'm stepping out of line here also. Ultimately they retreat. They know it is Na'Vi that need to come to them. The traps are starting to be set. Mighty's might be about to step into it. Respectful and Legend lock in 2. It's only a 1 more kill now, and Kimbo's going to be the victim. It's 2-0 to Ascend. What a comeback, and what a lead they ended up having in the end, 50-41.
Yeah, it's tough. Na'Vi did so much right at the very start, but it was from just the start on that Ascend really started to capitalize. Right as soon as that overshield gets wasted away, Ascend was the aggressive team, and with that aggression, you are able to take space, angles, opportunity away from your enemy team, and Ascend are some of the best, especially I think they're the best in Europe at doing that. And I mean, on the back of a performance from Legend, Seiko with 11, 5, and 5, that's a massive statistical performance from him as well. Everybody on Ascend starting to click. You could see that the pace was once again just too much for Na'Vi there. Na'Vi playing a lot of that game 2 on their back heels.
You rightfully speak about how successful they were in the early game in the Slayer Catalyst, and indeed Oddball Livefire, they had a very good start, Wes, but they find themselves towards the mid game allowing Ascend back into the game. They play very reactionary, and they're not trying to dictate the pace. They're not being allowed to, for sure. So there's definitely some things for them to work on heading into Valencia. That there's some things they need to iron out on, because they're getting the best of the early engagements, but they let their foot off the gas, or they open the door for Ascend, and when you do that against the caliber player you're playing against, you're in big trouble.
Can't hesitate, right? I think it's a little bit of hesitation in Na'Vi's game where they maybe get the round of stays where they get 4 dead. Overshield's coming up in the middle of the game. You're down 6. It's winnable at that point, and not everybody sets up for that overshield correctly. You don't quite know where Ascend are spawning. Maybe you're just not used to the map mode combo as fine-tuned as you need to be in order to secure that overshield. But for that overshield to be highly competed against from Ascend, and for them to actually win the battle, which what I would think was from a favorable position, Na'Vi are going to have to figure out ways to continue momentum, to not hesitate, because in a fight like this series is, you can punch somebody in the face, but the fight's not over, right? You land good blows, but the second you second guess yourself, but you create an opening for them to catch their wind, that's when Ascend strike.
And now our attention turns to King of the Hill on streets, and something that we've seen Na'Vi struggle with in the past, and we've seen how good Ascend can be on this map. Are we now looking at a very quick 3-0 clean sweep, very much the way grand finals went last week, or do you think there's hope here still for Na'Vi to bounce back in the series?
I don't think in this series. I think Na'Vi are showing too much hesitation, like I was saying. I think that they're going to have to regroup. I do think they have it in them to compete better against Ascend, to potentially take games and potentially a series even at that, but they're going to have to be in an all-time confident high in order to do so. Right now, I'm not seeing that confidence yet in this series. Why? I can't tell you. That's a individual case basis where these guys are going to have to have the right personality and mindset in order to step on the throats of their enemies, right? They have to have a little bit of viciousness in them. Right now, I'm not seeing a lot of viciousness out of Na'Vi. Ascend, they're the most vicious team in the EU. And why? Is because when they have control, they don't let you breathe. They want to suffocate you until it's over. So I expect Ascend to use these first 2 games as that momentum to build confidence in themselves and to continue the performance that they put on.
Now, you spoke about before we jumped into Slayer Catalyst how the new maps and game modes, there's different questions to be asked. The teams aren't as practiced, so perhaps some of these game types come down to more of a coin flip. And now we're heading into map number 3 with it being King of the Hill. That's going to be a new one for both these teams to get the grips with very quickly, indeed, for any of the ambitions they have going forward. But does that now almost the same logic apply here for Na'Vi, that if they can get a couple of hills before Ascend, if they can have that hot start, because we can see a good start in King of the Hill can mean you secure the first one. So is that something that they need to do right from the get-go?
I think it's important for Na'Vi to take a game in some of these series from Ascend going into Valencia. And I think even if they win game 3, this is an uphill fight, obviously, in this series. If they rematch each other in the grand finals, I really want to see Na'Vi take at least a game, maybe a couple of games, a little bit closer score lines. Goes a long way for Na'Vi's ability to have that confidence that I'm talking about going into Valencia. You need to figure out ways to get small wins where you can. Even if you're not winning the series, show me that you can compete, that you'll battle, and then come LAN, where Na'Vi is always vocal about how they're a better LAN team than they are online. I have hope that that'll be an extra boost of confidence. But for Ascend, if they just 3-0 Na'Vi last week, 3-0 Na'Vi in the winners finals, 3-0 Na'Vi again in the grand finals here today, that is only going to do wonders for Ascend's confidence going into Valencia and what we could see and showcase as the coming out party of the new dynasty here in Europe.
Will Ascend remain and reign supreme and punch a clean sweep ticket into grand finals? Or can Na'Vi finally make it a competitive series? They've been successful in scrims at times, but when it's come to the competition, when it's mattered, they've been found wanting. They've one more chance, one more swing at the king before that happens, or they will be heading to the lower finals. They've got to do it here on streets, and it's been a proven ground for Ascend on more than one occasion.
Board in for Ascend, Na'Vi with a great start here and now. They've started game 1 and game 2 off with great starts. What do they decide to do with it? Let's see if they're able to continue to push numbers into their advantage. They've secured rockets, unfortunately only one of them now in the chamber to work with, but an early lead goes a long way, and I love the fact that Kimbo's able to find the first pick. Unfortunately, it's immediately traded back, but good damage onto a second player. You really want to see Na'Vi be able to capitalize on that damage, and we'll see if they're able to do so now.
2 dead for Na'Vi. Ascend with 3 up, but only for a moment. Na'Vi go down once more, starting to get staggered as they desperately try and play for the hill. Time can get away from you so quickly. You feel like you have to be proactive with every single spawn. You hold forward, and sometimes to your own team's detriment. Sacrificing some time can be the way forward. Respectful though with a backstab, but he's going to be faced with 2 members of Na'Vi here. 2 Foxy tries to escape. Will do so successfully, but they have to clear Respectful out of tires. They've done that now. Na'Vi starting to score once more, but Snipe Drone steps into the hill, looking to make a real fight of it. Fighting tooth and nail for every inch, for every second, but it's Na'Vi coming out on top at the moment.
A great job by Na'Vi to stay alive there. Whichever player was no shield on those pillars does a phenomenal job of Bob weaving, sliding across, and just buying time for the rest of Na'Vi to show up. Because of that, look at the amount of time they already have on this pillar's hill. A great stick as well from Kimbo. Great grenades come through. A couple easy kills from that grenade damage are going to benefit Na'Vi very much so here early on, and they're in a prime position now to score this first point. They've secured this second set of rockets, or at least they looked like they were going to. Mighty's opts to get stuck in a BR battle bottom middle, and we'll see how costly that death is.
3 dead for Navi, but they have managed to take the lead in the game. 4 dead momentarily. Rockets picked up for Ascend, who looked as though they'd sacrificed hill number 1 to secure map control. What can they do now with the boom box over the shoulder? Snipe drone picks up one onto Mighty's. He will fall. Victim, as many have before him. And already, Ascend have made inroads into that second hill. Big numbers being put in. Damage being dealt once more. 2 Foxy and Kimbo fall. And the C hill is in danger now of being a complete clean sweep without the hill player even taking damage.
It's because those rockets got secured. It was easy kills for Snipe Drone, and the rest of Ascend, they did their job as well. And that's a very quick point, as quick as it gets for the side of Ascend to tie this one up. So now that Navi have had a strong start, Ascend have been able to rebound here on that second point, and we'll see how point 3 goes. Looks like Navi are going to have the opening opportunity to potentially control this one. If they can block spawns over towards Cafe and PD, this would be phenomenal. But I believe there's a player in back PD. There is. They need to flush him out. It's Sika. He gets killed by 2 Foxy. And now, something we didn't see in Oddball that we need to see from Navi is a strong setup hold in order to acquire this 3rd point.
Jimbo has to drop down out of tires, forced that way. Grenades have done the damage there. Splash damage out the window, and he's forced, isolated down in tiles. But he's managed to team nade Kimbo at the same time, and it's hard enough when Ascender's shooting you. You don't need your teammates grenading at the same time. That's for damn sure. But they managed to control the hill, but not for a very long time, as now Ascend have full map control. It's going to be a Cafe hit for Navi, but Astika somehow manages to escape with his life with the help of that drop shield, but not for long, as 2 go down. Navi need to really apply pressure here.
Need to figure out a way to capitalize here. Not a strong setup once again from Navi, but still hope for this stronghold. There's 1 in PD, and you got to clear that out before trying to stand in that hill. And unfortunately, Kimbo makes the mistake of trying to get some of that time acquired, and because of it now, 2 Foxy by himself back tower. He's got a Bulldog to work with, but only a Bulldog, and multiple members from Ascend are not going to be enough for 2 Foxy to deal with. Right now, the push from Navi is so important to figure out a way to get 4 dead, right? You need to clear out this entire back area, because Ascend will continue to spawn either in PD or Cafe if you do not figure out a way to control both.
Something that's really impressive is Sika currently sitting on 1 kill, but also has 10 assists, so he's been involved in 11 fights right now for his team. Not too worried about putting down the damage, but just like that, Ascend go 4 dead, and how they would have needed some extra slays to stay alive there. But Jimbo now gets the information to push forward for his team, and he's done so, and caught Sika unawares. 4 fresh shots into the dome of the Frenchman. Snipe drone eyed up this time, but Jimbo bites off more than he can chew this time around, and that could open the door for Ascend to break this setup once more.
If you're Navi, you're very happy about Sika having 1 kill. These are the games you need to win. The ones where Sika does not pop off in the statistical category. You got to figure out a way to manifest probably this second point or this 3rd point here. Unfortunately, Respectful just doing everything he can in the back of PD, finding a nice double, and as rockets are coming up, they could dictate how this mid game goes, how this 3rd point goes. I don't think Ascend is going to be able to acquire this point before rockets come up, but if plays go in Ascend's favor, it's almost going to guarantee this point. And here come Navi, and here comes the push.
Navi desperately trying to stop it. They've done so successfully. Mighty's with the rockets has managed to pick up 3. Sika eyed up for the 4th. It's 4 dead momentarily. Legend the first one to spawn up. But can Navi now get the time they need? Ascend are not going to get there quick enough. Navi retake the lead. 2-1 now the score.
2-1, and a great job by Navi to set up for those rockets. They didn't worry about the point. They got the slays because of the rockets, and look at that. They're up 2-1. The first really highly contested game, I would say, in the mid game right now for these 2 teams. Navi looking at their first lead in any of these games so far, this far of the match through. And if they can acquire this 3rd point, that would give them so much momentum to try and close this game out. Kimbo in such a pivotal position here with this Bulldog shotgun as well. Needs to be able to find a kill now that he's lost a teammate. Unfortunately, he's got so many members of Ascend trying to push him, and it's up to 2 Foxy, all 4 dead. So Navi once again have a full setup around this hill. Maybe not as comfortable, or maybe not as strategized as they need to in order to have success there. They go a clean wipe in Ascend's favor.
Navi did manage to amount a lot of time before that setup got broken. It was successful to a degree, but Ascend have very quickly started to close the gap already on that time. 2 go down for Ascend, so Navi are threatening to break the setup once more. They need to get these round the slays. Legend has gone down, and Navi now turn their attentions to the hill, starting to score again. Ascend have one more push. The slays have to go in their favor, and with Snipe Drone hitting 4 shots like that, it's exactly what the doctor ordered. But can he stay alive with 2 Foxy applying the pressure? The answer is no, and that will mean Navi now put distance between them and Ascend. 3-1 the score.
Job well done from Navi. Rockets are coming up in this bottom middle hill. You don't even need to end the game here, but it would be a beautiful win for Navi here to be able to win in 4-1 fashion. Unfortunately, nobody from Navi really secured those rockets, even though it looked like they were in a favorable position to compete for them. Because of that, then they're going to get right back in that middle hill. And if you're Navi, what I was saying as far as maybe not needing this hill, what you want to do here in the bottom middle hill is make sure that as much time on the clock goes off the clock before this hill is over, right? If you can stop Ascend from milking this hill, even if it's neutralized, every second that's going off the clock when someone's not in the hill benefits you with the 3-1 lead.
This bottom middle hill so often becomes no man's land. It's when you step inside it, grenades, gunshot, they all rail and rain down upon you. And that is why we're seeing the clock get eating away at now. And perhaps Navi do employ that tactic of just playing Slayer. Kimbo has rotated in towards C, and his intention will solely be to apply damage to anybody stepping inside the hill. The call has come. It is Ascend who have to make the moves here. Navi have put themselves and maneuvered themselves into a position now where they just have to play Slayer and keep them out of the hill.
Yeah, look at that. A minute's off the clock since this hill moved into the bottom middle hill. And I love this position by Jimbo. Everyone pay attention. If this hill is bottom middle and you are in a significant lead, or actually if you just want to control this hill at all, I feel like Tram is the place to control. You have so many different angles, whether it's brutes, whether it's top balcony, whether it's this opening door, and you can use these back flowers as a heck glitch. You give so much opportunity to at least keep the enemy team out of the hill. That's exactly what Jimbo's job there, and it's a job well done because there's a minute and 7 seconds on the clock. He's finally taken down, but the rest of Navi find the kills they need to keep Tram control in their favor. And look at that, another player in Mighties is already back there in order to make sure that someone is controlling this location.
50 seconds then for Ascend to not only control this hill, but they need the next one without losing too much time either. Navi appear to have done enough, barring a miracle. They will take game number 3 and extend this series to at the bare minimum a game 4. Because Ascend do not look like they were able to put together enough of the pieces to ask the questions. But having said that, Kimbo's last alive in the tower, just trying to apply all the pressure they can here, Ascend, but Navi have all the answers.
This is where it gets harder to get them out of the hill. You can tell they're trying to fight from the tower position, but Slays are going to go in Ascend's favor, and just like that, Snipe Drone jumps in it. But a good job by 2 Foxy and Kimbo to flush him out. 2 Foxy now the last guy alive, but look at that, 20 seconds jersey on the clock, and Ascend need 2 points. It's almost undoable at this point, as long as we see Navi acquire kills or force them out of the hill, they will win this game. And I love this from Navi. They've almost perfectly executed this middle hill. What looked like some times where they lacked strategy throughout this game, this looks like they know what they're doing. With the triple kill from 2 Foxy, he's starting to warm up, and what a better time to do so, because a reverse sweep, it starts with the game 3 win, and that's exactly what Navi have done.
Navi take that game 3, then extend this series. They've done the bare minimum ways of what we asked them, make this series competitive, and they have taken a map for the first time in a very long time.
Yeah, it's not the same story as last week, which is important, right? If we want to talk about Navi's incremental improvements, you got to perform that way. You have to be able to point to where they improved. They got 3-0'd. It was a wipe in the grand finals last week. This time around, with a little bit more practice, you can tell they've been able to manage a win, and it's off the back of a superstar performance for Mighties, right? 27, 16, and 12. I'm not calling him a superstar yet, but if he can consistently put up numbers like that against Ascend, he may just as well B. That is a monster performance by him. Everybody on the team doing their job, and that's why that win was so lopsided in their favor.
You spoke about capitalizing on games where some of the Ascend rosters have some of those slower pace games, and Stika, although he done the damage, Wes, he only got 9 kills and 21 deaths. Now you can account to the amount of assists he put up, and that'd be a fair argument, but ultimately we're used to seeing Stika get the slays and the assists at the same time, and he had one of those off games there, and like you say, you have to punish Ascend when they do that.
Yeah, when someone on Ascend is slacking, you have to capitalize, right? Because there's going to be those games where they pick it up and where one of them pops off. It's all about making sure you win the games that are winnable in that sense. You have to capitalize. You cannot have a bad game when someone else on the other team is having a bad game. Those are the ones that you have to figure out a way to win. And Navi do just that. And I mean, it's off the back of having a stellar performance from an individual on your side as well. So hats off to Mighty's there for being the newcomer, for creating enough of an opportunity for Navi to stay in this series. Now it's going to have to be a team effort to get there, right? Someone else, it can't just be Mighty's with that one massive performance every single time, because that's just too much weight on his shoulders right now. You need to see someone else step up and have a statistical performance that matches that on the side of Navi if they want to stay in this one and push it to game 5.
This game 4 way is going to be Strongholds on Recharge. This is actually a very exciting one to watch because it's one that Navi have struggled in the past with, but have found recent success, and all of a sudden Ascend, this is another one of those game types. Anytime they play Strongholds, they're very, very strong. So we could have a very evenly matched team match here between these two sides, which is something that we haven't seen for a very long time. So we could all of a sudden be seeing that game 5 if Navi find and put together the right pieces.
We could, but it's going to be on the back of Navi's ability to, when they don't have control, how quickly can they regain? How quickly can they come off spawn and figure out a way to get a trade in a position where Ascend are at the advantage? So often do we see Ascend get 4 dead, get a trip cap, and continue to push it, similar to that Cloud9 play style where they almost smother you, they split spawn you, they don't allow you to play a 4v4 game for about half the time. Navi have to come up with a solution in order to stop that from happening, to slow that down, to at least come off spawn and be able to help each other out and to stop the bleeding at those times. If they can do that, they have a chance in this series to push it the distance like we're talking about.
And it's actually a really interesting point you raise about Ascend, because that is something that they've been very good at. It can be very competitive in the start and the mid game, Wes, but when Ascend finally do get that control, they're one of the best around at making sure that they keep you on, like you say, those staggered spawns, and they keep applying pressure, and they almost make you play desperate and bait the hills, and you're just putting in their hands at that stage. You know, they can keep setting those traps. So how important is it for Navi to not get involved in that tussle whatsoever and make sure they can keep in the game long before then?
Yeah, I mean, it's pivotal. It's vital for their opportunity here. They need to figure out a way to gain some momentum, to keep some momentum in their favor. Where they lose fights on one side of the map, they have to be winning them on the other. They have to figure out ways to trade. If you go all 4 dead, at least get a few kills in your favor to release some of the pressure that's going to be on you coming off respawn, right? I think that's so important. When you go 4 for 0 at times, that's when it gets ugly. That's when it gets the scariest moment where, hey, I know I'm about to spawn and I'm going to be by myself, and I'm going to have about 3 members with grapple, better grenades than me, potentially the shock rifle, the sword, you name it. It's a weapon upgrade. And I've got to figure out a way to find a nade one shot to get a kill, or at least to buy enough time to where somebody on my team gets a more favorable opportunity to stop the snowball effect. We'll see if Navi can accomplish that, but Ascend are some of the best in the world at performing that strategy. So it's much easier said than done.
The series currently sits Ascend 2, Navi 1. Game 4, Strongholds Recharge. Do Navi have even more in the tank to push this series a distance to a possible game 5 and question the reverse sweep? It has to be done here and now, and they have to shut down players like Snipe Drone. Eyes and ears as he immediately goes straight for the shock rifle.
Yeah, you know Snipe Drone's going for that shock rifle. What does Navi give him as far as an opportunity to go to work with this, as he's able to transfer over B? He doesn't quite get out of the stronghold though, so a player actually doesn't expect him to be here. A poor grenade is exactly what you wanted to see on the side if you're a Navi fan, and Snipe Drone actually takes about half of his shield from himself, and all of a sudden they are able to flip the map because of it. It's an A and B setup now for Navi. What looked like a very strong start from Ascend. Snipetron decides to stay in the back of B with that shock rifle, and because of it, Na'Vi somehow get the better of the situation.
In games 1, 2, 3, and 4, it is Na'Vi who have had the better of the start, but they have always opened the door for Ascend to bounce right back. Can they shut that door once and for all here? In game 4, A and B in their control, but Ascend now starting to turn A for themselves. It's 2 Foxy who's in a bit of trouble position bottom tower. Shock rifle in hands, 1 to the chest will not be enough. C getting converted for Na'Vi. They're ensuring that when they lose 1, they're trying to rotate accordingly.
They're able to get C. Can they compete for B, or are they going to opt to overextend towards A? It does look like they have multiple players moving towards that elevator, unfortunately. Respectful, I believe, was respawning over towards that side of the map, and Legends, he's found 2, 3 dead for Na'Vi. And this is the moment, right? These are one of those moments in this game that's going to happen. Na'Vi are going to be at a deficit here. How can they break this setup? How quickly will they be able to? And with camo coming up in 10 seconds, the snowball could get much bigger and much quicker if they're not able to get kills.
The first pick so important in this engagement. It's gone the way of Ascend. As Respectful fries the face of 1 and 2 members go down for Na'Vi. It's so important. They do not let the points slip away too quickly. They have to make the right decisions, and they have to make them quickly and together. But the Slays have gone against them, but Camouflage still sits down low, but Respectful fires Kimbo once more. Makes it 2 onto Mighties. This is big trouble.
And this is where it gets ugly. All of a sudden, it's a trip cap. Ascend doing what they do best. There's this shock rifle player popping off. Legends finding kills with camo. They're split spawning him from pipes over to C, and that's a big kill for Mighty's to release some of the pressure. 2 Foxy matches that with one of his own. Can they get a kill on the Sticka and potentially cap Beak? Because this is where you can flip the trip cap on its head. You're able to get 3 dead. All of a sudden, they're going to be spawning towards elevator. They know that, and Mighty's trying to be aggressive with sword now. Has got to help his teammate secure B. So they got out of the trip cap. Only 100 points. But unfortunately, B gets reset. Somehow Kimbo gets taken down. And now, all of a sudden, maybe an overextension and an opening opportunity for Na'Vi. Spells for Ascend to once again gain control.
They managed to stop the trip cap, but for how long? It's already cost them 113 points, that initial hold that Ascend had. But they're about to lock it in again, and it's locked in tight. Na'Vi are on the ropes, and they need to find the answers.
So tough. Ascend had just been able to do this so often. Even at the end of Halo 5, we saw some similar stronghold performances from them, and Na'Vi still without an answer. Kimbo just gets the plasminate to the face. It's an insta, and the BR shots from Jimbo, they're good, but just not enough resources for Na'Vi to take advantage of the situation. They are going to be able to transfer C over as Legend, with a couple of kills, is forced to slow it down, but still in control of the map. Legend with 0 bullets in his BR. Not a lot of work he's going to be able to do until he reloads, but a camo in the favor of Na'Vi, but it's going to be more than a camo that brings him back into this one.
2 Foxy gets the opening pick, but Respectful answers back. Now the Slays have gone in their favor, but Snipe Drone positioned on top that ledge. Clears out 1. Can he take down a former teammate of his? But no. He is shut down. A and B will remain in Ascend control, and they now look to lock in C. It gets traded out, but all this time you can keep trading A and C all the live long day, Wes, but Ascend continue to score.
Yeah, Ascend just continuing to run away with it, and the shock rifle combines onto both those players, making it a very easy kill across the map. 4 dead for Na'Vi. They're jumping into A, and that means the trip cap is going to be in effect again. When it rains, it pours, and when the shock hits one, it hits others when they're spawning together like that. And unfortunately, Na'Vi can't even get C. Look at the amount of pressure that Ascend are able to apply. They realize the situation perfectly. You got a long haul spawn. You're gonna have to go C. Well, we're gonna push through it. We're gonna split spawn your teammates over towards B. And now 1's in control and 2 are at elevator. And in the meantime, Ascend just continuing to use this advantage to push this to a 248 to 26 mark. All they need is reset at this point.
Dominant, clinical, as Ascend do what they so often do. They win in winners finals 3-1, but Wes, that game, it wasn't close. It was men against boys at times.
That strongholds game type, I mean, it's Ascend's best, right? Ever since Halo 5, those guys towards the end of Halo 5 really defined the stronghold meta in the European scene. They grabbed everything they could from that Cloud9 bag and they put it into their own bag of tricks. And Ascend, I mean, it's a masterclass, right? You get an advantage. How do you continue to push your advantages? Those split spawns are so crucial, and you have to figure out ways to trade if you're Navi, and it's almost impossible, right? Like, I mean, Kimbo dying to the plasma nade is like exactly a perfect way. Not only are you dying to like nades that you don't get to scavenge for, you're dying to shock rifle players that are holding angles, waiting for you to play and peek, and it's just a massive snowball that it's almost difficult to stop. And Sika with 3,600 damage, the most in the lobby on a redemption from game 3. It might have been a poor statistical performance from him in game 3, but if there's anything you know about Sika, he's gonna fall off some games in stats, but then there's other games statistically where he's gonna be the best in the lobby, hands down.
Talk about where the game swung. It was that respectful play, that double kill with the shock rifle, and the shock rifle continued to play an influential part in this series, in this game, excuse me, as Sika continued to crank the pressure, and he, like you say, he bounced back in that game. But Kimbo, he had one to forget, going 2 and 13, and against Ascend, Wes, you can't put up them numbers and be successful.
No, you can't. You can't have a bad game. I've always said, like, as an underdog competing, you can't afford to have a bad game. You really can't. You can't afford to lose close games. You can't afford to play bad once. You have to come in there and be on fire at all times. So when you're playing against a team that you consider to be better than you at the time, to create an upset, you have to come to play. And unfortunately, Navi, they looked good in game 3, but it was only game 3 that they looked good in. They got to figure out a way to be consistent across the best of 5 at a high level in order to create this upset. They haven't figured out that formula yet.
Well, Navi make it competitive, but the score is 3-1. Lottie, Dan, they huffed and they puffed, but Ascend remained strong.
They certainly did. I tell you what, though, they're listening to me, Navi, because they managed to get that one map. So we're in the right direction, somewhat. We're in the right direction. I gotta say, what an incredible 360, though. Obviously, them taking that map and then Navi having a pretty hot start there on recharge. And I was excited because Mighty's was popping off, and I was like, oh my gosh, they might just do this. We might be seeing a game 5. But then what a 360. The second Respectful got that shock rifle in his hand and he was just running through them. It was a total change of pace there. And you know the saying, Gaskin, it's like taking candy from a baby. Well, when Ascend have control, it's like trying to take candy from Thanos with every single Infinity Stone. I mean, it's not happening, is it? It's just not happening.
Not going to happen. It's also.
What did you make of them?
I thought that Ascend, very impressive, as we expected them to be. They look solid on some game types. There's a few weaknesses here or there that maybe other teams will be able to expose, but there's always going to be little chinks in the armor here or there that other teams are going to be able to take advantage of, but there's not that many weaknesses. And for a team that's just picked up a new player, I think that is very impressive indeed. As for Navi, they gave it a good go. They finally took a game type, which I think bodes well for their progression and how they're going to look forward to, future games and future attempts at trying to take down Ascend. But now they get a completely new task in that elimination round 6, where they're going to face up against Online Warriors. And Richie's still trying to work out, Lottie, why someone would do a full 360 rather than a 180 if they go back on themselves. Was it just for style points you do a 360? Is that why?
Yeah, I think it's just because it's the harder one to do, isn't it, really?
Yeah, that makes sense.
I suppose that is, it's the shimmy.
It's
that's
like
the
that
hardest
song,
one.
isn't it? Did a full 360.
That's definitely the song. Yeah.
It's the one. Keep going, Dan. Keep going.
Yeah,
No, exactly. I do get what you're saying, though, Shows. I think my biggest takeaway from this, especially for Navi, I think Ascend are looking absolutely amazing. I'm excited to talk about them a little bit later on as well. But for me, with Navi, Gaskin, I want to know how they can kind of combat their problem, which is, the fact that Ascend won't let them dictate the pace. And that's what Navi do best, right? So how do they try and figure that out? How do they get the one up over Ascend and be able to play their game?
I think that they've been trying to outsmart many teams in this region, and they've succeeded in most, but Ascend, it just seems to be one step too far. And I'm wondering whether it gets to the point of Ascend just have better players. Like, it's all well and good strategizing and watching tape and trying to improve as a team and trying to work out how to break setups, but if you are just losing individual fights, if you are losing those matchups against players that seem to have the better of you every single week, you might just get stuck at second place. And even though Na'Vi are going to strive for first, they are going to want to try and achieve that #1 dog status. Is it even accomplishable at this point? Because Na'Vi have just been a team that have constantly been trying to improve. And yes, granted, for weeks they have improved, but it then seem to be the big dogs, as literally my dog walks into the room and decides to start licking my feet, which has ruined my train of thought. But yeah, Na'Vi's struggling. I think if they want to improve, if they want to beat Ascend, it just needs to be more practice. They need to try and become that firepower that they've been looking for. Mighties has certainly added a lot, but I think the rest of the squad needs to be putting up similar numbers.
Yes, I couldn't agree more. And hey, look, the kinks of home studios, am I right? But we got to say, we love dogs. We love dogs here. But I'll tell you what, I'm excited to see where this, where we go from here. I think, especially for Na'Vi, and Na'Vi's journey next is going to be the elimination finals. And that is going to be coming up right after the break. We got Na'Vi versus Online Warriors, a story a little bit similar to last week for Na'Vi. Can they bounce back into that grand finals? Can they put any more dents into the armor of Ascend? Or will Online Warriors be able to do that tall order of bouncing back themselves? We'll find out right after this.
So God, I'll be back.
I've got you under my skin. I've got you deep in the heart of me. So deep in my heart that you're really a part of me. I've got you under my skin.
They're wolves. Back from the hunt.
Out there, beyond the safety of these walls, sometimes you have to fight on your own. When the only one who has your back is you.
Welcome to the Lone Wolves. King of the Hill. Enemy team took the hill. Double kill. Last Spartan standing. Spartan eliminated. Danger zone incoming. Showdown. Flag capture.
We always have room for another wolf.
Play it now with Game Pass.
Welcome back, folks, to the EU Pro Series 7. Well, it's a tale as old as, well, a week ago. Na'Vi fall short against Ascend once again, and Ascend will find themselves back in that grand final spot with nothing but a scratch. That scratch, though, might just be what we need to see in the Na'Vi camp, as it's definite signs of growth and improvement. They took Streets King of the Hill from Ascend in a commanding fashion, but couldn't handle the control and aggression Ascend brought for the rest of the series. Respectful, though, was demanding the attention of montage makers from around Europe with his shock rifle kills, ultimately opening the floodgates for Ascend, of course, in their unbreakable control on the final map, Recharge Strongholds. They do finish the series 3-1, and they look for another smooth sail to a Pro Series title this week. Na'Vi, however, now face the Online Warriors, who are waiting for them in that elimination finals, and I'm excited to find out who is going to be coming out on top this week. Online Warriors obviously having that new addition of Shady. He's previously been on Ascend, and coming into things is looking for a little bit of revenge himself. Could he be taking that on Na'Vi? I think so. Gaskin, how are you finding this matchup right now? Na'Vi obviously showing us a lot of growth. We have obviously our series layout on the screen as well. So where is your mind swaying?
I think that my mind naturally leans toward Na'Vi because they have a little bit more structure and they've been practicing a little bit more than Online Warriors. But at the same time, when we look at where Na'Vi's weak points are, and it's about being able to control the game and being able to keep the pace at the way they want the game to be played and how fast they want it to be played. Online Warriors are a squad who can very much strip them of it very quickly by playing it at a lightning speed and maybe catching Na'Vi off guard. So this CTF Aquarius will tell us a lot of how this series is going to go, just judging on how quick it's going to be, how many caps Online Warriors are actually able to achieve. And if Online Warriors do take game one, I would worry a little bit for Na'Vi, but I think that naturally I'm saying Na'Vi the favorites here.
Yeah, you know what? I've got to say I agree with you on that front. I don't think it's going to be the easiest road for Na'Vi. I think Online Warriors are going to show a little bit more depth to their gameplay, especially in a best of 5. And Shazzy, with that being said, obviously knocking out Quadrant, Online Warriors are looking pretty good. They're pretty happy with what they've managed to achieve so far. But how did you find Shady and his performance with the team?
Yeah, I think we expected him to bounce back very quickly, and that is what we've seen. He fit the team like a glove, very much the same way Respectful did with Ascend. Although they have very different play styles, they bring their own qualities. So some things you might lose with Respectful, Shady offers you different things. So I think Na'Vi are in trouble here if they take their eye off the ball. That Online Warriors have more than just the potential to take the series. We already seen them a couple of weeks ago go all the way to the finals, and they've replaced Respectful with someone as equally as good. This is not a easy road for Na'Vi whatsoever, and I think Online Warriors could actually win this series.
Yeah, I think it could be a close one, to say the least. And Clutch, you know, looking at two play styles here, we have Na'Vi, who really do like to kind of put their foot down on the pace of the game. They seem to be actually a lot more tactical than they were with Respectful in terms of pushes and timing, and that actually has really worked out in their favor when they are allowed to and when they can actually dictate the pace of the game. As for Online Warriors, how are you feeling about the clash of different play styles? What can we expect for this?
Yeah, I think Online Warriors play a lot closer to that Ascend-esque of playstyle, that fast-paced style that Dan was kind of alluding to, that Na'Vi we've seen have a trouble with. And I think that this is another big test for Na'Vi to make a statement and say they are the second best team in Europe by far. And in order to do so, you're going to have to beat a team like Online Warriors, and you're going to have to consistently play at a high performance. They were able to beat Quadrant earlier, but now so have Online Warriors. So questions around Quadrant, yes. Questions around how good is Online Warriors with the addition of Shady now that they've made it all the way to the top 3 in their first Pro Series together. It's only been a week that he's been on the team, but they have obviously benefited highly from adding a talent like Shady to the roster. Big question for Na'Vi is also how can they rebound after such a tough loss in that Strongholds game, right? That's a very deflating momentum confidence game from the side of Ascend. We'll learn a lot about Na'Vi and how competitive ready they are as far as championship contenders going into Valencia, potentially just from this series.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more with that. I think this is going to be a true test to the extent of both of these teams want something to prove. Na'Vi want to have that continuous kind of rebound and growth into the rest of this Pro Series, especially before Valencia. And I think that will give them confidence heading into that regional, as well as Online Warriors figuring out, does this work? Is this roster working for us? Is this where we want to be? All questions will be answered very shortly, folks at home, because we have Gaskin and Wes on the mic. So boys, please take it away.
Cheers, Lottie. Yeah, this is going to be, you know, a really interesting series, Wes, because we've got two teams who were able to take a map off of Ascend, but they're still fighting for that number 2 spot and would love a chance to have a stab at number 1 again. But to do so, you've got to get past the other. This is kind of the final hurdle before the biggest hurdle you could possibly have of Ascend. Who are you leaning towards here? Because, I mean, Na'Vi have looked good at times, but I know that you haven't been their biggest fan when they have struggled in the past. But have you seen enough to believe that they can make another grand finals?
Yeah, absolutely. I think I've seen enough from them when they played the likes of Quadrant and whatnot that they can be in the grand finals. Can they beat a team like Ascend? I don't think they've showed me it yet, but I am excited to see this Online Warriors team continue its run, because this is a team I think has a lot of talent on it. And although Mose maybe didn't have the best series the last time around we had to see him, if he can step it up like we know he can, I mean, this team has the potential to pretty much compete with just about anyone in Europe. I think their series against Ascend earlier today, I didn't get a chance to see it, but the fact that it was a best of 3, it went the distance, so they took a game just like Na'Vi did, gives me a lot of hope for them as well.
Well, we're into it. It's the elimination bracket finals, and we're not into it. We'll restart it. False alarm. We go again. But Na'Vi and Online Warriors, this is a very exciting time, I think, for Europe, and the fact that we've got 2 competitive teams in the elimination bracket final. Historically, we'd see teams just drop to the elimination bracket, slaughter the other team, and then straight back into the grand final. I don't think it's going to be as simple as that here. I think that Na'Vi are going to be very much put to the test. And earlier, Wes, you were saying, like, you know, game types, maps, it doesn't necessarily matter for some of these players. And I think in this series in particular, I think you're absolutely right. I think this is going to be more down to who is playing better on the day, who is actually hitting their shots. And for example, players have to step up. Mose, you've highlighted, he needs to have a better series. He did struggle a little bit, but now I think that you take the pressure off your shoulders a little bit. You've achieved the bare minimum now for Online Warriors. They were expected, I think, to get back into the kind of top 4, top 3 area. Now they need to push themselves that little bit further.
Yeah, I think they expected to be in the top 4 to beat Quadrant, I mean, that's a big win for them. And I think that gives them a lot of promise and a lot of, I mean, I've been talking about confidence, I guess is the word of the day, right? So I think it gives them a lot of confidence going up against some of EU's best. They know how good Quadrant have been in these Pro Series. They've seen Quadrant win the whole thing. And to be able to beat a team like that, you have to understand, like, hey, we're capable of one upset. Where exactly do we fall amongst the stars now? And that's the question that only gets to be dictated by them. So honestly, I'm very excited to watch them kind of have this shady redemption tour, because I know he's gotten a lot of slack. Maybe it was attitude, maybe it wasn't necessarily a performance-based decision on the likes of Ascend. But I mean, what we've seen with Respectable, very similar to Na'Vi, is that, yeah, I think like personalities can conflict and whatnot on teams. And when that player is moved to another team, you don't necessarily have that same personality dynamic or that issue carry over. So maybe he's much happier here on Online Warriors. And what does that do for his gameplay? What does that do for this team now that they're getting a multi-time champion, a veteran here at this point in the scene on their team with a lot of individual skill paired with it. So I'm excited to see what the potential for this Online Warriors team is. And I think that Na'Vi are going to have their hands full here.
I do think there's potential for both of these teams, but my biggest question to you would be, who is this going to mean more to, victory-wise? Like, what does it do to both of these sides if they were able to find a victory and get to a grand final? When we look at the grand scheme of things and actually pushing on to Valencia, who takes the bigger victory here if they actually do manage to get it?
I think it's got to be Online Warriors, right? I think to beat 2 out of the best 3 teams in the EU scene here in the last Pro Series going into Valencia, it gives you a lot of hope and a lot of promise for your potential. I'm not quite sure if anyone's going to take down Ascend at Valencia, but for the rest of the crowd, who is going to be the favorite to be that competitor? I think that question's still up in the air, especially after Quadrant's poor performance in the last couple of weeks. So Online Warriors could be that second place favorite team if they're able to create this upset in a convincing way. There's a lot of hope for them. If you're Na'Vi, you're almost expected to win this series to get back to the grand finals and play Ascend. I mean, how many times did I reference these two were going to play each other in the grand finals today earlier on? So very much looking forward to seeing if that upset is possible.
Well, second time's a charm. We're into it this time. Aquarius captured the flag, elimination bracket finals, and a lot on the line for these two. And of course, Online Warriors still looking for an organization as well. I think if they can manage to reach a grand final here, that'll put them in great stead, a great opportunity prior to Valencia to try and secure something and to show sponsors they're worth picking up. But it's not going to be an easy ride getting past Na'Vi, that's for sure. And already in the early stages, where's some big kills coming out on the Online Warriors side.
Yeah, 3 kills go in the favor of Na'Vi off the break. You think Camo's going to go in their hands, but the last player alive actually able to take down that Camo player as he activates it. So that not only relieved a little bit of the pressure Na'Vi would have had, but look, Mose is able to pick up a kill coming off spawn, and looks like somehow, some way, Online Warriors have early map control, even though they don't necessarily get the slays. And that was a massive kill onto the Camo player, whichever Online Warriors player that was. And it's going to be the first flagpole being rewarded now with 3 dead. Look at the aggressiveness. How when they get kills, they approach the map so quickly.
Yeah, a really good collapse from Online Warriors. Snaky so confident in his teammates as well. We're just waiting out, watching that doorway, knowing someone was going to join him. And this flag should be comfortably put in at this point, which it will be. Online Warriors take a very quick, emphatic 1-0 lead here on Aquarius capture the flag. And Na'Vi left scratching their heads a little bit after that start. But as long as they can continue to push this kind of car side of the map, get these dynamo grenades, they can at least give themselves a good chance of getting back into the game.
Let's see if Na'Vi can do it, but unfortunately, no opportunity at a counter cap, which you often see here on Aquarius. A good job by Online Warriors to get some slays, get out of their base. Flux and Shady see each other across the map at the enemy side to say, hey, not too bad so far. But look at this. Flux, as he loses team members, he's going to run all the way back to his base. And because of that, he's able to cut this flag off. So that's actually a phenomenal play from Flux to realize and to recognize that if he doesn't come back, this could potentially be a long flag run for Na'Vi that he might have to do way too much work in. And therefore, coming back was the right play, stopping that flag before it gets too far and before it can get into a position where his teammates can help. In the meantime, though, Mighty's has secured this camo. He's got himself a flag to return as well.
It is always one of the most difficult decisions to make in any flag game. Do you overextend? Do you go back? But I think the good thing for Flux was he was able to see Kimbo had overextended, and he knew he was going to have to help a teammate after the kill feed showed Kimbo getting those kills. Flag is moving though. Mighty's is going to be there for assistance if the flag did struggle, but it won't struggle. Tied up 1-1. And even though Flux did go back and help the initial pull, Na'Vi still stayed strong. They still pushed in. They were able to get a solid flag cap on the board.
I'm not quite sure what all transpired for Na'Vi to get that flag cap in, but that was a phenomenal job by them. Unfortunately, they've given up map control in order to punch that one in. They do get a round of slays, but it is going to be one more player needed to get taken down to reset the map completely. And Shady, he gets another one. He gets actually 2 at the enemy base, and because of that, Shady just creating so much opportunity for Online Warriors still, even though he was the last guy alive.
This heat wave been so important, but just not able to find the kills there. 2 players somehow staying alive.
But here comes
just on no shields. And now Flux is going to have a chance to pull. He's going the unorthodox route of pink side. It can work if you do it properly, but it's definitely not the easiest way.
Definitely not the easiest, but there's still 2 fresh dead. And Shady, although he didn't get more kills with the heat wave, 2 players with no shield, his teammates fly across the map. They're able to finish those ones off. And this flag is being run up to the stand. Can't quite cap it yet. There's players top middle, and look at that, a respawner. He's going to get his opportunity to punch that one in as he's full shield. That's a phenomenal job from Online Warriors to capitalize on the play that Shady made in the enemy base.
And having the confidence to run it pink as well. So many players will just refuse to do so because they don't see it as the optimal way. But Flux with the heads up play, recognizing that players were down, knowing where his teammates were, knowing where the assistance was. And it's a really nice cap to take the lead for Online Warriors. And I was questioning how the pace of play was going to be in this game. Are Na'Vi going to be able to control the game maybe the way they would like? I'd say the answer to that would be initially no. Online Warriors have been a thorn in their side, constantly overextending, constantly pulling these flags, and Na'Vi have struggled a little bit to keep up with it.
Yeah, we saw the last time Na'Vi got a flag cap, it was because Mighty's was making plays with the camo. Unfortunately, Shady, he's got the camo in hand and he's making plays. It means a cap for the Online Warriors as the flag was on the move the entire time. The camo player creating chaos in Shady's heat wave. Right now, respawners, however, for Na'Vi need to try and deny a double cap situation because the slays came through in Shady's hands. It's a good job by Na'Vi to fend off these enemy Online Warriors players pink side of the map to deny any opportunity at a counter or at a double cap. I'm sorry, but for Na'Vi, you need to figure out a way to get map control yourself because right now down 3-1, plenty of time on the clock, but the pace of play clearly in Online Warriors' favor, like you said.
And strap yourself in, guys, because I can already tell that this not is only going to be an exciting series, but this is going to be two teams who are going to be going at it, not just online, but on LAN as well. Like, just judging by the early stages of this game, the caps that have gone in for Online Warriors, the back and forth trades we've seen in terms of kills, Online Warriors, the pickup of Shady has been the perfect replacement they could have asked for Respectful. And you could argue the same thing for Ascend on the flip side. Na'Vi were the ones who initiated all of these changes as well. Ended up with Mighties. Mighties has been brilliant for Na'Vi, but it seems like we have 3 squads who are all hungry, all looking to try and take that #1 spot. But realistically, Na'Vi and Online Warriors right now just fighting for #2.
Number 2 is still a highly contested spot. You got Quadrant in the mix as well, but they're out here for today's tournament because both these two teams took them down. Snaky with another flag on the move. Last guy alive and Mighty's able to deny that flag from progressing any further for now, but just like that, another member of Online Warriors is there to pick it up where Snaky left off, and because of that, Mose is going to make this a 4-1 game now with 5 minutes and 37 seconds left. At some point, we're going to have to talk about the efficiency we're seeing out of Online Warriors because it's just about every flag they've pulled, they've been able to cap.
Very impressive indeed, and you questioned, is Mose going to have a series like he did previously? Doesn't look like it so far. Game 1 been very successful for him, and he really does look like a different player to what we saw prior. And that just allows Online Warriors, they're all firing. It means they're all going to be a threat when you get into that 1v1 engagement. There's not going to be any easy kills, but a camouflage for Na'Vi, 5 minutes still remaining, and potentially a chance to start a comeback here if Jimbo can get something going.
Jimbo needs to get something going. Unfortunately, it's a frag. I'm not quite sure if it's a team nade or if it's an enemy nade from on top of the ceiling down into the flag. Consistently are those thrown from the respawners over in the corner, but either way, that frag grenade not only dealing damage to Jim, but revealing him for just a moment in time in order to help Online Warriors spot that camouflage out, take him down. But 3 dead for Online Warriors and throughout the entire exchange here, and this is going to be a Na'Vi flag pull. Unfortunately, they got 1 player to deal with front to base, and Mose with thrust can't quite finish Kimbo, but has he delayed the flag run enough to be a difference?
It's a good delay, but sometimes delays aren't enough to really stop a flag. But certainly in the position Kimbo's in right now, he has to try and worm his way out of it. You're so vulnerable to grenades in those areas. Jimbo will be running it, but runs straight into a heat wave. And again, Online Warriors have control of all the goodies as Mose gets a double kill.
Mose picking up a big double there. That cap going to be returned to Na'Vi. They want to come back in this one. They got to get a better flag cap. A minute at this point. Under 4 minutes on the clock. You're down 3, and Mose with the heat wave. Focused on just flaying out, and that's exactly what he's going to do. He spots the respawner and Kimbo in the corner, and 3 dead once again for Na'Vi. Last player alive, Mighties, and you can tell he's got his hands full with 3 different members of Online Warriors dealing damage during that combat loop.
Yeah, the Mighties wasn't able to get the kill. He did enough damage onto the flag carrier that spawners could at least stop him in his tracks, keep him in the courtyard, and keep this game going. Online Warriors, though, look a threat every single time they get into that base and pulling that flag. They seem to have great communication with how they want to set up, but Na'Vi seem to allow 1 player just to wriggle through to be a nuisance for the Online Warriors. But with only 3 minutes left, everything's pointing towards that blue team. Na'Vi don't seem to have what it takes to just match them in their slaying department right now.
No, not at all right now. Online Warriors is paced to play on a small map like Aquarius, benefiting them so much. You can tell Na'Vi are probably going to look forward to the rest of the series, but here and now it's a tough pill to swallow, especially after the recharge game. If you remember from the winners finals against the Sin, that's a tough game to go off on a series and then immediately having to play another strong team like Online Warriors. It's a very difficult situation to put your team in. You got to be able to mentally reset, and apparently Na'Vi maybe not the best right now at being able to get back into their mentality as of yet.
3 are dead though, and Jimbo is running this flag, and with only Snaky alive, you'd imagine that Na'Vi should play it correctly and should at least put this at 4-2 with 2 minutes remaining, so it's not out of reach. It's still doable, but there's still a lot to do for Na'Vi, but that is a far cleaner cap. It does help when you get 3 dead, but at least they were positioned in the right places.
Building some confidence going into game 2 as well, at the very least, right? You're not losing 5-1 in a very dominant form. So any momentum gained here is just confidence going into the rest of the series. These guys, They need it right now. And Online Warriors, they're not going to give it to them easy. That's 3 dead once again for Na'Vi. Flag on the move from Shady. And if plays continue to go into Online Warriors' favor, they'll remove any confidence that Flag Cat may have given them.
It's still moving. It's still grooving. Flag is out, but at least they've got it all the way back to their base now. So Na'Vi going to have to work so hard. With Shady having the heat wave to defend it, it's going to be incredibly difficult for Na'Vi to get this return, but they are at least pressuring from top middle here.
This is Jimmy getting the return. Unfortunately, he gets taken down. The flag does get returned, however, but still just 2 caps needed. Not able to get a counter cap on the move was Jimbo and the boys for Na'Vi, and down 2 flags now with a minute left. It's going to be a very difficult story to try and write. And look at the new addition, Dan, in the kills category, 30 for Shady here in game 1 of the elimination finals, and Shady just popping off, almost double positive at this point. You know he was a talent that probably should have been looked at from the side of Na'Vi when they were replacing a member on their roster. Not to throw any shade at Mighty's, he has done nothing but played phenomenally for this Na'Vi roster, but Shady is one of those talents that does not become a free agent often.
31 kills and plenty of assists for the rest of the team. The flag was being run. Is it actually going to be able to be captured? Are Na'Vi going to be able to make this 4-3 and give themselves a chance with 20 seconds left and remaining? With so much aggression in the base and Flux in the position he finds himself in, I'm not sure whether Na'Vi are going to have enough time to actually get this cap the flag and then pull yet another. Online Warriors seem to have secured it here in these final moments.
To say it starts with a couple of kills. Unfortunately, 3 dead for Na'Vi. Everybody getting a kill on Online Warriors' side, and because of that, Shady puts it up from 30 to 33 in the last few seconds. It's a 4-2 victory that was very lopsided in the gameplay from the side of Online Warriors. It's on the back of Shady's 33 kills, and that was a dominant game 1. And that's what you want to see if you want to see attrition here at the top of the EU scene. Although it didn't look as strong as ever, it's those 2, 3, 4 spots that are really up in the air for me for who can win, and Online Warriors proving that they belong in that conversation.
I think the Online Warriors would have been rubbing their hands together when Respectful did join in place of Shady. As long as they were able to actually get Shady, I think there would have been the initial worry of, well, what happens if Shady is taken by someone else? And as you say, maybe Na'Vi perhaps could have looked at it if they hadn't already taken Mighty's. But as soon as Shady gets added to any roster, he adds that 33 kills. Sure, only 6 assists, but he did the job that was asked of him. 7.5k damage. He didn't seem to be missing. Very impressive stuff from Shady, and the support that was coming out from the rest of the squad helped out. Snaky, I think, had 20 assists at the same time. So when you count out the assists and the kills that Online Warriors were able to achieve, you can tell the teamwork is on point, and it's only going to get better. So I think that's a really good sign for Online Warriors that they can find success so early on in their career as a new team. You could say the same for Na'Vi and how they've progressed in the last few weeks at the same time, but in an Aquarius capture the flag game type where I would usually say Na'Vi are very strong, they know how to play it, Online Warriors had the number in every single scenario. When it came to those flag runs, as you said, they were so efficient. Very impressive indeed.
One of the storylines I guess we haven't really touched on too much was how strong Online Warriors looked in the Pro Series that they got to play with Respectful in, right? They made it all the way to the grand finals in their first week teaming with Respectful, and then Respectful gets the offer from Ascend, and obviously he's going to take that, right? With the accolades that Ascend have built up and the talent that they have. But if you're the other 3 members on Online Warriors, you're kind of kicking yourself because that's probably the best team any of you guys have been on in Halo Infinite. And you thought, hey, maybe we really do have something special here. You really want Respectful to stay with us, right? We want to grind through this, see if we can potentially be better than some of these teams. And unfortunately, Respectful made the decision he did. So everybody on the team now looks around. They got a chip on their shoulder. Like, why weren't we good enough for Respectful to stay? Look at what we did in a week. They get an opportunity to team with Shady. And that chip now, like, on their shoulders, saying to Respectful, hey, we were good enough to where you should have stayed with us. Obviously, Ascend doing what they're doing now is going to prove in Respectful's favor for now. But Online Warriors, they want an opportunity to call themselves the top dogs in this scene. They want to prove to everyone that they can compete with Europe's best, right? And I think Shady coming with his replacement on Ascend and whatnot being dropped, I think that everyone on this Online Warriors team has something to prove. And those are, in the history of Halo, if you look back, those are the most dangerous squads, right? The ones where you fire everybody up and you give everybody a reason to be pissed off coming in. So I love the fact that This team looks angry. They look like they're clicking. They look like they're all on the same page. There's a lot of individual skill to pair with that that mentality. And right now, Na'Vi having a very hard time handling it. I think we really need to start considering how good this Online Warriors team is, and especially if they're able to continue this fired up mentality that they clearly have.
Slayer Live Fire, game number 2 then. And everything you said, completely true. Online Warriors is a very scary force. It was just a matter of time until they knocked that 8th seed out of the park that they had to play with today, as Shady continues his form from game number 1 into game number 2, has the sniper rifle in his hands. One thing I will say, Na'Vi very good at controlling the overshield on live fire, but if Online Warriors are able to get it consistently, oh my goodness, jeez, what can you do against this man? Whoa!
Oh, Shady, give me some more of that. How do you drop this talent? I don't care what he's doing attitude-wise. I'll figure it out.
This man not missing a bullet at the moment, even hitting pinky toes. So much confidence with the way he's flowing around the map. And when you've got someone playing in that way, Wes, you can just have so much confidence in yourself as a team. As Kimbo drops to his death as well, Shady will take on the world right now. And he's even hitting skill jumps.
Yeah, he's something special to watch. Has been for a long time. One of those guys in Halo 5 that really impressed me alongside of Legend and the boys. But now that he's having to do it on his own, figure it out by himself. The underdog story. I love it. And he's proven everybody that he has the individual skill to compete with some of the world's best and just continuing to pop off. But I mean, it's not really by himself, right? Everybody on this Online Warriors team has been doubted. The rumors around Snakey's performances early in Halo Infinite and how they weren't legit. Mose, you know the journey he's been on. Flux, you can bet similar stories have been an underdog performance from him. So I just love the opportunity that these guys all have in order to seize the moment that they have with each other.
It's almost like a misfit story, isn't it? Where
yeah,
you don't expect it to work, but then you put 4 players who have that drive, who have that potential together, and it just clicks on the day. And if it starts being put into practice and finding strategy alongside it, then they become one of the most terrifying teams in Europe, that's for sure. And I think they know they've got something special here, just from the performance that they had previously with Respectful and how well it's translated now into what Shady's been doing at the same time, as there's a triple potential there, but Snakey wisely backs away because of the overshield. Not too confident, doesn't want to just throw a life away, waits for teammates. Very well played.
Now he plays it perfectly, right? Stays alive, allows the overshield guy to get distracted, but does some great damage along the way. And just like that, watch, rinse, repeat, 25-20. The pace of this game, so fast. Na'Vi, although we've seen pop-off moments from Online Warriors, are still within striking distance. It's only a 4-kill game, and it's on the back of Jimbo with 8 kills, Kimbo with 8 kills. So the Bo boys, they're out here to play, and they're going to need to figure out a way to win this game too if they want to find themselves in the grand finals. A storyline that we thought was almost guaranteed coming into today.
Nice shots from Kimbo. Those are the individual fights you need to be winning to try and keep Online Warriors at bay. But every single time we flick over to an Online Warriors POV, it seems to be a multi-kill, double, potential for a triple, always happening. Flux, I will say he always seems to have one of these sandbox weapons in his hand, whether it be a Bulldog, whether it be Heatwave. There's something to help him in these close range engagements. He seems to be prioritizing them on the map, and it's so important that one of your players does so. And Flux will happily play that role because we've seen in North American Halo as well how important that is. Players like Lucid, for example, always making sure he's got something in his back pocket.
Jimbo continuing to hit impressive snipes today. Lands a nice body shot, no scope on the Shady, unfortunately. Finished up, and as Overshield's coming up, this battle right here is so important for Na'Vi. Down 5 kills, and Overshield could be the difference maker. Look at that, the kill feed. It's all Na'Vi. They're able to get 3 unanswered kills, secure an Overshield, and now all of a sudden, they got a ton of momentum behind them. Jimbo picks up the 4th across the map, and now split spawns coming through. These players back tower, they're by themselves. They can't deal with an Overshield player like that, and because of it, Na'Vi are right back in this down 1.
Yep, they need those OVs. That's where the really important focus has to be going towards. They've had so much success doing it in the past, and they're doing exactly the same here in this game, and now they find themselves just within a couple of kills. Mighty tries to win that engagement, needs a little bit of help here. Unfortunately, will not find it. and it's 37-34. But this one is on a knife's edge. All it can take is, you know, one bad grenade or one good grenade from a team, and that suddenly throws you into a good position.
How well did Snaky play his life over at green right there? Being able to stay alive, get underneath. Mighty's there, get his shield back. Repulsion just buy time and end up picking up a few more kills along the way. It's extended Online Warriors' ability to keep the lead here, now up 2 as we cross the 40 kill mark.
And Na'Vi need this game. They cannot afford to go 2-0 down in this series. You worry then that maybe heads will start to drop and perhaps confidence will be far too superior for Online Warriors. 41-39, still very much in reach for both of these teams as Na'Vi starting to get back into things, and a heat wave for Kimbo means they were all tied up 41-41. And Mo's in the Online Warriors, they have been pinned back. They have to just wait. They have to be patient, but Mighty's flies on in as he does so often.
Gets the entry, but is immediately traded out. The damage is good from Kimbo, but is anyone there from Na'Vi to finish up on this damage? Jimbo does find one, but the second one doesn't come through, so just trades across the board, and trades are going to benefit Online Warriors for now. Overshield will be coming up. Who's got the positioning? It looks like it's going to benefit Online Warriors. They get a few kills paired with that position to get the overshield, and although Na'Vi did such a good job to secure the last previous overshield, this one may have been more important as it's 46-43.
Oh, Jimbo's green gun just hits the wrong player. That could have been a game-winning play. I like the attempt. He went straight back tower, grabbed it, but good bait coming out from Online Warriors. 48-44, sniper rifle in the hands of Snaky, and a chance to maybe hit a couple of shots to win this game. Needs to help the rest of the team, though. They're all weak because of grenades here, and here comes the Na'Vi push.
Here comes the Na'Vi push. The sniper not the best position to be stuck behind this pillar. And Jimbo, he's able to find that kill. 46-48. All of a sudden, no deaths can be allowed from the side of Na'Vi. No room for error. They're going to be able to find the heat wave and the snipes. So they have the power weapons to play around. How do they decide to play this? Are they going to be aggressive? They're going to be passive and wait for a pick. Are they going to expect somebody to be at green because Mose is out there? They find the kill on the Mose. The body shot headshot from Jimbo is good. There's a player elbow. Can Jimbo relocate? Can he stay alive? No, the flank from Shady gets the kill. 49-48 now. Online Warriors need one, but it's all tied up. One kill to go for this game 2 in the elimination finals, and 2 Foxy finds it. 50-49. Na'Vi now tie up the series.
Na'Vi are not done yet. They look down and out with the early stages of that game, but they showed such great promise to be able to just work their way back in, to play it strategically, to get those overshields. And the way they pushed when they had done damage, very impressive, especially on that overshield side. They managed to hit 2 players with a grenade. They knew Flux was very weak, and they absolutely flew, even though the opposition only needed 2 kills. You need confidence. You need to be trusting in your teammates to be able to do that. This is the Na'Vi that we didn't see back in the day. We would never see Na'Vi make a push like that, especially not as a 4. Sometimes they'd make it as a 2 or as a 3, but all 4 members pushed that OV side together to make sure they got ahead, they got the player advantage, and they find themselves up in a 50-49 victory to get back into this series.
I love when you do analysis and it just matches up exactly with what I would say, Dan. I love the push from Jimbo there onto the player sniping behind the overshield. That is a terrible position for that sniper to be in. Jimbo punishes him, and because of it, Jimbo picks up that snipe, puts it to work, finds a kill, and that's exactly what Na'Vi needed. They kept momentum in their favor. They did not play scared. 4,800 damage for Jimbo, and every single bit of it needed to be the difference in this 50-49 match. But now the series is all tied up, and if you're Online Warriors, what a moment that would have been to go up 2-0 in this elimination finals to try and get to the grand finals. But Na'Vi, they stay in this one. They prove some doubt wrong, and because of it, they give themselves some more opportunity to find themselves in a back-to-back grand finals opportunity in these pro series, and that would be a lot of confidence in their hands. So game 3, it's a pivotal one. It's the pendulum shifting once again. Can Na'Vi use this game 2 victory, this comeback win, to somehow get back into this grand finals and play Ascend and then create a different storyline here and now?
And we got to see the final moments there from 2Foxy's POV, just catching Snaky out bottom tower. A questionable challenge. Obviously, we haven't seen it from Snaky's POV. Maybe he thought he could get a kill there at the end, and Foxy just able to get the angle. And that's something that Foxy has always done well. He knows the positions he needs to play to get kills. But I said that Na'Vi had to win that one. 2-0 down, and I think that maybe this series starts to walk away from them. But now we very much have a best of 5 on our hands that could go either way. and we get a brand new game type. We get King of the Hill on recharge. This is a very difficult one to navigate if you haven't practiced it. I've even heard some of the best North American teams not knowing the rotation of the hills yet, right? You have to be putting the time in to start to learn those things. And even though they're very simple, it does take a little bit of time putting into the game to make sure you know exactly how you want to play things, where you want the opposition to be spawning here, who's put in more time, who's done more of their homework here. You'd have to lean towards Na'Vi with how much practice they've had in recent weeks, but we know Online Warriors are a very dangerous team.
I take it from a guy that did zero homework until I was at school the morning of. Very interested to see who has done their homework and can I cheat off of you? Shady.
We're gonna learn some way.
Shady, he's got his camo in hand. Cheating the competition because now he's invisible. Makes his way towards the battery, the disruptor. Maybe not the best gun for the situation, so he's going to drop it for the shock rifle after he picks up that kill. But you got to get this out of Shady's hands, because if we learned anything about this series so far is that Shady is playing on fire, and putting him in a position to pop off is not what Na'Vi fans want to see.
Yeah, if he can hit shots with a sniper, you know full well he's going to be hitting him with a shock. He's going to reposition so he can assist the team. Stays alive and will hit shots continuously. Mighty's walks next into the death beam. It's a drop shot onto Kimbo, and Shady, he's probably feeling a little bit frustrated that his team wasn't able to win after the way he played in the previous game. So perhaps that frustration being fueled into his performance here. Nice early kills as Online Warriors still continue to score.
Halfway into the point, as they cross that mark, Shady doing everything, yet to die at this point, doing it all as well. Picking up a kill before going down, but that is 4 dead for Online Warriors. So Na'Vi are going to have an opportunity to completely set up how they want it. Can they predict where the spawns are coming from? They see the first grenade, so they should know everyone's coming from elevator side. How do they trap Online Warriors in this situation? Kimbo picks up the first kill. That's a big one. Let's get back in the hill. Let's get some time. This is still a winnable situation to acquire this first point.
I do love the way that this first hill plays, because naturally you want to try and position yourself over towards C-Plat, because that's where the next hill is going to be. But I would argue that's the worst spawn to have in this bottom hill, and I'm open to disagreement or to maybe your own judgment. But when you drop from elevator, you've got far much more cover to work with than you do when you're spawning over towards C-Plat. You do get those nades banked off of that stairwell as well. So maybe for a team, you've got to try and really consider how you want to play things. Do you want to try and control the C-Plat just for the next hill? Do you want to play elevator side so you get this hill and then move over to elevator? It's very difficult to try and adjust.
Yeah, I think in a perfect world, you control both C-Plat and elevator. You force glass spawns, in my opinion, and you allow that pit to be such a difficult position to get an angle on. But I mean, it's very difficult to perfect that opportunity, right? To control both of those in a situation. So I think this bottom middle hill is all about working with what you got and figuring out a way to get as much time and trading damage efficiently, right? If your hill guy can get a kill, that's massive, because he's got an icon over his head. He's literally in the bottom middle of the map. He's going to receive so much damage from grenades, from focus everywhere, so many different angles. So if he's able to get a kill, just making sure you're somehow always at a man advantage is basically the goal. How you're able to do that, I don't really care. Just get it done. Snaky with the shock rifle, can you get it done now that you've been able to acquire the first point? They're able to assumingly win the rotations over towards long haul, and this is a hill that's much easier to lock down, Dan.
Yeah, this is one where if you set up properly, you should be able to score it, and we see a lot of teams just give up on it when it is so successfully set up on. Shady has the sword. He can control tower. That means you're going to force the other team all the way through Whirlpool here. And if Na'Vi is just constantly walking to shock rifle shots, they're going to be falling to the BR shots that are inevitably going to follow over from the kind of top gold area, which Mose is currently holding. So a really nice setup from Online Warriors, and that's why they've secured so many points here already, and they may actually get this hill just off one setup.
I mean, it's almost a perfect setup, Dan. If you have to break it, you got to figure out a way to do it now for Na'Vi. They decide to push glass. They get the guy out of the hill. Unfortunately, it's a flank from Shady with the sword, and he gets a triple. It was beautiful. It was perfectly played from Shady, jumping up into the sneaky. He gets 2 easy ones, the nade 1 shot as well. And now he's found himself the shock rifle. Shady may have been the most impressive player we've seen today after the performance he's put on. Mo's finding himself a double with the camo is going to benefit them to start capturing this third point. And Dan, you went from long haul, which is an easy point to secure and lock down if you get a full setup. This elevator one, it's a very similar story, and somehow, some way, Online Warriors is set up perfectly for it.
Shady with 20 kills right now.
Jesus.
And if we were talking about, you know, revenge tour from Brandon Respectful Stones last week, it is very much Shady taking all of the plaudits here this week, and he wants another stab at Ascend later on, because the way he's playing like a man possessed at the moment. If you've got that on your side, if you've got that much firepower to work with, it almost gives you the freedom to play the game however you want. They can just think about setups. They can think about the positions they need to be, because you've got one player on your team who is winning every single engagement. And I tell you what, Mose is having a series as well. He needed to after previous performances earlier today, but he seems to be absolutely steamrolling.
Maybe not the best crewmate, but a very strong Halo player. And you know he wasn't going to have back-to-back poor performances. Mose really picking it up here. 12, 8, and 9, but I mean, the talk of the town is Shady right now. 21, 2, and 5. If I'm Snaky and Flux, get me in the hill. I'll stand still. I'll just sip my coffee while you guys go to work. Maybe even go out downstairs, pick up the Uber Eats, have a nice meal, because right now, Online Warriors, they're cruising here to a Game 3 victory. It's a 3-0 hill point score line, I guess you call it, but I mean, the slaying department, it's Shady, and he almost has as many kills as the entirety of Na'Vi at some points in this game.
It's the way he moves around the map, and with movement becoming a hot topic, with snap sliding or whatever you want to call it being introduced, and people starting to figure out how to best add that to their repertoire. If Shady starts to do similar things and move around the map in a way that we know he can from Halo 5, then he becomes an even more of a bigger threat in this community, to maybe really just start to set the bar of how you maneuver your way around the map and how you can employ that into your actual game. Foxy, though, he's been performing pretty well in these latter stages. He's started to at least get Na'Vi back into this game ever so slightly with his shock rifle kills, but I think it might just be a little bit too late. With 2 minutes on the clock and a 3-0 lead, Online Warriors is looking really comfortable.
Yeah, they want the 4-0. You can tell it. Snaky's setting up for this bottom tunnel stronghold as well, and already having the advantage on the bar with control of the map. Look at Shady's positioning. He's such a difficult player to deal with here. You have to flush him out before trying to push across, because he's going to take you down. Jimbo does land some good grenades, but I mean, the aggressiveness from Snaky and the boys, they're not going to let Jimbo get away with this. He's hunted down like a wild boar back in the day, and unfortunately that was another reset of spawns for Na'Vi. They just didn't have the answer to break any of these setups, and really it's momentum, right? We talked about it coming into the series. Was Online Warriors controlling the pace and the momentum of the game going to be a problem? In that Game 3, the answer was absolutely.
And you'd think that, you know, practice, homework, all put into the equation, but I don't think Na'Vi would have ever considered 20 plus kills
if you
to
don't
come
do
into
your
it.
homework, there's success stories out there. Look at this.
There
Somehow
definitely
I'm
is.
here.
And unfortunately, you know, that's how the cookie crumbles sometimes. You can be in that last minute club. You can just play the game the way you want to play. And I tell you what, Shady played it in his own style, in his own way. And boy, is he finding success. 24 kills. Assists from the rest of the squad, of course. Mose had a pretty impressive game. I mean, the whole squad played lights out there. Na'Vi just couldn't really keep up. Were never able to get into those primary positions. They were constantly on the back foot with where they were spawning. Considering the lack of practice that this Online Warriors squad has had, if you consider how long they've been a team, you've got to say they had it pretty nailed on with how they wanted to approach that game, with where they wanted to be spawning Na'Vi, with where they wanted to be setting up, which is definitely a claim to fame for sure when you look at what they've been able to achieve so far with how Shady's been playing. So Na'Vi back to the drawing board when it comes to recharge King of the Hill, but they're still in this series. It still is a best of 5. They're only 2-1 down, of course, but with how Shady and the rest of the squad just played that game, I think that suddenly Online Warriors become the favorite in this series, West.
Oh yeah, absolute the favorites after that Game 3 performance. The objectives have not looked pretty for Na'Vi. Slayer, they won narrowly, and they're gonna have to figure out how to win an objective. But Dan, I have a question for you. Do you think Superman did his homework? Do you think the Hulk does his homework? Do you think Arnold Schwarzenegger does his homework? I don't.
I mean, actually, I would argue that all three of those probably
don't
did.
even. Yeah, they're academic. No, just a joke. But I mean, homework is one thing, but putting paper to practice is another. And we're seeing Online Warriors. They know how to play Halo at a very high level, and they're They're performing at a very high level consistently. And this is what I kind of hoped to see from this roster was with the addition of Shady, you almost get someone who is comparably greater than Respectful in some directions. I know Respectful's played so well with the Sin that it's hard to say he's not the best player in Europe, but like if you're going to be able to compare anybody, Shady's probably one of those guys you can compare individual skill wise to Respectful in the European scene. So I love the fact that they've been able to replace one great talent with another great talent and seize another opportunity here, because I do believe that this core 3 players, Mose, Snaky, and Flux, like they deserve to have somebody step up on their team and as a solid 4th, and to be able to compete in these tournaments. It looks like they've done just that.
And they deserve an organization to represent as well. I think that there's going to be a lot of phone calls made. I think that a lot of people are going to be sliding into those DMs quicker than Shady was sliding around that map with how they've been playing. And they're going to be lucky to have them, because these are 4 players who want it. They're dedicated. They have that passion. They're going to be pushing not just for, the top place in Europe, but they're going to want international competition as well to be able to put that same practice into play when we get to these big tournaments. We've got Orlando as the next international competition, of course. Then you've got Worlds afterwards. And if you can be that team to break into the top 6 once more from a European side, like you cement yourself in history, just as some of the players have done before them, right? Just as Jimbo, Kimbo have done so, Respectful's done it, Mose, those guys were the best players in Europe with what they achieved in Halo 5. So now you want to be those guys. And when you've got the passion and drive like we're seeing from Online Warriors, you can just see it in their gameplay. And it is terrifying to play up against a team like that. My question to you, Wes, is now with Na'Vi 2-1 down in this series, and they just got absolutely ran through, what does that do to your kind of confidence going into game number 4 here?
Yeah, it's been ever since that Recharge Strongholds game against the Sim where they've kind of looked downhill. I know they clutched up the Slayer, but even a 50-49 victory, like it's great. But at some point you're looking back and you're saying we even could have lost that one, right? So they've lost a lot of momentum, just about all of it. And with that, I think that they're probably kicking themselves. They've got to be frustrated from that stint. They find themselves in the backseat of this series now, down 1-2, and not the way you wanted it to go. But if you're Na'Vi, I mean, things have been far worse, especially as of recent, in the past like 6 months. So it still probably is a better situation than what you would thought of maybe like a month ago, right? Or especially after Kansas City. So I don't want to count them out here yet. I know they're capable of still winning this series outright. Absolutely they are, but it doesn't look like they're playing good enough today in order to create these series wins. And that's part of it, right? You got to come to play on the given day. Will they be able to do that come Valencia? That's a big question. Practice makes perfect. I would say they still have gotten better from what we saw even as of last week, even if they are to lose this series, but they're going to have to figure out ways to hold setups a little stronger, to break setups a little better, and to deal with momentum shifting against them in more efficient ways, quicker, if they want to have the success that I know these guys expect of themselves.
And we're constantly talking about Respectful, Shady, Mighties, because they're the new additions to the team. And like, how are they going to adapt to how their new team plays? Would you say that there's also something to be taken away of the 3 players who've just picked up a player? What can you learn from that individual player? What can you learn from their play style? Is there a way you can adjust to help them? Because surely it goes both ways when you have a new team form like that.
Absolutely. Everybody's accountable for themselves and improving, right? I would say that Na'Vi, if after watching them at Kansas City and putting on the performance they put on, they need to be taking notes from everybody's gameplay, right? And how strategically they want to go about it. I'm not saying anything about like their individual skill, because I do think that they do have a ton of individual skill. I think their philosophy on how they want to play the game, it's not the right way, or it wasn't back in the day. I think that they've increased they've gained a lot of opportunity from learning and playing around Mighties. And I think Mighties can teach these guys, hey, playing a little bit faster, playing like a little bit more aggressive in these moments, taking advantage here. Like, you need to be learning these from the best in the world, because if you want to do some homework, study some other teams, not your own, right? Like, study what everyone else is doing right, and then replicate those strategies. That's something that I saw Ascend in Halo 5 doing from the top of North American teams. They started to play strongholds like the North American teams did. What did that do? That turned their strongholds game into one of the North American-esque style, right? That aggressiveness, that ability to flip spawns, that constant pressure. That's something that it's not just Cloud9 doing it because they enjoy that style of Halo. It's because it's the most efficient Halo to be played, right? They know that this is the best chance they give themselves to continue to snowball their victory.
And I would say that coaches play an important part of that as well. You know, doing that research. Wonderboy stepped in for Na'Vi, and you know, track record. they go to their first event and they perform very underwhelming indeed. But I don't think anyone could put a slight on Wonderboy. But I do think that he has added quite a lot to Na'Vi in his research and his approach to the game and the way that he's been standing behind them and making sure that everyone keeps a level head as well. But you can say the same with a lot of these coaches in Europe, and there is a great opportunity with Online Warriors for someone to step into those shoes as well. And I would say if you are a player who's keen to try and get to those big events, but maybe you're in that kind of top 12, top 16 post Valencia and you're not going to get a chance to go to Orlando, maybe have a conversation, because there is definitely an opportunity there to learn a lot and also get to be on the biggest stage and experience a lot. I think coaching roles are very much an experience that some should have gone for. I mean, Wes, you got to coach yourself. I actually, a funny story, back in the day, I passed on the opportunity to coach Power when they were going to MLG events, and that was one of the biggest regrets I made. And I would say that, you know, with Online Warriors in the way they are, definitely look out to try and find a new coach, because they seem to be the hot team on the block right now.
Yeah, you know, I think it's important if you're one of these aspiring teams and you want to be considered the best in the world, getting a strong coach behind you, it can be a difference maker, right? A lot of players may shun on having someone that they think is not as good as them try and tell them how to play the game. But as long as that coach understands high level Halo, he can be a fifth eye onto what can be improved, onto what can be made better. Like when I coached CLG, like that was the first team that I had coached where I was like, I'm probably not better than these guys, and I don't think I was ever as good as any of these guys, right? And I still feel like my voice was heard in conversation, and I still was like I was like, when we get trapped here, we have to figure out a way to get out of this situation. I'm like, how you guys want to do that? That's on you guys. But I'm like telling you what the problem is, right? Like you guys are the best players in the world. Figure it out. But like, if you actually want to talk about the problems, that it actually starts here. So it's like having that fifth person in the room that you respect enough to have a good like lens on the game and how it's being played and what the goals are, right? I think as long as the coach is bought in and he's there for practice and he's there for like scrims and film review and like understanding how the team wants to play, he maybe not, like, as long as he doesn't overstep his boundary, I think he can be nothing but a positive influence. And I think you see some of the best coaches in the game, like a Lunchbox to Optic. I love what he does for their team. He talks about the problems. He gives a few suggestions solution wise, but he's not like trying to potentially like decide what the team's doing or whatnot. Like that's not a typical coach's role in Halo as opposed to like traditional sports. It's like having your fifth teammate that doesn't have a controller in his hand, give insight, give opportunity where it can be to perfect what we want to do as a whole.
Yeah, coach is very important, and Online Warriors, I'm sure they will be on the lookout. And whilst we've got a little bit of time waiting for this game to get ready, I mean, we didn't get to see Online Warriors versus Ascend happen on our screens. It happened prior in the bracket. It was a 2-1 victory to Ascend, but Online Warriors were able to take a game. I mean, out of these two, I think I know what your answer is going to be. Who do you think gives the best game to Ascend in that grand final? And do you see that team taking maps off them?
I want to see Online Warriors, and that's no shake to Na'Vi, but I haven't been able to see. I didn't get to see the Ascend versus Online Warriors series earlier, but I do think that their play styles will create an interesting match. I think that Ascend will finally have somebody that's going to be a little bit more aggressive towards them in the European scene, and what that does as far as their flow and how that can throw them off. Gives me a lot of hope for Online Warriors' potential. I think they will take a game from Ascend, and I think if we can talk about anything, like Shady's opportunity to create that upset would be an exciting storyline. It would be an exciting opportunity to give to him. Whether or not it's done, I mean, obviously, I think they still go in as a heavy underdog against a team like Ascend, but you want to give Shady that opportunity. Anytime I was ever replaced, like when I got dropped from BTH, I put Warriors together. The series, the second I heard that we were playing BTH for top 8, that the next tournament, I was fired up to go, right? Like that was going to be my favorite series of the tournament, no matter what happened. And, you know, just giving a player that opportunity to prove himself against the doubters is something I want Shady to have.
Yeah, Shady needs to bring that same passion and energy and just kind of inject it into his teammates as well. Get them to have that same want to beat certain teams. And from what we've seen, I think that has definitely been happening as of late. I am being told that we're waiting on one player still to join. We'll probably get a ruling if that player doesn't turn up after a while. So they need to be a little bit careful and hope that that player can get back online, Wes. But hopefully that's not how the series ends, because this was looking to be a pretty exciting game number 4, where even though Online Warriors were in the lead, we thought that Na'Vi were down and out in that Slayer in game number 2, but then suddenly they come back in, they win at 50-49, and we're saying, okay, well, Na'Vi, they're not just going to be pushovers in this series whatsoever. But when you look at a game 4 and you've just had a massive victory over your team, when it was, what, 4-0, it was probably the easiest King of the Hill game they've played in a competitive time. Maybe a break like this is actually going to be a good thing for Na'Vi, because they have had all the time to talk about what went wrong in that game. And now they have all the time in the world to be talking about what they need to actually put into the equation when it comes to the next game. Because it's so easy to be thinking about the previous game when you are actually in the next, right? Because you're just still in that headspace of, oh, we should have done this, we should have done that. And that's naturally just going to take away so much of your ability to actually put your brain cells into what you're actually doing in that game. So hopefully this time will help out for both teams, but we'll find out a ruling if something does happen and a player doesn't turn up. But Wes, I mean, when you look at these two teams, the fact they're fighting for second and third, my biggest question now, like, is thinking about Quadrant, because we saw what happened earlier. Quadrant, they flailed out of competition. They didn't look like the Quadrant that we've seen previously. Can you see Quadrant still competing with these two when it comes to Valencia?
I absolutely think I can. And I think Quadrant has had a couple of rough performances here and there. Not quite sure what's going on there, but I don't think we've seen their superstar, like the stars on that team, rise to the occasion either. I think SLG and Chick were very quiet today in the Quadrant series that we watched. Those players typically aren't quiet for long, is what I've learned about them. So the last time I got an opportunity to watch these guys on LAN, they pushed Sentinels to the distance in a best of 5. They even almost won that series outright. Sentinels went on to win the tournament. And I know that was a little bit different of a Quadrant roster, but I still have high hopes for those guys. I still think on any given day that they could be the best in Europe.
Well, the players are back in the lobby. There was rumors of a potential forfeit if said player did not turn up in time. The rulebook was being thrown at one of the sides, but it looks like they are all ready to go, and we are jumping back onto live fire. Of course, previously it was a Slayer. Not going to be the case this time, but Na'Vi very good at controlling that power up. Wes, if they can do the same here, I'm sure they'll put themselves in good stead to maybe take a victory. Otherwise, if you're on the side of Online Warriors, surely you've got to be thinking about this overshoot. You've got to be stopping Na'Vi from getting so much control.
Let's see if Na'Vi can compete in some of the objectives here in this series. So far, the objectives heavily in the favor of Online Warriors. We're kicking it off with Shady, already doing Shady things, getting the first kill of the game. He takes down the best player so far performing today on Na'Vi and Mighties, but 2Foxy been able to answer it with a kill of his own. Found the sniper, but that's just a low percentage play from him, and you got to be kicking yourself if you're 2Foxy for giving that S7 away. The battle for Overshield is going to ensue, but it is going to be early time going to Online Warriors as they transfer B. They do lose Overshield, however, I believe.
Yep, Overshield going to be popped on to Mighties here. Misses a couple of shots. Doesn't connect with the third either. Just doesn't seem to be his day with the sniper rifle, but he's still got it in his hand. Still has a chance to hit some. And really, when you've got an Overshield, sniper rifle sometimes isn't the weapon you want to have in your hands. You want to be getting aggressive. You want to be putting some pressure on the opposition. Unfortunately, he just became a target and made himself aware as Shady picks up and shows Mighties how to put it to use.
Jesus, Shady, just stop doing it to him. So many times I feel like we've seen Shady just ripping the heads of Navi off throughout this series. He continues it, limited ammo in the sniper, puts it to use. Now he's found himself a heat wave, heavily under pressure. Can't quite hit the melee onto 2Foxy, and that's a big kill to shut Shady down. Unfortunately, everybody else around you, 2Foxy goes down. 2Foxy, 5 kills to his name, so having a great game 4 so far, but needs help from the rest of Navi in order to turn this ship around. 30 points is all Online Warriors have to their name at this point in time in the game. An Overshield coming up in 15 seconds. It'll be interesting to see if Navi decide to slow down and play for Overshield, or if they try to stop the bleeding of the stronghold points.
Well, Foxy went back to try and find the heat wave whilst 2 of his teammates unfortunately fell elsewhere, and he was probably thinking, for goodness sake, just give me the time to get the weapon. Overshield's coming up. Snakey's in a position to fight for it, but probably doesn't want to jump on it just yet. Here comes the Navi push. They don't quite put it into the chest, though, and that could have been the chance for Navi to really turn around their fortunes, but with Shady now picking it up, then it's only going to spell bad news.
Yeah, somehow Online Warriors get the trip cap, get the Overshield as well, and this is when bad goes worse. Kimbo does pick up a nice kill, but it's the only kill once again. Kimbo forced to not even jump in the stronghold as of yet. Look at this. This is the right play, unfortunately, to try and buy time for his teammates to spawn. He's able to get a little bit of help from 2Foxy. They get that first kill. They need to be able to transfer some of these strongholds, though. They're transferring A and B for the moment, but C gets reset. B gets completed, so the trip cap it's done with, but 120 points is what Online Warriors are going to have to play with the lead here early.
But what was interesting there was A, B, and C were all being taken temporarily by Navi. That means they split 3 ways to try and get hills back. That's how desperate and maybe unorganized they were in that moment. But it looks like they've been able to gather their thoughts, get back together, and finally will be able to break this setup and take control and start scoring some points of their own. But that could have been so bad if that had gone wrong, because if you split that much and allow Online Warriors to just run around as a 4 and melt you, they could have been down a lot of points. But I say that, they're already down quite a lot, but that's better from Mighties with a sniper rifle.
Oh, Mighties with the triple, looking for the over. Can he get it with the frag grenade? He's going to try and push Moe's, but the trip cap for Navi is more important than anything right now. They're going to be able to start taking chunks away from the lead that Online Warriors built for how long can they hold this trip cap. Multiple players are over towards the tower, and Navi look to try and keep tower control as they did lose A momentarily. So you want to see Navi hold on to C. Unfortunately, Kimbo's got to get involved here quickly if they want to get the reset. He is able to get that reset. And look at that, 2 fresh dead from Online Warriors. Overshield is coming up. They need to find a way to secure this Overshield. Unfortunately, Kimbo didn't expect the underneath bottom middle push. It does look like they've gotten Overshield, however, and continuing to score points in their favor. So finally, Navi is starting to fight back here in an objective.
And it all started with this man on your screen, Mighties, a triple kill previously, and now another triple kill after getting the Overshield. And when you need someone to step up, when you need someone to be hitting those shots to give you a chance to get back into a game, that's exactly what he's done. And considering this young talent is new and under pressure, he does put results out there. Struggled a little bit in the early stages of this game when he had the sniper rifle, but now starting to heat up. All 4 dead, 132 to 104. Navi, just as they did in the Slayer game, they are right back into it here on Live Fire.
And they force the tower spawns. They have control. Let's see if they can get around the Slays. They can hold this trip cap, potentially take a lead. What was once a 132-point lead for Online Warriors. Now, completely almost all tied up. They need to run the Slays to secure it, gaining this lead, and there they do it. Navi fighting back just when things were at its darkest point here in this series. They step up. Mighties gives them the light. A couple of triple kills to match, and we'll see what they're able to do from here.
Mighty's so confident he even challenges a heat wave, almost pays for it, eventually does go down, but Navi will be more than happy with how they've got back into this game now, but they just can't allow Online Warriors to find that same control they had at the start of the game. As I say that, A, B, and C currently being taken, and if Shady doesn't get contested, this is going to be total control, and now they're probably going to fly at these players into C, especially if they get an early pick.
And they need to get some kills in order to do so. Overshield is going to be coming up here in about 20 seconds, I believe. Flux has to back down. Going to relocate to bottom middle, but 2Foxy picks up 2 big kills. That should be B control going over, but the reset does come through, and oh my God, somehow, some way, Flux is able to keep his teammate alive that's in this stronghold. Not only that, but find another triple kill, so he answers. Mighty's triple kills is one of his own. 2 Foxy got the first 2 kills of that fight engagement. You thought it with 4-on-2, Na'Vi could pull it off, but somehow Flux just doing so much damage from the back line there. Did look like Overshield was in the hands of Na'Vi, and that's allowed them to get off respawn this time around, but that could have gotten ugly, Dan.
Yeah, it's another overshield for Na'Vi, but maybe they gave up some map control, and it was the way that Flux played it. He went bottom middle, ran away from a player. He saw Mose die in front of him, and it's always dangerous to push in an area where you've just seen a teammate die because you'd assume that there's going to be eyes on that, but he just timed it perfectly, as now Jimbo's starting to hit some shots as well. Does find one. Needs to make sure he at least gets a little bit of help here, but he's going to be on his own. So this is important that he hits one of these shots, but unfortunately he cannot do so.
I don't know if you saw it, but Snaky was hiding at the bottom of that elbow position, just behind the box, waiting for the Na'Vi push. He gets a back smack, he gets a nade one shot, and he stops the push by himself. That was a hell of a play from Snaky off screen there. It's allowed Online Warriors to regain the lead and continue to build it, now up over 50.
Well, A and B being taken, C already in control. Na'Vi have a chance to start scoring once more, and now due to that retake, they know exactly where all of these players reside from Online Warriors. Good nades from Mighties to take down Mose, and they're not too far behind, and considering they were able to come back from about 120 points down, you know full well that Na'Vi will be confident they can get back into a game whenever they need to, but you don't want to allow Online Warriors to get too close to victory here. Otherwise, then you start to worry and you start to just desperate a few of these strongholds.
You don't want it to get to that point. Mighty's with a great stick, some good damage onto a second player. Unfortunately, not quite sure if anybody from Na'Vi able to capitalize, and because Shady's able to get his shield back, look at what happens. Shady just hits some perfect shots onto 2 players from Na'Vi. Hops into B as well, and that's going to be B being transferred over. They are going to be potentially at risk of losing C, but they're focused on A, and if they're able to get the next round of plays, it's going to be a trip cap. It's actually a trip cap no matter what. What can Na'Vi do to get out of it quickly, because they don't have much time?
A lot of big kills are about to happen, but where's it going to go? Na'Vi lose one, so do Online Warriors. Kimbo needs to fight with these players that are top middle, but he gets pushed from both sides. It's an important trade as Flux finds himself the last remaining player, but does cap B to keep Online Warriors scoring, and he finds one. Just needs to stay alive and be a nuisance at this point. And Online Warriors close to taking this series and sending themselves to another grand final.
Yeah, just moments away. Can you just get a couple of kills? Mighty almost pushes a little bit too quick, feeling the pressure of the moment, knowing he's got to get into B somehow, some way. And look at Online Warriors swarming in front of A. Both players in no shield, but just not the resources to finish them off. Jimbo just try to hop into B, but 10 points is all Online Warriors need. There's another player into B, but Shady deals with the second. Shady stays alive. Another player, I believe, was over towards the B stronghold, but Shady somehow, some way, just buying so much time for his team to come off respawn.
It's a last-ditch attempt then from Na'Vi to take B and try and get back into this one, but Snaky is going to push in, get aggressive, finds 2 thanks to the help of Flux. C's being taken, but A and B now for Online Warriors, and they just need to hold one of these strongholds, and they will be the victors here. They will be going to the grand finals, and with a sniper rifle and with the players in the right position, no one from Na'Vi to contest. As I say that, A is currently being fought for, so still a last chance here for Na'Vi.
Still a last chance, but you gotta play perfect. 249. Wouldn't that be a comeback story here? But hey, it's being transferred. You gotta get into a stronghold. They do jump into B, but I'm not sure they have the resources. B gets killed and gets reset, and with it, the 250 a point will end this series in Online Warriors' favor. They're gonna take this one 3-1.
Online Warriors get to the grand finals yet again. This time their replacement is Shady, of course, previously on Ascend, who they meet in the grand finals. So we are definitely due an absolute slobber knocker when we do get there. But for Na'Vi, 3rd place. I mean, it's a familiar position for them. We've seen them finishing 3rd, 4th quite often previously in Pro Series back in the day. It's going to be a tough pill to swallow for sure, because they've made so much progress over these last couple of weeks, whereas that they were probably thinking, yeah, look, we're top 2, we get to the grand finals, we try and have a stab at Ascend, and we go into Valencia predicted as maybe the 2nd best team. But Online Warriors, suddenly they've done it again. They show up out of nowhere. They were 8th seed coming into this, and they find themselves in the grand finals. But we just have to, congratulate how successful they were and how impressive they were.
Disappointed for sure are Na'Vi and Na'Vi fans for now, but the big picture, remains on Valencia. We will not be able to see them compete until then. Let's see what scrimming in the next 2 weeks can do. We talk about the incremental improvements this team can make and have made. Let's hope that continues with their story. But to transition focus on the Online Warriors and what they have built in such a short period of time and the opportunity that they have given themselves as individuals, Snaky and Shady, the two damage leaders for this team, doing it all here. But I mean, everybody having a highlight reel at some point in this series and just showing you how much talent is on this roster, Dan.
And how much talent's in Europe. I think that one thing we can say is it's very competitive at not just the top end, but also in the mid-tier area of European as well. European Halo, excuse me, which is going to mean Valencia is going to be very spicy indeed. But it's Online Warriors who are going to get their stab at Ascend in the grand finals here of Pro Series number 7, the last Pro Series as well. All season long, it's been Ascend at the top. The one time they were dethroned, it was a loss to Online Warriors, previously with Respectful on that side, but of course Quadrant came out and won that Pro Series in the end. But now Ascend looking to try and stay at the top going into the end of Pro Series 7, just as they did in Pro Series 1. There's the final lay of the land then. Online Warriors win 3-1. Na'Vi, they're able to take a map, but it was a 50-49. Lottie, Scherzi, I mean, watching in the wings there, and I'm sure you were very impressed with Na'Vi's comeback in some of those maps, Lottie, but unfortunately, Online Warriors just a little bit too strong.
Yeah, they certainly were strong. That is definitely the word I would use to describe them at this point in time. I mean, Na'Vi, look, they looked really good. There was glimmers of hope at certain occasions, especially in that series, and obviously in that Slayer, some really good forward thinking coming across from Jimbo as well. So great stuff there, trying to pick up the sniper and, obliterate the guy behind Ovi. And so, like, it's promising, right? With Na'Vi and their growth, it is promising. And like you said, Gaskin, third place, a little bit too familiar, but I think they're going to be happy with some of the things that they've managed to achieve today. However, Clutch did say it would be a similar style to Ascend for Online Warriors, aggressive by nature and hard to break. But Shaz, after Na'Vi's run with Ascend, were you surprised that they couldn't find their footing against Online Warriors a bit more?
No, because I think before the series started, I know Dan said that Na'Vi were the favorites, but I really thought Online Warriors were going to be a really tough ask, and that's exactly what we've seen. These players have been around the block for a very long time, and they've managed to put together a team that really works. It all seems to click for them, and I think the introduction of Shady, although it might not seem to have worked on paper because he speaks a different language, but his English is actually very, very good, and he's shown that he's fit into that team like a glove and they've gone from strength to strength. So I think I'm very happy to see Online Warriors play the way they did. And I think for Na'Vi, that familiar position of third, second, it continues to be just not good enough. More reps for them heading into Valencia, but I think there are some takeaways. That is Online Warriors, although this is online, they're not guaranteed to even get top 2 in Valencia with the way it's looking.
Yeah, I think, to be honest, Jersey, I think Online Warriors, all the French they need to know is keep doing you in French.
Keep doing the kill.
Just keep doing whatever you were doing. I mean, dude, Shady, he woke up today, didn't he? He really did. Unbelievable performance. Map 1 especially. I mean, 33 kills and like 16 deaths or something. That ratio is just unbelievable. How do you see him transitioning now into a grand final situation and coming up against his old teammates?
Well, he had the bit between his teeth in that last series. I think one thing that Shady has that maybe Ascend weren't really prepared for is that he has all the playbooks, and he knows all the strategies and stuff that they're going to employ. So he knows exactly when they're in a certain situation, what they're going to try and do. So I think he can be a real counter to that. So it's going to be really interesting to see how that matches up, and if now Ascend have to play things a little bit differently, playing against a former teammate, or if it's a case of we're so good, it doesn't matter if you know what's coming, we're still going to do it.
Well, I'll tell you what, we're going to find out very shortly. We're heading to a break right now, but when we come back, we do indeed have our grand finals set up for you guys. Online Warriors have quite a heavy road ahead. They're going to have to reset a bracket if they do want their chance of taking this Pro Series title for the final week. But Ascend, they want that clean sweep victory. We'll find out what exactly it will be right after this.
So God, I'll be back.
from the hunt.
Out there, beyond the safety of these walls, sometimes you have to fight on your own. When the only one who has your back is you.
Welcome to the Lone Wolves. King of the Hill. Enemy team took the hill. Double kill. Last Spartan standing. Spartan eliminated. Danger zone incoming. Showdown. Flag captured.
We always have room for another wolf.
Play it now with Game Pass.
Now, before the break, we saw lights out gameplay from the new and improved roster of Online Warriors. And I mean to throw no shade when I say this, but Shady was on another level in this series. He dropped some heavy stats on the Na'Vi lads, and it was difficult for them to stop the bleeding. And alongside an incredible team effort from Flux, Mose, and Snaky, they managed to win 3-1 and only falling short in a Slayer with a 1-kill separation. They have quite the journey ahead of them, though, if they want to make the Cinderella run, as Ascend is the antagonist in this fairy tale. And trust me, that villain is one of the worst. It will take a bracket reset and 2 series wins to make this a reality. Can they do it? Well, we have 3 gentlemen to discuss those odds, and they're 3 of our very best. Gaskin, Sherzy, and Clutch. This is going to be a tall order for Online Warriors, but I've got to say I'm really impressed with what we're seeing so far. I guess my biggest question, Gaskin, is do they have what it takes to actually do this? It is 2 2 series. It's a bracket reset against Ascend, who are also looking equally as good. 2-1 was their previous score. Have they got what it takes?
Part of me wants to say yes. Just based off what I've seen in that performance in that series and how they played and how they controlled some of the maps where I expected them to maybe struggle because they didn't necessarily have the practice. But it just seems odd to go against Ascend when they've had such an impressive tournament and an impressive last couple of weeks since they picked up Respectful. I don't think this is going to be a walk in the park for Ascend. And I do think there is a small percentage chance that Online Warriors could take us to another best of 5. But across 2 best of 5s, you have to favor Ascend.
Yeah, I think it's going to be really difficult to not kind of favor Ascend in this situation. But, you know, just on the odds that potentially Online Warriors have what it takes to do this, you know, Shozi, do you think having Shady on this team really does start to even things out for them? Does it give them a better fighting chance going up against a roster that really they have a little bit more of a deep dive into with Shady?
Well, 3 of the 4 players on the Online Warriors roster are the only people to ever make Ascend lose in Halo Infinite, and indeed the 599 days that they went on, that run, that came to an end because of Flux, Snakey, and Moze. And of course they had Respectful and they poached him onto their team, and that's true, a bit of business, it must be said. But I think Shady coming onto the Online Warriors team, he can bring that X factor, that clutch factor that this team maybe needs. You've seen in that last series, he hits those shots in the big moments when the lights shine bright, as Shady can stand up and win a series for you. So this is going to be a very tough ask for Ascend, but we'll see what they're made of.
It is indeed. It's a bit of a funny one, actually, because they've got a player swap happening, basically. You know, they've taken players from each other. And Clutch, you know, we talked about how they kind of have similar play styles, you know, aggressive, fast-paced, you know, really in your face and trying to hold control for as long as possible. Did you see that play style when Respectful was on Online Warriors, or do you think this is something that Shady's kind of bringing in from Ascend?
No, I think Respectful and Shady both kind of brought that caliber and that play style to this team. It's a little bit different in the individual way that they do it, but they both play fairly aggressive. I think this is going to be a great series. I think you have to favor Ascend and just the teamwork that those core 3 have. And even though they have a lot of time with Respectful as well, I think if Online Warriors were to even win the first best of 5, that would be a very impressive statement. What I'm looking for here is Online Warriors to get something to build off of for Valencia. Give us some hope that this could be an interesting series on LAN. I think that Ascend could very easily just 3-0 this team and be Europe's dominant team here. I think they have the talent to do it, but I think Online Warriors really have that chip on their shoulder, a little bit of extra motivation to make this a little bit more interesting.
Yeah, I've got to agree with that one. I think, you know, it's something that I actually noted as well, Gaskin, is, you know, some of the stats coming through. And I always go to you with it when it's regards to stats. And I kind of wanted to know, what do you think is the more efficient way to approach a series versus Ascend if you're Online Warriors right now? So in their final map, I noticed that the stats were looking pretty even across the board in terms of teamwork. You know, we had the boys with 17, 18, 16, and 19 kills to tons of similar assists as well, 13, 18, 19. And again, in terms of death count, very, very similar stats and numbers as well. As I'm throwing this over to you for the game, what way do you want to play this? Do you want somebody popping off and somebody leading the charge here, or do you want even individual stats where we can see teamwork shining through here?
Well, as a viewer, Shozi, I want to see someone popping off, absolutely.
Yes,
but for you to find victory, I think everyone needs to be playing at the same level, and everyone needs to be, you know, hitting those shots and putting up those stats.
Similarly, I think we've seen already Sika culpable in one of the games. He had a bit of a bad game, and I think you kind of need to stand to have a couple of team members in different games to have something similar to that, to have, you know, a 9 and 20 game, just really apply the pressure to them, Dan, because I think the issue is here it'll be disrespectful to not say Ascend are well and truly the favorites here. But Online Warriors, they've already gotten themselves here, and they've beaten Ascend before. So if anybody can do it, I think it's Online Warriors.
Yeah, it's a telltale sign of, you know, how much did Respectful add to that Online Warriors squad? How much did Shady take away from the Ascend squad? And then you swap them, and what happens? Do playstyles work out between the two? Or are we going to see a team really struggle in certain maps because that player who's been added doesn't quite gel with another player on a team? These are such new and fresh squads, even though some of these players have played together for a long time as a 4. They are very much new boys on the block, and we are in store for a fantastic grand finals.
The reigning defending champions up against the Online Warriors. Do they have what it takes to topple the Kings here? in the final Pro Series before Valencia. The Respectful getting the first kill. The start here will favor Ascend just a touch, with the Rockets also being secured. But this Strongholds game, Dan, it's going to be back and forth. There's not a doubt about it.
Definitely going to be back and forth. If there's one thing Ascend are good at, it is Strongholds games, the way they move around the map as a unit. But from what we've seen today of Online Warriors, they play in a very similar fashion, a very similar strategy and approach they have to the game. And maybe it's something that Shady's brought to this Online Warriors roster as well. As you mentioned earlier, he might know a few tricks of the trade, as Snaky behind enemy lines here just needs to back off. He needs support from the team, and there comes the support.
Support comes, but maybe a little bit too late. Legend, the last man standing though for Ascend. 2 members up for Online Warriors as they now look to get their first points. A and C in control. Ascend have to settle for B here as the team spawn back up and they look to engage once more. Moz will fire back those couple of shots and turn his attentions back towards A. Legend will find your first initial pick, and that will make this defense for Moz far more difficult than it would have been beforehand. And 3 dead now for Online Warriors.
I mean, if we go by the script, Online Warriors should win this one. With everything that's happened over these past couple of weeks, you know, Respectful got dropped. He then beat his previous team. He goes on to win the tournament. Online Warriors, Shady, got dropped by his previous team, gets to play his previous team, goes on to win the tournament. You know, it's all written in the stars there, but Online Warriors have to actually turn up on the day. And already we can see in these opening stages how closely contested this is, not just in the slaying department, with how they're trying to control these strongholds and how difficult it is for them to hold on to a setup.
Well, speaking of the script, Respectful still alive, but he's barely breathing. Top tower is going to be the next fight, and he's not long for the world. The Snaky does eliminate him. 2 dead for Ascend. That will open up the map now for Online Warriors to crank the pressure just a little bit. But how much can they crank it? Can they really make Ascend pay for the stepping out line that they've just done? A and C remain in control of Ascend. Moz has the rocket. Splash damage will be enough to lock in a double kill, but they're still not scoring.
This is one thing that Ascend should be advantageous in a position like this. When they have control, that's when they should be at their very best, to be able to then put pressure on the spawners of Online Warriors and not allow them to escape so they can start to do work and start to get slays as Legend takes down Shady. And I'm sure that one's going to feel good because the Bulldog was in his hands, and we know how dangerous that Bulldog can be when you're up close and personal.
Legend look to get close once more. Onto Moz, not opting to use the battle rifle this time. Back PD though. Eyes set, heaven, feet planted for a moment. Spawn's coming in cafe side though, and he's going to be the first point of contact, and Snaky gets popped down to no shields. He steps out once more, ensures to lock in that kill for his team, but it's Respectful back C, desperately trying to scamper away. Shady, the man who he replaced, will be the one to get the final bullet in the back of the dome, and Respectful will be eliminated this time. A and B in contention now as we find these teams. Ascend have managed to get a real foothold in the game now, Dan. It's whether Online Warriors can match the pace.
Well, Online Warriors have finally been able to break into B, but this is going to be a big fight over towards C that's happening right now. Shady, now he knows his team are A. He just needs to milk and stay alive. You can't afford to just throw your death away and then allow Ascend to have the numbers. So instead, he does play his life. He gets away, and look at how he's just sprinting to try and get into a position to help teammates here. His movement around maps, very good, very quick. Knows how to be sliding all over the place. In fact, it looks like sometimes he is just lubed up with whatever he can find so he can slip and slide around the map as quick as possible.
Shady down to no shields. He be not slipping and sliding for too much longer. So here comes the rockets. Snipe drone with the boom box over the shoulder. What tunes will it be playing here? Legend picks up 2 in the feed. That'll make these rockets not as important as they might have been before. But we'll still have to lock in one. It's going to be a trade. So often they can be when you clamber up. You get locked into that animation, and Seek It turns A in his team's favor, but also has to turn his attention towards Arcade. But it's been so good so far for Ascend. Online Warriors playing in patches, Dan, but they've been unable to really dictate the pace.
Yeah, as we get into the meat of this metaphorical sandwich, we're starting to realize that Ascend just seem to have a better hold of this game over Online Warriors, even though it's very close to begin with. And okay, Ascend are all 4 dead right now. Ascend have done far better when they've been holding setups. They've been pushing those spawns. Online Warriors have kind of been scattered all over the place, trying to escape desperately from, you know, like ants in a little hillside that are trying to escape a small child, maybe trying to light them on fire, as he should not be doing. But none of them able to get together, all just scampering across the map and Ascend picking them apart. And now Online Warriors need to be pushing themselves as a 4, making sure they take down Ascend off spawn and not allowing them to have that much success.
What a terrifying analogy that was. Ants getting burnt alive, chased by a child. I'll try and not think about that when I sleep tonight, but sneak in the PD. Along with his teammate Respectful, jumping up and down, desperately trying to stay alive, much as though, like the ants would have been running from that child. But Flux back tower, taken down to half shields. And Snakey in the tires also gets dispatched this time. Beautiful shots out of Sika. And although he's having a bit of a slow game, 6 and 11, it's Online Warriors who continue to dictate the pace now with A and C in their control, but it might not be for much longer.
They need these rockets though, and Snipe Drone's got the perfect vantage point now. He can watch like an eagle in the sky down on his prey. Mose does get hold of them, but unfortunately his life is short-lived, and Snipe Drone knows exactly where they are. Straight onto those rockets after the information was relayed from the rest of the team, but Shady gets there first.
Shady beats him to the punch. Will lock in 2 for his team. That rocket will be detrimental to the cause. A locked in for Online Warriors. It's going to be C for Ascend, and now the contest for B. Mo's in a 1v1. He's managed to come out on top, but it's going to be a trade nonetheless, and that means that Ascend can sneak in. Legend 6's toe in gets the reset, and that's going to mean more points in favor of Ascend, but there's very little separating them now, only 30 or so points.
Yeah, one set of Slays can reward you now with about 30 to 40 points with how these teams are both playing and setting up. It's a little bit scrappy at the moment with A and C, the outer edges being held by Ascend, but if Online Warriors can pick and choose as to where they want to go, they might be able to get into either. But Ascend, again, they pressure. They recognize that Online Warriors rotate around from B. They try and take it off them, but Flux, similarly to what he's done in Capture the Flag, very quick to push back and not allow that cap to happen.
Can Flux and Co withstand the pressure? B is in their control, but A and C once more. It's a per man setup for Ascend, but it's going to be enough to keep on scoring points. Legends is situated over towards Cafe. Flux with that information will now move into the hill. Mo's picking up 2 in the feed. That will help the cause no end. They look to control A and B once more, but every time they step into one hill, Ascend very quickly rotate.
They fight so hard to get one, don't they? But then Ascend are already there at next hill. You've got to try and beat them in that race, but it's so difficult to do so. Ascend are the Usain Bolt of the Halo world when it comes to how quickly they transfer from one stronghold to another. Online Warriors, they've been able to hold on to A and B here, and if they can pressure C, if they can actually force Ascend back into a position where they are those ants that are trapped, and suddenly Online Warriors look like maybe they could even potentially take this game 1, but Ascend fight out far better than Online Warriors have.
And now I find myself just thankful that Jamaica don't play strongholds. Not much is for sure. They would have the competitive advantage, but Online Warriors looking a bit like a Jamaican bobsled team right now and could use a little bit of help. But B and C out of their control and about to be the first triple cap in a while, so the pain's really starting to get cranked.
Yeah, Ascend have got a bit of a lead to work with now. That means that, you know, they can play this in a way that they want. They don't have to rush towards strongholds. They don't have to desperate anything and put themselves in 1v1s. There is a little bit of scrappiness going on. Like, Ascend don't look in complete control. I think Online Warriors have done very well to, you know, make Ascend have to fight every single time off spawn. As soon as they actually appear on the map once more, there seems to be a BR shooting at them. So Online Warriors have done at least well at pressuring them in that scenario.
All of a sudden, Online Warriors are going to look to lock in a triple cap of their own. Mose has picked up another double kill. Playing very, very well is Mose. 24 kills, 14 deaths. He has the 3 assists to boot, so more of that, please, and you should see some success. Having said that, C is starting to transfer as well as A. Respectful down to no shields. 3 dead now once more for Ascend, and all of a sudden, question marks being asked. Online Warriors have them on the ropes.
Yeah, they're playing exactly how Ascend would as well. Now they're pressuring them on C. They were trying to force them out of it, but Ascend have done better to actually escape up driveway there and avoid Snakey initially. But Shady was there waiting, ambushing, and now he can find 3 members of his ex-team and really put Online Warriors in a position where they could potentially win this game. Next set of rockets is going to tell us a lot about who's going to take control in these next few stages.
Online Warriors doing a fantastic job of just dictating what way Ascend are going to go, smoking them like foxes out of a hole.
Not ants
that's
out
why
of a
we're
hill.
seeing them. Not ants out of a hill. Much
Okay,
better analogy. See that?
Yeah,
see that?
far better.
Let's use that one from now on because that other one was terrifying. But BNC in control. 203 points to 193. So now all of a sudden Ascend have some questions to ask. And 2 members dead. They're going to have to wait for their teammates to spawn back up. Snaky has the rockets, and it's a full set 2 to boot. So it's going to be a tough push up this driveway, up this hill. Because you could be heading straight towards your death. Snaky getting taken into no shield zone, will get taken down. Rockets have gone down. Moses also joined him. And all of a sudden, Ascend have made a successful push.
And you say how it's the boomstick. It's like the death stick at the moment. You pick up those rockets and you fall straight away. They just seem to be bad luck. But whoever finds them in their hands, A, B, and C now going to be in control of Ascend. And just like that, they were down. It looked like Online Warriors were in control and that this was going to be a game maybe going towards the blue team. But how back and forth is this? A and C both being fought for, and these rockets could really change the pace of the game.
And the rockets, it's B, see you later at the moment for Ascend. Rockets go down once more. Splash damage is enough to get the kill, but it's going to be a trade. 223 and climbing now. Online Warriors need to go. They step into the hill. 3 dead for Ascend. Now all of a sudden Ascend will have to come off the respawn and answer some questions, because if the next few kills don't go in their favor, game 1 will go against them.
Where do Ascend go? They've been able to take A, but now they need to band up and actually make a push towards one of these other strongholds. But Online Warriors are trying to collapse. They're trying to suffocate to not allow Ascend actually to have any sort of breathing room or thinking space to try and make a push here. But it looks like Pink Street's going to be the choice, but they need to move quickly. 240 points for Online Warriors.
It's 2 dead apiece. B and C still in control. 2 members set up. It's going to be a full hard defensive B. Will it stand strong? Respectful steps out, but it's not going to be enough. They could not get a foot in the stronghold. And Online Warriors take game 1.
Online Warriors have just walked into Ascend's backyard and sent them back out the front door, saying, welcome to the grand finals. You are not going to have an easy road here whatsoever. That is usually one of Ascend's best game types. Any sort of strongholds, Ascend look like they're at home, but not going to be happening here. Online Warriors are very much going to make a grand final of this, and I think that this is a very exciting time for not just European Halo, but for the Online Warriors players who have been waiting for this chance to go up against Ascend again. They took 1 game off them in the winners bracket, remember, but that was a best of 3. Now we're into a best of 5, and just look at the amount of slays that we've seen on that side. I mean, that is a performance worthy of already a reset potential here from the Online Warriors. I don't want to get ahead of myself, but they look very much in commanding fashion.
And Ascend, Dan, for many months have been the European bullies. All of a sudden now, there's some teams, particularly this Online Warriors, that are starting to stand up, and they've had enough of handing over their lunch money. And with a game like that from Moes, he put down 29 kills, 6,000 damage, but across the board, like you spoke about it spread so evenly.
Has to be spread evenly. You can't afford to have a weak link in any sort of stage of this competition, especially in the grand finals. And Online Warriors all seem to be stepping up when they need to. And Moes, who did have a poor game previously earlier in this tournament, a poor series, some might say, now seems to have shaken that off, doesn't look affected whatsoever, and looks a new man coming into this grand finals. And this Online Warriors team really look set out for blood here. And unfortunately for Ascend, they might just be in front of the warpath that is unfolding, because Online Warriors, they want to make a statement here, and Shady definitely will want to turn this team into mince pie.
And something that when this team change was made, there was obviously understandable uproar. Everybody thought it was because, Ascend lost 1 series, or after dropping and removing Shady from the team, but it was never about his ability. That was not something that was ever in question. And he's gone to a different team, and he's replicating that with this Online Warrior squad, Dan. But can they now drive on here? Can they push that stake into the Ascend heart?
If they play the same way as they just did, with the individual skill and the way they were actually joining up and working in tandem, absolutely they can. I'm already saying this could potentially go to another best of 5 with how Online Warriors just played that game. And you're completely right? Shady dropped from what we hear, probably not because of performance issues, but maybe a personality clash, maybe things not necessarily right in the camp with what Ascend actually offered. But now on Online Warriors, you are with a team who all just want to win. And that drive is suddenly back there for Shady. He's going to want to practice. He's going to want to play games. He wants to win this grand final.
Ascend find themselves in very familiar territory, as I do finally get the word out there. 3 dead, though, for Online Warriors. As Ascend look to bounce back immediately here. Snipe rifle in Snipe Drone's hands. Overshield's about to pop as well, and he will be overlooking that, providing cover fire for his team. Stika has to back away, and numbers not quite there. Baiting and switching is going to become in place. Mo's has gotten there, but the headshot wasn't going to connect, and all of a sudden Overshield flips into the Online Warriors chest. The scoreline currently sitting at 5-3.
You put so much trust in your teammate at top tower in those scenarios where you almost want to bait that Overshield and hope that he hits that shot, and it almost will guarantee you the OV on your side. But unfortunately, Snipe Drone can only connect with the body. Wasn't an easy shot because Mo's had turned away, but Snipe Drone still has control of this top tower. But some of these body shots need to be converted. Finally, Legend will at least turn one into a kill. Oh, unfortunately for Mo's, he's not able to get the better of Snipe Drone on that occasion.
4 dead. Make that Shady hidden very quickly back into that respawn screen. Oh, you stepped out for a second. On you pop once more. 12 kills to 5. It was a very close game for a moment, but it's then starting to flex their muscles. The Snipe Drone in particular really putting this snipe rifle to really good use. Mo's down to no shields. Body shot, but the headshot on hand in the battle rifle. That trigger finger will get the job done eventually. 16 kills to 8, and Ascend, they're a little bit irritated, Dan.
Yeah, sometimes when you poke the bear, it can turn a little bit ugly, and that seems to have been what's happened at the moment. Online Warriors haven't necessarily got into this game, but 8 kills in it. I wouldn't say they're down and out just yet. Mo's on 0 and 4. He's just had a very incredible game number 1, but struggling in the early stages here. Ascend just being able to keep them on that respawn screen, keep them in that spawn trap situation. You notice how Ascend, they're collapsing, they're looking at spawns, they're constantly trying to find the Online Warriors roster who haven't been able to get a grip to this map whatsoever.
Respectful with the help of the Overshield, helps secure 2 kills for his team. Mo's the latest one to fall. That's going to be 4 dead once more for Online Warriors. 24 kills to 11, and this starts to become then a very tough conversation to have about any real sense of a comeback, it must be said.
Yeah, a 13 kill difference should never be a comeback, but I know we've seen it happen. We saw it happen earlier on Slayer Catalyst, but I think Livefire is an entirely different ballgame. And with how Ascend have been, well, not really missing, and also the speed of which they've been playing, Online Warriors haven't had the chance to even think about how they want to set up and break the way that Ascend have been positioning themselves, to be honest. So 27-13, a 14 kill difference. You do start to think about game 3 already, but this is exactly the response that Ascend had to put on show. If Online Warriors had gone 2-0 up in the series, then Ascend would have started to panic a little bit, started to maybe doubt themselves, question themselves. Respectful might have started to think, oh god, what's going to happen? Am I going to lose to the team that I left? But with a dominating Slayer, the belief starts to flow back through the veins, excuse me.
33 kills to 15 then. Respectful with the sniper rifle in his hands. He's already helped his team secure 7 kills. Not really looking to step out here. Flux drops down into pillars. That first warning shot will not connect. Goes just across the bow, and that's going to mean that it opens the door for Flux to pick up the sniper rifle instead. Snipe Drone, though, he has other ideas and other intentions. But it's a straight out brawl. But Ascend have come out on top once more. They only require 13.
Chalk it up. Send us to game 3. Overshield going to be grabbed by Respectful as well. If there was ever any doubt of where this game's going to go, I think that is going to secure a victory for Ascend already. An 18 kill difference between the two teams. Even if you slowed this down now for Online Warriors and were able to get 2 sets of all 4 dead, you still find yourself over 10 kills behind. As Respectful now with this Overshield can just go wherever he wants, wherever he pleases. Online Warriors already know what's happened here. They know it's game 3 on the horizon.
It's a matter of when, not if, then it would seem. 3 go down. Shady. Last man on his ones. But not for long as Legend wins that 1v1. Now we will see that play out more often. And in Valencia, no doubt, we will see these teams be back and forth. 48 kills to 22 now. And what was a very close game 1 has been an absolute blowout in game 2 as the final kill finally gets locked in. This series is 1-1 Ascend bounce back.
And this is exactly what we saw in the winners bracket in the best of 3, where Online Warriors were able to get that opening objective game in a fairly close game for them, but then the Slayer was a complete blowout. Ascend completely dominated it as well. And when you look at this Online Warriors roster, you wonder how that happens, because you've got 4 players who are very talented individually and very rarely will miss those shots and lose those engagements, but Ascend very much working in tandem far better than the Online Warriors, and they needed to do so. I mean, I was worried. I think everyone else was kind of like, oh, maybe Online Warriors are going to have a chance in this grand finals, but I think that will just settle everyone down, me included, and say, all right, don't forget just what Ascend have done in the past and what this team means and what they want to achieve, not just in Europe, but international competition as well. I mean, when Respectful only has to do 1,800 damage and you still win 50-24, you know you've had a blooming great game.
And I suppose questions have to be asked, Dan, because I remember when this Online Warrior squad originally got put together with Respectful, you said that this is 4 heavy-hitting Slayers, is the way you described it.
Yeah.
And they've just lost 50-24 in what you would assume is one of their, their stronger game types, it must be said. That they're all such strong individual players. They find themselves getting staked, and it wasn't even a case of it, them being in the game in patches. They were completely outplayed, outthought, outmaneuvered. We now head into CTF Bazaar. Is there an avenue for them to bounce back, or is it going to be, do you think, an Ascend train now?
It is looking like it could be an Ascend train, right? But at the same time, Bazaar Capture the Flag plays an entirely different pace than what we've seen previously. Choo-choo, indeed, as you pull that horn. But when we look at Ascend's history on this map, the first time they'd ever lost Bazaar Capture the Flag was that week where, they finished in 3rd place. In online European competition is what I'm talking about. Ascend have just dominated Bazaar Capture the Flag historically. Now they've got Respectful, so they will play slightly different, you'd imagine. But naturally, when 3 of those 4 players were so good at this map, you'd think it should translate naturally to a new 4 playing it. So yes, I think Ascend should take this game, but Online Warriors at the same time, they can now slow this game down a little bit. They can try and stop Ascend from being able to run through them. I will say that I think that with how both of these teams play, it becomes very snowbally, not just on this map, but almost every map. That's why we saw Ascend run out of control there, because they got in so much control that Online Warriors just weren't able to get their way back into the game, and Ascend just kept building upon that. So if that first flag cap goes in favor of either of these teams, and they're able to keep that mid control, we could see things just snowball out of control in both sides.
Ascend have bounced back, showing signs of life. Online Warriors looking so good in game number 1, but found wanting in the Slayer. The stage is set now. CTF Bazaar is going to be a game number 3, and which way will the pendulum swing when this one's all over? Respectful in the treehouse, firing a couple of shots already across the way. The Shady and indeed Flux, both players down to no shields, and that's going to mean that Ascend should get map control off the back of it.
It's 2-for-1 trade. Respectful needs to stay alive here, which he does. Where did this overshield end up? Did it already get depleted? Where did the rockets end up? Those are my biggest questions right now, and I think maybe the players are also asking the same questions. Asika looking around a little bit lost at the moment, but one thing that he does know is that his team has the advantage. They've been able to gain map control. And this is a very brave push going up towards Bar, but once you arrive there, you're in such a commanding position.
Flux desperately trying to stay alive. Back flag. Been successful so far. 3 go down. Sneak last man alive, and Bar recognizes this and has to slow down this push. Stay alive and be a real nuisance behind enemy lines, but Moes has cleared him out. The riffraff is gone, and now all of a sudden Online Warriors have control of the map.
Dynamos allow Snakey to just zone a little bit, gain some information perhaps from Bart. Will spot out Respectful, but here comes the push from Online Warriors. They know that they need to get an entry first, but you don't want to put yourself in an area where you can just be naded and bombarded. 2 have gone down for Online Warriors, but sometimes losing a player means that you can't even push in Bazaar. You need to have all 4 of your players up if you've not been able to take down the entire of the other roster. It's so difficult.
Over a minute and a half deep then. Nothing to scream and shout about on the scoreboard. It's ebbed and flowed as we expected it to. Snakey has picked up the Dynamos. Used 1 already. The second one, no doubt, will be thrown and is over towards Pillars. It tags Legend down to no shields, but he's still looking to get frisky in this fight. Has to try and step out for the overshield. Mo's perfectly placed grenade will deny him that. The privilege now of seeking a 1v1. It's a huge one, but Flux comes out on top. Overshield popped into his chest as well. And now all Online Warriors need to start moving forward.
And as my notes do finally load, for some reason I was in offline mode for the last 10 minutes. It was Bazaar Capture the Flag that Online Warriors beat Ascend earlier in the winners bracket. So they've already been able to, dethrone Ascend's best game type as it used to be. So Online Warriors, they won that one 3-2. So that's going to give them great confidence coming into this one. And even though I would have thought naturally Ascend are the favorites, I guess if you look at what happened in the previous series, Online Warriors probably consider this a really good game type to try and take Ascend down.
Speaking of down, Mo's down to no shields. Has rectified that now though. Got 3/4 respectful in a 1v1. Mo's comes out, gets the trade. 2 down a piece here. Flag still moving. Shady throws it out front base. Snipe drone recognizes this, puts a couple of shots down, and ultimately Shady somehow soaring and foring eliminates the Englishman. And that's going to make this flag grab a little bit more easy than perhaps it first was. Shady now through the double doors. Grenade will not do the damage it needed to. And Online Warriors, barring a miracle here, are about to take the lead and go 1-up in the game.
Well, it seems similarly to the winners bracket match that they had previously then. Online Warriors very confident on Bizarre capture the flag. Able to get the right amount of control, able to find these rockets and overshields when they need to. That is a wayward rocket. 2 spent to try and kill the player, 1 shot, but I guess Mo's maybe felt like his number was up anyway and he was eventually going to fall, so he just wanted to get rid of them. But 3 down for Online Warriors, also 3 down for Ascend. It's been very even when you look across the kind of slaying department in the most recent couple of minutes, but Online Warriors still seem to find themselves in the better positions.
I wonder if when Mo's fired that rocket, he screamed diagonally. It's the only thing that really makes sense as to where it ended up, because God knows it didn't find a home. Snaky top rockets, though, will be eliminated by Respectful, and now Ascend need to grow in confidence because it's been all Online Warriors. It's been one-way traffic for the last few minutes. They really put that overshield to great use, but it's now for Ascend to do the same on the opposite side of things. Snaky and Flux situate over towards that shotgun side. Mo's with the sizzle sticks. Throws 1 down. Will not do the damage, but ultimately overshield player has been eliminated. Now Stika tries to throw that flag out similar to the way Shady did, but unable to do so, denied once more by Mo's.
I mean, speaking of Diagon Alley and Harry Potter, I do feel like the majority in this lobby are Slytherins. I mean, Snaky names it itself, Shady naming itself, Flux, yeah, kind of explains itself. I do feel like Seeker may be a Hufflepuff, but everyone else...
Yeah.
Everyone else, I think, is probably a Slytherin in this lobby. Maybe that's why they've had so much success. You know, Slytherin, a very powerful house.
No chance of catching the snitch right now, that much is for sure. Let's seek it. Down bottom shotgun. A couple of spike grenades up towards the bar bridge. Nobody stepping out there for a cigarette right now. Let's shout out to Quadios, who during scrims will often take a cigarette break and milk everybody watching on Twitch. So thank you, Kieran. But Stika here has backed over towards the rocket side. Shady in a 1v1 against his former teammate, and he manages to pip him there. 2 dead for Online Warriors, but Legends got the flag moving for Ascend.
Nice nades to be able to get the frags here. Snaky, the first one to fall. 2 dead for Online Warriors. Flag moving for Ascend. One thing that I've always said Ascend do well on this map is how efficiently they move the flag across the map when they do get a pull, when they do get a run on their hands. Grenades will at least delay, you'd think, but no. Legend does get that flag all the way across. No chance for Online Warriors to stop that one.
We're all tied up then. Honors even. And a very pivotal part of the game as Overshield and Rockets pop up at the exact same time. Shady, desperately trying to stay alive. Unable to do so. 2v2 on the map. Which way will they split the resources here? Legend throws down a couple of denial nades. Gets the information that player's tucked in towards the fruit, and he's not buying what he's selling. This is for sure. Overshield ready to be grabbed, waiting for his shields to pop up. Respectful is the first man to step out of line, pick it up for his team. Has not popped into his chest just yet. Opting for the best possible moment. It's not something we see very often. It can be high risk, high reward. Down to no shield, and Overshield will finally get popped into the chest, but the flag's on the move.
I've changed my mind. I think Flux is more of a Gryffindor, more of like a Neville Longbottom. You know, when you don't expect it, he stands up to you. He stops a flag. He comes back into the base. He manages to get that final nade. That's the Flux that we know and love. And we need that Flux to be appearing right about now, otherwise Respectful is going to get that flag across the map. Nades are going to come in thick and fast, as Richard Sims used to say, but Snipe Drone getting a double kill is going to give Respectful the freedom to toss the flag. But this is good movement from Ascend. They've been able to run yet another flag comfortably across the map, shows.
Legend does punch that one in. That early wobble in the game has rectified itself. Ascend back on top here. 2-1 the score with 4:45 on the clock then. Legend position down towards the trenches, and that's exactly what we've been in all series long.
Yeah, it hasn't been easy for either of these teams, even though Ascend have had really 2 successful runs back-to-back, pretty much. Online Warriors have certainly made them work for it. Ascend have had to slay out quite heavily before they could even push in the base and get a pull, but it has been really the grenades from that flag stand just to the Mangler area to ensure that Online Warriors can't even get any shots on that flag runner before they get out the double doors, and that makes really hard work for those who are overextending to the other side of the map.
Things getting a bit hairy for Online Warriors, much like Hagrid. Damn, we need to stop these Harry Potter references.
We do.
I mean,
I thought mine was the last, but now I'm going to have to go for another one.
You have to do another one. It's the way it works. We're playing Harry Potter tennis at this point. But flag on the move. Online Warriors looking to stop it in his tracks down. Respectful with the overshield. Backs off towards his own base. And overshield is well and truly gone and he's been lit up, but they still maintain the advantage here, 2-1. It's Online Warriors who have to make the first moves, and then maybe they open the door and take a few more risks.
Respectful just being a nuisance and staying alive, but sometimes you can just draw the attention from the other team by standing in those positions. Like, he would have been called out so heavily there. They're lockers, that Ascend are able to just kind of creep behind, find other positions because so much focus was on Respectful, and now they've got control, they're pushing into tree, and they can potentially start pulling another flag here if they get the slays that follow.
Only one kill in their favor then. Mose falls on his sword, trying to fight and defend his base. The overextension has come though, and Mose is going to be the latest one to join the party. Rockets though are going to come back and escort this flag. It's Snaky in the bar. Not for long though. The Rockets clear him out. Mose goes down. It's a double kill for Respectful. The booms, they do be blasting. Flags down bottom middle. It's just 2 more members to contend with of Online Warriors. Respectful's already done a significant amount of damage, and he's waiting for his teammates to soften up the remaining 2 before he gets back in the fight. Legend has managed to get the return. It's Snaky down on double doors, but he needs all the help he can get.
Does at least get one. But Legend turns around very quickly, aware of the situation, to get a return of his own, and this should be 3-1 bar a miracle grenade, which does not happen. And perhaps it was a blip earlier for Ascend when they did lose in the winners bracket on this game type, because it looks like they are right back to their home comforts once more. They've got the sodas out of the fridge. I feel sick that I just called it a soda, but I didn't want to say a particular brand on stream, and that was the first thing that came to my mind.
Kind of pop, maybe a bottle of fizz, anything would have done, Dan. You didn't have to.
Even bottle of fizz doesn't feel natural to me.
I don't know. You said pop, soda. I don't know. What? Really disappointed in you today, but Sika with the Bulldog to contend with, and somehow comes out on top in that engagement. 3-1 the score. 1 minute and 37 on the clock. Time well and truly against Online Warriors here. They have to get 2 unanswered flag captures here, and on Bazaar it might be too tough an ask.
Especially when you look at what Ascend are doing in the slaying department. Legend 23 and 13. The rest of the boys all positive as well. Well, Snipe Drone, he's bare evens at the moment, but it doesn't really matter when the rest of the team are playing in the way they are. Whereas on the side of Online Warriors, it's been a bit more of a struggle here on Bazaar. You can see why Ascend have had so much success in the past on this map, with how they've been controlling the middle areas, how they've been prioritizing the way they push in through tree, but also controlling bar at the right areas as well. Very good with their returns, but very efficient with their flag runs.
Online Warriors, no doubt, much like the Slayer, will be looking towards the next game. They know this one's up. Their number is up here. It's all just keeping the gun nice and warm. This flag game, after a very impressive start for Online Warriors, they just were unable to maintain that momentum down.
Oh wow, that's a lunge. Something that you'd only see a Dementor manage to achieve. With only 20 seconds, you're right, the flag might be moving, but it doesn't really matter, because this game is done and dusted and we're going to a game 4, but Ascend are going to be leading 2-1. And Online Warriors, even though it looks so promising in game number 1, Richie, this is what Ascend can do. This is what Ascend have always been able to do, is that they just pummel you into the ground when they have control.
And we're out of time. And it's Ascend who take game number 3. They regain themselves, and they managed to take the lead here, 2-1 in the series, Dan. And like you said, they were so good, so strong in that Bazaar CTF game, and maybe they just started to cook at the right possible time.
which is usually around 7 o'clock for me. But missed it today because of the Pro Series. But you know, sometimes priorities, you got to get them in order. And right now, broadcast matters. And right now, Ascend looking like it could be another victory, another Pro Series going their way, Jersey, because they are one map away from winning this series. Game, map, doesn't matter. I think they're just going to be focused on trying to finish this one up. They don't want to be going to a second best of 5. They don't even want to be going to game 5 here. This is a statement from Ascend if they're able to win this one comfortably. I know there is most certainly on the other side a lot of desire to win this one from the side of Online Warriors, but regardless, I think they'll still be very happy with second place if that's all they're able to achieve. But still, of course, plenty to play for.
Some very impressive stats coming out of Legend that last game. 6,900 damage leading the lobby. Rest of the teammate were not too far behind him, it must be said. So everyone carrying the weight of the series evenly. Mo's had another game to forget in terms of damage. That much is for sure. 4.5k for him, but it must be said with King of the Hill live fire up next, and there is an element of questions to be asked. There's an element here that we can maybe say, well, these two teams probably aren't as practiced as they would like to be on this game type, and that could open the door for Online Warriors to push us to a game 5.
Yeah, there's always that element of the unknown, right, when we've got these new game types, but at some point these new game types don't become new. Although right now they are still very much in that honeymoon period of like people, you know, excited to play them, maybe not quite sure how to play them at the same time, but people will start to learn them slowly but surely. I said it earlier, even some of the top North American teams don't necessarily know how to play some of these King games. I think I was watching, it was probably Optic, wasn't it? I've set myself up for this one. Optic was scrimming yesterday, and even they didn't know how to play some of these King modes. So, you know, if one of the better North American teams is unable to do it, then you've got to be sure that a lot of teams are going to be falling behind as well. But slowly but surely, people will start to get used to it, and maybe we can learn a lot here from both of these teams as to how much time they put into it.
Ascend one game away then from maintaining themselves the best team in Europe heading into Valencia. Online Warriors have looked so good all tournament long, but is this one just one too soon? They've given as good as they've gotten at times, but they're swinging for the king now, and they've got one more hit to go, but will it be fatal?
Well, certainly the way that Ascend played Slayer on live fire, Online Warriors are in for a bit of a ruckus here on this map. And you don't really want to allow Ascend to have as much control as they did in that Slayer, as Legend somehow manages to do his best Tony Hawk's impression and skate on the rail, but still goes down.
Respectful face with two members, and understandably doesn't win that one. Overshield still ready to be picked up though, and nobody has even thought about stepping foot inside the hill over towards green. Flux managed to pick up the overshield, but dies as a result of it. Legend puts Mo's in the exact same place. They're going to be buried in a very shallow grave right on that mound. Snipe Drone has managed to pick up the overshield. 2 dead for Online Warriors, and all of a sudden the Online Warriors are in trouble. 2 members back tower. Going to be Flux and indeed Mo's. 1v3 for Snipe Drone, and somehow, some way, they've all managed to survive.
You know, full well Snipe Drone's calling out all of those boys, and the rest of Ascend are like, we're getting the hill, bro. Like, just back off. We're not getting that aggro. As, you know, the opening engagement is always fighting for the overshield as Legend gets sent into the drink. But Online Warriors have done very well, considering they lost overshield, to be able to take that overshield down and now get hill control. That is not an easy thing to do.
Flux said, Legend, you're playing a little bit too sweaty for my liking. Go for a bath, and into the drink he goes. Splish splash. And it's Online Warriors who have really made inroads into this initial hill. Just under halfway there now. It's a 1v1. Mo's last man standing on the map. But again, the overshield pops up. And every single time it does, Dan, it turns everyone's attentions towards it.
Yeah, you have to play for it. It's so important, if not more important than ever here on King of the Hill. One thing that Online Warriors can play off is they had a very successful King of the Hill recharge earlier against Na'Vi, where they dominated 4-0, and they really knew how to set up on that map and how to control the spawns. If they can play in a similar manner, there's no reason why they can't find success again. I also remember them playing this game type earlier and Snaky really controlling that tower when they needed to. So Online Warriors, I think they've put in a good amount of time to King of the Hill. It's just about putting it into practice here against arguably the best team in Europe.
Snipe Drone, crouch bottom middle. Heat wave in his hand, and says a Varacadabra to Shady. I've done it again. Mo's bottom middle as well. As he ultimately manages to get away, but it's going to be 1-0 now to Ascend. As they've taken that first hill. And Online Warriors now have a lot of questions to answer. That heat wave, devastating at times.
Really is a weapon that you have to keep tabs on. Where is it? Who's got it? How do I avoid it? How do I take it off them? What can I do with it? A lot of questions, but usually the answer is it's in my opponent's hand and they've just ripped me to shreds. As Legend does get a kill, but he's not going to be able to get the sniper rifle. First point does go to Ascend, and Online Warriors, even though, you know, they got back into that first hill so well after losing the initial overshield, Ascend just seemed to have the better positions when it came to controlling the hill.
Mo's the sniper rifle in his hands, though. Could this be the ingredient they need to break the setup? He soars into the hill trying to use it as a baseball bat, but ultimately, no damage done. And that's going to mean food and drink for this Ascend roster. Sniper rifle will be signed. Initials. And Legend's going to take control of it now. Mo's, though, comes back for more. That information will be passed over to Respectful that if he shall choose to, this sniper rifle is just behind him. A couple of steps back. Over shield, though. Shady contending for it, but it's not for long. The over shield, the fight for it. It's been back and forth. It's been scrambles, but all this while, it's Ascend who are thriving in the chaos.
Thriving and then diving into the hill is Legend. 2-0. And Ascend, they're looking like the Ascend of old. Just as we started Pro Series, way back when, number 1, Ascend were the dominant force. And we get to our final Pro Series here in number 7. And they find themselves 2-0 up and 2 points away from finishing things just as they started. But Online Warriors, they won't want to allow that script to be as simple as maybe some might think. A hill here in Garage, you can set up, you can really control the game. If you can pin the opposition back towards tower, you can watch your routes, watch your avenues. These 35 seconds do go by very quickly.
Online Warriors looking at the script and trying to make a few revisions. But will the director be listening? Shady has got the heat wave, and that can punch a hole straight through the defense that Ascend have set up here over towards Garage. Online Warriors have done significant amount of scoring. Could be about to register their first point if this next break is successful. Unfortunately, they've lost 2 members in the process. Snipe drone down to no shield. Snaky will pick up a double kill with the help of Shady. Respectful is not going to get far either. He's the latest one to hit the respawn screen. 4 dead for Ascend, and this should mean the first point for Online Warriors.
And Online Warriors need to be thinking about this next hill now. They've secured this one, so now you need to reposition and start to think about the overshield side. And this is good from Shady. He's the player you need to be stepping up here if you're Online Warriors. You need the pop-off. No one has really been having those crazy moments so far in this game. And if Shady can start to play the way he did earlier on in the tournament when he had control of the sniper rifle, heat wave, and hitting the shots that he was, it suddenly becomes a little bit more difficult for Ascend to get as much time as they have been in the hill.
This can be a very difficult hill to break at times if you don't play it perfectly. And Snaky and Flux combining to take down one member of Ascend, and all of a sudden it was a very comfortable game for Ascend. Online Warriors have roared straight back to life like Dumbledore from the ashes. 2-2 the game now. There's still life in this series yet.
And Online Warriors already positioned themselves over towards tower. The priority position to get to control the top middle hill gives you good spawns and gives you so much sight lines. As I say, that Legend says, you know what, I'm going to go for a little flanker route. There's one. Anyone else want to challenge and take a fight? No, he's going to force them to drop bottom middle here, but still control of top middle and the sniper side now. And Ascend might have been able to at least rattle Online Warriors a little bit here in this hill. But at 2-2, this is very much game on.
Sniper drone's got the preferable position though. Sniper rifle will evacuate and evict him from the spot though. Seeker with the heat wave position bottom middle, with intentions of firing them up into the shaft and like smoke from a chimney, trying to do somewhat and some kind of damage. Snaky though putting down even more damage. He's been so impressive this game. 20 kills. The man is on a mission, and so far it's been somewhat successful. Another fight for Flux, but ultimately it's 3 dead for Online Warriors, and that should mean more points towards that third hill for Ascend.
And Online Warriors are probably looking at this hill saying, we have to get it. We know what happened in the first hill earlier. We weren't able to get hold of it. We actually went 2 down. We can't afford for it to be 3-2 in favor of Ascend here. Otherwise, we put ourselves in 2 hills that we really struggled with earlier on. When that rotation resets and we go back towards green, new overshield coming up in 4 seconds. And if Ascend are able to grab this one, then Online Warriors suddenly might be looking at facing defeat. Still time left. Still a chance to get back into this game.
Whether you're facing defeat or facing the hands, you've got to go now. Shady picked up the overshield. He stepped inside the hill. He should be able to tank quite a lot of damage here for his team. Seek It and Respectful are in the respawn screen. That should mean this push is a lot more difficult for Ascend than it might have been before. We're nearly tied up here. Shady yet to be evicted yet. Seek It and Respectful have come off the respawn screen, and one player, Legends position bottom middle, has ensured the escape route that Shady had in mind will not be successful. 2 dead. Woo. Make it all 4 dead for Ascend. And Online Warriors still looking to play.
Ascend have got one last push in them really on this hill. They could potentially start to set up towards for B, but I think with the amount of damage you could do with grenades here, you go for one last opportunity to try and break in and secure this point yourself, and they've done so. They've been able to break the setup. They've got 3 dead, make it 4, and off the back of an all 4 dead on the other side, Ascend now do exactly the same, but have they timed it perfectly to secure this point? Yes, they have. 3-2 now, and Ascend 1 away from winning this series and becoming Pro Series 7 champions.
And we head back down the green then, where Ascend scored their 2nd hill. Hoping for similar fortunes here. Snipe drone. 1 shot towards top middle. Will not connect with a body nor a face. Snaky drops down under the nest bridge. And 2 shots to the spine. Legend picks up a double kill, but it's off the back of some of the damage the Snipe drone has been putting down for his team. It's 3 dead. And Mo is the last man standing with another overshield about to pop up. Time is very much against Online Warriors now.
If Online Warriors decide to wait for this overshield, they give so much time to Ascend. I don't feel like they can afford to do so, which is only going to play into the hands of Ascend. They can almost leave the hill if they wanted to, prioritize this overshield, knowing Online Warriors have to push it. That's exactly what's happened. Online Warriors get the hill, but Sniper says, you know what? Thank you very much. That's the freest overshield of my life. Let's retake this hill, boys.
Overshield popped into his chest then. Snipe rifle still in the back pocket if he needs it. Drop shield to contend with 4 members. It's a hard hold here. They've set up the blocks, the barricades down. 3 members sore. Overshield completely evaporated. And it's Online Warriors who are on top right now.
That's a great hold indeed. Snipe drone just walked into a wall of BR fire and didn't really know where to look. And now Ascend need to reassess how they want to approach breaking this hill. Do you send someone bottom middle? Yes, you do. And it's the bait and switch from Respectful and Snipe drone that we've seen many a time over the years in Halo. But Online Warriors, it has to be here in this hill. They have to make sure they try and tie this one up 3-3. 58 seconds left on the clock, so there is a potential for maybe trying to play time, but I don't think it's going to be a factor here. I imagine it's either 4-2 or 3-3 here.
Legend does need to try and buy time for his team, trying to scamper away desperately, but Flux and Mo's combined to make sure that that is not a reality that he can get. Mo's on pillars, manages to fire 1 at Snipe drone, and it will connect with a face. And all of a sudden, Online Warriors are on the cusp of tying up this game once more with 50 seconds to play with. 3-3 now. As we head into the final hill, the final hurdle for Ascend to topple before claiming themselves as Pro Series 7 champions. Or will Online Warriors stick around for another game?
Online Warriors want to take this to another best of 5. They have to make sure they win these engagements. Flux with the commando has been lethal today, but unfortunately does fall because a heatwave usually wins that engagement. Reversal onto Snaky. Online Warriors got a little bit of the hill, but with 30 seconds left, this is highly likely that, you know, a draw could happen and we go into whatever sort of overtime situation. But Online Warriors have done well to at least peg Ascend back ever so slightly here. They're picking up some big kills, but Snipe drone is just running free down bottom middle.
Mose has the overshield, and Snipe drone had intentions of getting behind him with the back whack, but he's managed to pick up 2, and Mose is in the hill though. Overshield is gone as well. 3 dead. Shady position on sandbags. He can ill afford to waste any more time. They're already halfway there.
One more push for Online Warriors. Sure, they're going to throw everything off spawn, but with Shady going down, It leaves now Online Warriors as a 3, but Ascend have lost one as well. It's 3 versus 3, make it a 2 versus 3. Online Warriors, their last chance is Mose and Flux to try and break this. Snipe Drone, though, still has hill control and will take this fight versus Mose and will win, get the double killing spree. He could even get a triple here. Doesn't need it. He gets the assist and Ascend one step closer.
It's only Flux left alive on the map to be a factor. He's unable to do so. And as you can see, Shady wasting no time getting out of the lobby. It's Ascend who are your EU Pro Series Week 7 champions. It wasn't as easy as they might have anticipated, but they got the job done, Dan.
Just as we started, just as we finished, things perfectly balanced and restored to order. Ascend are on top. And, you know, hats off to Online Warriors. They gave it a good shot. They got to a grand finals again, even from that 8th seed. But it just seems like Ascend is that kind of barrier, that benchmark that everyone's trying to get to. And even though Snakey had 30 kills, just wasn't quite enough to beat the teamwork and cohesion that we saw Ascend offer there. But Online Warriors, they've demonstrated that, you know, this is not going to be an easy ride for Ascend whatsoever when we get to Valencia.
I know Wes, if he gets 30 kills in a game, he's asking his teammates what happened there. He's going to have a very real conversation. That's something we'll have to pose to him, how you don't manage to come out on top, because elsewhere the slays were so even between the two teams. One member on Ascend got 20, he got 30, so they're not doing something right in the end to secure the hills. But it must be said, Online Warriors put up such a great fight that I'm so excited now for Valencia, Dan.
Absolutely. I mean, Valencia is going to have everything. And these are not the only two teams that are going to be vying for first place either. Na'Vi waiting in the wings. Quadrant will definitely want a stab at it. I wouldn't be surprised if, you know, the likes of Jay Lings and Blackhand put so much practice in that they want to also push into the chance of getting to a grand finals. Anything can happen on LAN. These teams haven't been able to face each other in a LAN environment except once or twice at international competition. But it's certainly going to be all on the table for these teams to try and demonstrate that they are the best in Europe when it comes to LAN competition and put themselves in a situation where going into international at Orlando, they are that #1 team from Europe. It's Ascend right now that definitely have the advantage that everyone's going to be looking at, that everyone's going to be trying to take down. But we've seen enough from both Online Warriors and Na'Vi today to say that this is not going to be an easy run whatsoever for Ascend when we do get there. So close did Online Warriors come in that King of the Hill live fire, but it was some of those individual plays, Snipe Drone making that flank at the end to make sure that he did enough damage to the overshield, but really impressed with what they had to offer.
Lottie, Wes, Ascend reigns supreme once more as we head into Valencia. So some of those old questions still to be answered.
They do indeed. A huge congratulations to Ascend on another incredible victory. And why not just jump straight into it? Because you posed a fantastic question there, Sherzi. You know, when a teammate is dropping 30 kills with so little deaths and everyone else is pretty much on the same page in terms of slays, you've got somebody popping off. It was one of the questions I kind of asked coming into this with Gaskin as well. Clutch, you know, what does that tell us about the efficiency from Online Warriors? What happened? You know, they had so many openings there with Snakey, but they weren't able to convert.
Yeah, I think Snakey is definitely, probably rightfully so, just upset with the loss in that game 4. But I mean, so many of these games were pretty close from Online Warriors, and I think it will just be a little bit more needed from everyone in order to get the job done. It's difficult to lose a game when you have that strong of an individual performance, but I mean, we've seen it several times throughout Halo that good teams can overcome a great individual performance, right? And I think that that's something we saw from Ascend in game 4. Snakey was obviously popping off, but it's going to be a little bit strategically more probably involved from the side of Online Warriors. I think that once they get a little bit more used to each other's playstyle, there's a lot of hope, right? I think to be able to compete with Ascend to that degree, I think that was the closest series we've seen Ascend play in European Halo in a long time. And I think that this Online Warriors squad has a ton of individual talent that's able to rival them. And I mean, I know Ascend got third in the other Pro Series, and not to like disrespect anything that happened there, but from the pickup of Respectful, you'd like to think that they're back on track to their dominant form. I think it's only positive things that Online Warriors are able to walk away with after they have some time to breathe and cool off from the loss, because you obviously in the moment and the passion's like riding at a high, you want to win that one, but this wasn't the one that's important to win, in my opinion. Valencia is definitely the focal point for everybody involved.
Yeah, Valencia is going to be the exact thing that everybody's working towards here, and this is just obviously an indication of where teams are at and what they really need to improve on to get there. Not taking anything away from winning today, Ascend. I mean, they're going to be so happy with that. And Clutch, just like you said, it may have just been the most competitive series we have seen so far in European online Halo, especially against Ascend. As you can see, we have our brackets on the screen here as well, folks. Ascend do take that grand finals 3-1, and what happened in that grand finals is not very reflective of the score, because it was a lot closer than that. And Gaskin, when you get into things here, you know, we talked about how the playstyles match up so well. Is that the way to combat Ascend? Do we want a similar playstyle? Do you want to answer the aggression and pace with aggression and pace? What would you say would be the dream kind of scenario for any opposition here against them?
Yeah, I think we're learning that Halo Infinite is a fast-paced game where you have to band together, you have to be pushing things together. It's no man left behind. You very rarely go for flanks, and when you do, you need to have a plan in place. Otherwise, your team is going to get punished for it. And Online Warriors, I think that at times they did match their pace and they were pushing together, but as soon as they lost control, they were struggling to get back into the game. And I think that that's more of a telltale sign of how good Ascend are right now when they are in control, and how they really just throttle their opponent once they have that lead. Once there's more experience on the side of Online Warriors, they will start to learn how to get out of these situations, learn how not to panic, because it happens for loads of teams when they first form. They panic when they go down. They don't really necessarily know what to do. You need someone as the IGL to just make a call. And I think once Online Warriors get there, then they are going to be stiff competition for this Ascend roster.
I think Dan makes a good point. This is the foundation. This is the worst possible team way we'll ever see this Online Warriors team play. The only way is up for them from here on out, because they can work on things, whether it's scrims or VOD review, because they've already ran Ascend so close with very little practice together. So getting some more reps in, polishing up some of those strategies, knowing when, it wasn't so much breaking the setups that they had problems with. It was very similar to Navi, was holding the setups when Ascend started to apply those pressures. So I think with a few more reps under their belt, they're going to be a really formidable force.
You know, I think setting the table right now, before we end the show, for Valencia, obviously we do have a qualifier happening as well on Sunday. You know, right now it seems to be like a race to the top, right? But it's Ascend who are that final boss there, that final enemy that you need to take down, and it's really difficult to do so. But something that I've learned from the couple of weeks here now doing Pro Series is that there is a shift in the pack almost every single week. Each team are doing what they need to do to try and improve week in and week out, and we are seeing a big change in that, but no change at that grand finals, at that winner, at that top. So my biggest question here is, a lot of teams are learning what they need to do to take down the top in Europe, but with Valencia around the corner, you know, we're seeing Ascend kind of not really learning too much about themselves either, and what they need to work on accordingly. So Valencia, I think they're probably going to be coming into this one thinking this is going to be great. It'll be a little bit more of a challenge because it'll be LAN. We'll get a few reps, but you know, Clutch, where does that put them for the rest of the season? Where does that put them in the mix of North America? You know, how do Ascend get better? Where do they go from here?
Yeah, I think all of that would be would be true, and that would be the mindset of like, we're expected to win this, not too much going on here, not much to see from their perspective if they didn't make a change. I think with the addition of Respectful, they should be pretty fired up to go to their first LAN with Respectful, and that they should be pretty fired up to see what is our potential with this talent, right? Like with this new fourth. If this was the same 599-year-old day team from before, I think it would be a pretty lackadaisical mindset, knowing how great of a stint that they've had in Europe and like how dominant that legacy was. But it's like adding Kevin Durant to the Warriors, and I like mean that in the European scene. Let's not bring this over to America and talk about comparing. But like, I think the Warriors were fired up to get Kevin Durant in that moment and see what that talent brought to their roster and their potential. I think that Respectful is a very similar, like, bringing a unique individual talent and adding him to what I would say is like a dynasty over in the European scene. What's our new ceiling? And I think that they're going to try and push themselves at this LAN to like make exclamation points in preparation for their next opportunity on a world stage.
Yeah, I've got to say I'm excited about that prospect for sure. And you answered my question perfectly. You know, there is a lot to be excited for, to learn for Ascend as well, especially with their new addition of Respectful, who is looking pretty damn good as well. I tell you what, folks, that is all we have time for today. I hope you guys have enjoyed it. A huge congratulations to Ascend, who remain again on top after one tiny little blip in the week, which did unfortunately crush my heart when they did get to 599 days of winning without 600. It still bothers me to this day.
It's like they
but
did it on purpose, isn't it? Lot.
Yeah.
I know, man. It really does seem that way. But I tell you what, they like to get on people's nerves, especially their competition, and they'll be looking to do so further on as well as we head into our qualifiers. Gentlemen, it's been a pleasure, as always, to be alongside you and to hear everything that you have to say about Halo Infinite and what's on our screens. And folks at home, I hope you've enjoyed all of the action. We'll be back, though, 19th of June. It'll be this Sunday. We have the HCS EU regional qualifier for Valencia. So it's super important that you join us to find out who is going to be heading on over to Spain at that LAN event. Thank you so much. Good night, and we'll see you very soon.
The HCS is presented by Astro Gaming and AMD.